Welcome everyone to the Master Yi High-Elo seminar for the second time now. We had a first installment, and again, you can type !podcast if you want to see the first episode. Today we are joined by Cowsep and Danijrm, both some of the most prominent Yi content creators, and Danijrm probably is the rank 1 Yi, and Cowsep's just been High-Elo forever. So yeah, we are joined by some special talent today. I'm really excited. So without further ado, let's get started. Oh wait, before we start, can I just have you both like say something and then chat, let me know if the audio is good, because I think Cowsep's audio was quiet last time.
Okay.
Okay, and Danny?
Okay.
Alright.
Hello.
So, is chat,
Yeah.
are we good on audio?
Just let me know if you guys can hear echo, because I know you're using the headphones, so.
It seems fine. Okay, everyone says it's fine. I think we're ready to go. Okay, so again, yeah, here are our social media, Twitch and Twitter. Actually, okay, so this actually is out of date. So Cowsep just started streaming on Facebook, and you're /Cowsep, right? On Facebook?
Yeah, I'm always Cowsep, except on Korea server. I lost that username.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. How did that happen?
I quit playing that piece of, poop server, so I lost.
Doesn't it take like 3 years though?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Wow. Well, unlucky. But yeah, so you can find Cowsep on Facebook /Cowsep, facebook.com/Cowsep. All our Twitters and Twitches are here linked. And I'll post a slideshow as well when I post the VOD of this, which again will be on YouTube after the seminar is done. So okay, just kind of overview what we're going to talk about today to start out. So we get these kind of questions all the time. All three of us probably get asked these things, just like every time we stream, every time we post YouTube videos, or just like constantly. So we're going to cover it. Things like runes, the items that you should be building, summoner spells, counters and like champs that we like to ban, just the general like state of the game and how Yi is going to fare in Season 10, and jungle pathing. And then after that, we'll get into more like focused questions that are like questions that have come from the fans and other Yi mains. So, Keystone. I don't know, like when I was making the slide, I'm surprised that this is even still a discussion. Like, I think, but I mean, I get asked about it a lot of the time, is like, does this Keystone viable, is this other Keystone viable? So, I'm not going to put my opinion out there yet. I just want to hear from you two. Do you think, like, what are your thoughts on Keystones to take on Yi right
now? You want to start?
Okay.
Or maybe I should rephrase the question. Do you think there's any reason why you wouldn't take Conqueror? What games would you not take Conqueror? Is there a reason?
Because I'm trolling?
Because you're trolling, okay.
A YouTube video title? Only Stone is broken, abuse this!
Yeah, someone actually wanted us to, someone wanted us to talk about Omnistone on the Reddit thread that was posted. So, I don't know if either of you have tested it, but apparently every time you get Dark Harvest on it, and then you get a stack with it, it's supposed to make all of your other Keystones 5% stronger. Did you hear about that?
Like, I mean, doesn't matter.
I don't know. It's like, I don't know. In theory, it's like a late game scaling rune, but I don't know. Is there?
Oh man, League's all about the late game right now. Let me tell you.
Is it though?
No, that was sarcastic.
Oh, you were being sarcastic. Okay, good.
Yeah, maybe an NA. I've been playing some NA. I'm actually almost Diamond 1 in NA somehow. I don't know how, but like every game. Yeah, it's just like late game Fiesta every game.
Do you actually get Cloud Souls? Or sorry, do you actually get Dragon Souls like of any kind in Korea, or?
I don't play Korea.
Oh, I thought you started a new account.
No, I'm not touching that server.
All right, fair enough. Well, so Conqueror, I think, so basically the message we're trying to send to chat here is that if you're serious about climbing, just take Conqueror. Don't second guess is this a rune better in this situation or this rune better. Just take Conqueror, whether you're playing jungle Yi.
Conqueror is just really, really easy. Like, just why would you make it harder for you?
Yeah, but here's the one exception. I think if you were to go a crit build or like a damage, like an AD focus build.
Lethal tempo, aren't you?
No. Even though I love lethal tempo, it's just a garbage rune right now. I'll be honest. It's unfortunate what they did to my boy. But Halo Blades, I think there's actually reason to go Halo Blades over Conqueror in a crit build. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I mean, Conqueror gives AD now too. I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, you just don't play crit. But I mean, if I'm gonna play crit, I'm gonna do it for YouTube, and I'm gonna get Dark Harvest. Like,
I saw your video on Dark Harvest. Yeah.
Yeah, and then everybody's like, "Man, is crit Yi legit again?" I'm like, "No, I needed the content."
It's funny how much we got to do things for content. Okay, so I don't know if there's much like discussion left on this. I did want to include it just because I do get questions on this about like, you know, is this good? Is this good? You know, do I always have to tank Conqueror? The answer is yes, but I personally feel like Halo Blades is okay for crit builds. But I don't know. That's just my opinion. Any other last thoughts on this before we move on?
I mean, just get Dark Harvest if you're going crit. It's more fun. Like if you're trying to climb, then you play on hit. If you're trying to have fun, then just go Dark Harvest. If you're gonna play crit that way, right? I mean, yeah. I mean, Silent Team might be more into the crit build.
Yeah, I hear he doesn't even play crit anymore. He gave in. He caved.
Oh, rip.
Yeah, that's just how bad crit is. But yeah, Danny, any thoughts on this before we move on?
I mean, like 1 year ago, I made a video like this new crit build is so OP, and I see it has like the most views on my channel. It is like, if you want to make a YouTube video playing bronze in a normal game, just play crit, dude. Like it's fun, you know, but not.
Isn't it funny? Like, you could either teach people how to play Yi correctly, or you can get more views. You can't do both, it feels like. Anyway. Oh, one other thing I will say is that I think pretty much all three of us agree here that the new Conqueror is better for Yi overall. Just no one here disagrees with that, right?
I've gone forever a battle. I don't know why they keep slapping healing on everything. Like,
I don't know either, but it's basically
everybody's got like Ignite, Morella, Nomicon, Executioners. It's just kind of annoying. I would just like some raw AD. Like we got Wits in, we got Death Dance, we stack for days, we stack Gunjus, we stack Wits, we stack. Why is everything stacking? Actually, Wits isn't stacking anymore, is it?
No, not anymore.
Yeah, well, it's whatever. It's fine. It's fine, right?
But yeah, I want to personally say I do think the new Conqueror is better than the last iteration, where they took out the true damage, but he already has true damage. I think it's better for Yi.
Well, it didn't convert E, and you didn't get the healing off of the E either.
Oh, wait, but you don't do healing from your E anymore with.
Well, no. Before, because it would convert your true damage. It would convert your damage into true damage, and you would heal from that. But your E wasn't converted into true damage, so you didn't heal off your E. That's the old Conqueror. The new Conqueror heals all damage.
Right,
convert the damage. Yeah, so the new one heals more because it heals off your E.
Right. Okay. So yeah. Anyway, that's enough on Keystone. So secondary runes, there's definitely a lot of variation I see from High-Elo Yi mains on what they go here. So I'm just gonna break up the conversation here. Is when it comes to Alacrity versus Tenacity, I don't think many Yi mains take Bloodline, and I definitely don't think it's a great rune for Yi. But between Alacrity and Tenacity, like, at what point do you decide it's worth it to take Tenacity? Well, how much CC do I have to have?
I mean, I think this one's fairly easy. Yeah, the Bloodline rune, I used to always bring Bloodline because I enjoyed it, but I don't think it's good. Unless you're going crit because you need some form of lifesteal that you're never going to buy. But like Alacrity pretty much feels like what you'd bring every game. But the Tenacity rune, I'll bring it if they have like at least 2 forms of CC that is like tenacity-able. Like if they have a Leona, I just bring it. But if they have like, I don't know, like in general, you don't really need it for CC that you can dodge. Like point and click CC, you might want to bring it, right? Or games that you're going to go Quicksilver, you don't bring it because you're going to get Quicksilver anyway, right?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that. What about you, Danny?
I mean, the only way I will take Bloodline is the enemy team doesn't have CC, and I had like a Lulu Yumi on my team, so I know I'm gonna get full attack speed with only like 1 or 2 items. But if you do that, you're gonna suffer early game anyway, so it's kind of troll. So almost always Alacrity, but if the enemy team has like 2, 3, 4 CC champions, like Cowsep, say Leona, yeah, I will take Tenacity without thinking twice, but just remember, you need to take it versus real CC and not knockups. Like sometimes they have Dragas, Alistar, and if
but
it's useless.
Suspensions, don't forget about the suspensions, and don't forget about some knockups that also work as stuns. Like for example, Gragasy, that also stuns you after the knockup, and then Yasuo's ultimate's a suspension, Nami's bubbles is suspension, Vel'Koz is a suspension, but I don't know how far you can reduce those.
I think, yeah, like if you take Tenacity against those, I think you can Alpha Strike out of it a little early, right?
Well, yeah, especially against things like Rakon, where he relies on comboing you, right, with his R into the knock-up. You can really catch him off guard with the tenacity. And of course, it works really well with Leona because she misses her ult on you.
She's like the famous one that you would take it against.
Fuck that champion.
Yeah. You see her in every game right now, so it's lovely. So Danny thinks it's troll to take tenacity, basically, unless they have like 3-4 really hard CC champs. Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, if they had Leona, they only need 2 CC champions. Yeah,
Okay.
Leona.
So Leona counts as like 2 or 3 CC champs.
Yeah, because all her stuff gets reduced, and it's mostly point and click. And might as well be point and click with that ultimate on top of the stun duration.
Yeah.
Also, never got tenacity versus Kennen. It doesn't work.
Yeah, because of the 0.5 second reduction at the bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, it works on his first stun, but his additional reduced stuns.
By the
Because
way,
his
I
first
hate
stun's
Skarner.
1.25.
Nothing works against him.
Oh, I mean, just get some MR, bro.
Yeah, just get some MR, bro. Come on,
And then
just
he
get
uses
good.
Zanyas. Yeah, it's great.
And build a Zanya's and a stopwatch. And a
Yeah, why
GH.
not? Why not?
I would definitely take tenacity against Kennen, just because even if it's just the first stun, I feel like it's worth it.
I would still probably bring it as well, just because there's probably like if he's the only person on the team that does CC, I wouldn't bring it. But if they had like another person that had some CC, I'd probably bring it as well. Like it doesn't matter. Like it does reduce the first stun, which is nice.
Yeah. But yeah, so basically the consensus here, or I don't think we even have a consensus, but I think Cowsep and I will take tenacity against champs like Leona, definitely, and champs with a lot of hard
When in
CC.
doubt, just go Alacrity because it seems to be the one that everybody's okay with.
But like, yeah, you can just take Alacrity even against CC, and just
pray.
play well and dodge the
Pray.
CC, build QSS. You'll probably be okay. So okay, here's the next one: Coup de Grace versus Last Stand. So I know that Cowsep, he's actually the one.
I think they both suck, dude.
Really?
I hate them both. Like, what if they're just like bringing precision feels terrible because like I don't even want that. Like I would rather just go like Triumph and then Alacrity, and I'm happy. I don't want that last rune. It feels like sudden impact to me. It feels garbage. Except like every once in a while, you might pop off and get 500 damage.
Pop off with 500 damage. Whoa.
Yeah. And especially, like Last Stand's okay because Last Stand kind of has that advantage where like Wits End and Death Stance, right, when you get low. But now with the addition of Elder Dragon, like you poor NA fools that had to play against Elder Dragon, right? Like the Elder Dragon executes you so you don't get to use Last Stand. And then so much healing reduction that now you can't really lifesteal from Wits End. Though like I did see some Koreans using like Starry's Cage to kind of offset that. I mean, I think if I had to pick either of them, I think like ever since they removed the AD from Coup de Grace, I think Last Stand's probably my go-to. But they feel the same to me, and they both feel terrible.
Yeah, I agree for the most part. But Danny, what do you think? What do you take?
I mean, I really don't feel a lot of difference, to be honest. I'm trying as a stand, but I'm just gonna say, like, if you go for ganking, like fights on which you know that you are always gonna win, then Coup de Grace is a lot better. A lot better.
10 extra damage, man.
A lot better.
But if you're fighting on the jungle 1v1 versus the other jungler, and you know that you will always get low because they want to do you, then yes, Last Stand is always gonna do more damage as well.
I like to do that.
And then Last Stand is like, yeah, with and Sterax combination, it will always do some work, in theory. So I'm just trying Last Stand because I feel like, okay, in the jungle, I get very good fights. Mid-game to late feels good, but if you try to gank, it feels bad. So don't try to gank, just farm.
But it's still only 10 extra damage. Like, the entire early game, you'll get like 10 to 50 damage.
Yeah, but sometimes the enemy runs with like 10 HP and you're like, oh, if I had Coup de Grace, oh.
I mean, how often does that happen, though?
Yeah, okay.
I mean, let's just humor the Yi mains that are watching here. They want to know what's better. They probably ask you in your Twitch chat, these exact questions, right?
They're the same. They're the same.
I tell everyone, it's pre-season. I'm just testing. Why don't I play? It's pre-season, let me have fun.
So, yeah, it sounds like both Cowsep, Danny, they really could give less of a shit, like which one you take. But I'll say that I think Coup de Grace, just like in the theory of it, it sounds like it would be better because of the synergy of Wits End and like, Death Dance and like, long drawn out fights. It sounds better in theory. And it's kind of like noob protection. Whereas coup de grace, like if you're really good, you're always going to be putting yourself in fights that you're going to win, and maybe that's why Danny sounded like you liked it a little bit more. But at the
Are
end
you
of the day,
saying
it
I'm
doesn't.
not good, or like, come on, man.
Well, I also said I like Last Dance too, so maybe we're both not good.
I like to get into the jungle early and basically take that role with the enemy in a duel, and then I blame my laners when they don't come.
Exactly.
That's what I like to do.
So yeah, take whichever one you want, Twitch chat. But I think Cowsep and I like Last Stand. It's not gonna make that much of a difference at the end of the day.
I
Okay.
would not notice if I had one or the other. Let's put it that way.
I would not notice it either. Anyway, moving on. So the famous ghost portal bug that a lot of Yi mains were abusing,
Yeah,
and
that's
Danny,
a dead rune now.
Danny kind of
Good
like
job, Danny.
pioneered. Yeah, it's all your fault. If you hadn't made it so popular, maybe we'd still have it. But honestly, I never even used it back when it was, usable. Now it's gone.
It was pretty busted.
Yeah, and even laners were using it, so it was problematic. But they got rid of that now. You can't use the bug anymore, so now it's basically a question of eyeball collection or zombie ward. I personally like zombie ward. What are your thoughts, Danny, Cowsep? I'll start with Cowsep today, or this time.
They both suck.
Come on, man, you gotta give me something better than they both suck to
I've been using
question I
the
ask.
eyeball collection. Like, see, here's the thing about eyeball collection, especially since they nerfed it. Apparently, they're gonna buff it again. But I use the eyeball collection, and it's like I could actually finish a game without ever fully stacking it. Like, it's just
Yeah.
and that and God forbid if I played in Korea still. Oh goodness, that would just never stack. Right?
It's
So
really bad.
I mean, I haven't actually tried the other one, but I would say it's probably better than eyeball collection. I mean, I'm not against using.
Okay, fair enough. Danny?
So yes, they both suck, to be honest. I just feel like zombie war is almost useless in solo queue, especially for you because you don't want to be like, sometimes I know they had a war, but I'm like, but my cross are up. So I'm like, you know what? I don't care about the war, so I don't take the war anyway. I'm just clearing my jungle. And with the new timers, like, you don't want to be around the river clearing wars. You don't want to do that. You want to farm. So yes, zombie war feels useless in solo queue. If you were in a competitive team, then zombie war works a lot better because people is like they buy 2 wars every recall, like 2 pings, and you can be checking around the place and taking the war. But no, in solo queue, never zombie war. So don't take zombie war. I think at least unless you are in Challenger Korea, I don't know. And
Okay.
so eyeball collection is bad. It's really very bad. If you want to stack it, then just go into a team fight first, press Q, damage to everyone, then die. You get 4 assistance, maybe everything is good. Maybe
Well, 4 assist is only 4 stacks now. It's no longer 2, right? It doesn't, or yeah. But I mean,
what?
like honestly, like if you're in low elo, maybe you can make eyeball collection work. And if you're like, well, am I in low elo? Well, if you're like under diamond, then yeah, definitely you can probably make eyeball collection work.
Okay.
But since eyeball is gonna get a buff, I really recommend eyeball. I'm going eyeball right now because I tried zombie war and I noticed it was incredibly useless in solo queue with G. Like, it feels good when you get a war, but then I noticed I never want to be clearing wars. I never want to do it. Like, so.
Is that webcam your microphone?
Huh?
Are you
Yeah,
using the
it
webcam
got
as-
broken, so it doesn't work anymore. But I had the microphone still, so I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Oh my
Okay.
god, this is scuffed. But hey, it works. Okay, interesting. You both don't really like either rune, but you both default to eyeball.
Yeah, we
sounds
both
like.
default to eyeball collection. Yeah.
Why am I always the outlier? Okay, I definitely like zombie ward, and I don't think I personally feel like it's as useless as Danny was saying it was. I think it's actually because I like to only just walk around with my red trinket, right? And whenever I try to gank someone, usually it's warded. So it's like, what's even the point of trying? And yes, you're right. Like you should be farming a lot early game. I agree with that. But like when I'm at least if I'm gonna walk up and try to gank someone, at least I want to be able to like, oh, okay, it was warded. At least I can leave a zombie ward here so they don't get ganked by the other enemy jungle like a minute later and die. Like at least there's some utility, and it gives you the same adaptive force to the end as eyeball. And I think I feel like I can stack it faster because you can get like 2 or 3 wards off a single red trinket. And like anytime there's like an objective fight, there's usually a bunch of wards sitting around the objective afterwards. You can get like 3, 4 of them. So I feel like it's pretty easy to stack if you know how to use
That
it.
sounds like a lot of work for somebody that's watching a Yi podcast to get better. Sounds like it's easier just to kill some people.
Okay, if you want what's easier, yeah, it's way easier just to walk around and kill people with eyeball collection. But I personally like zombie ward. I recommend it. But you know what? maybe you can tell me to go to hell and just go take High-Elo collection. That is valid.
See, my thought is you're trying too hard when I hear that. That's all I think.
Is it so wrong to be trying? You're right. Actually, in preseason, try hard.
Especially preseason.
No, that is not a lot. True. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. I think that's like those three questions are for the most part the only debates when it comes to runes that are really like you see kind of often and are actually potentially valid to consider like which one or the other. But we also see some other runes popping up here and there, and I just want to discuss them if you think they're like worth taking in any situation. So Sudden Impact, I know like whenever I check Yi win rates or like the highest win rate rune pages, Sudden Impact is usually in the highest win rate rune pages, and I know they take them when they do funneling. So do you feel like this rune is ever worth taking? Maybe just like in certain situations, or do you basically think it's garbage? Because I always think it's garbage.
I mean, it seems like a worse coup de grace, which is already terrible.
Okay, Danny.
So, as I always say, sudden impact it is not so sudden and it has no impact. So why would you take that? Why would you take that?
I'm gonna steal that from my next YouTube guide video. Thanks. No.
So and Nimbus Cloak, I hate it because of a very simple reason. Maybe I will take it with other champions, but if you are doing your Crocs on your first click, for example, and you smite it and you are doing an auto attack, it's going to cancel it. Nimbus Cloak cancels auto attack, and I hate that. I cannot play with that.
What does Nimbus Cloak even do now? Like
when you use a summoner spell, it increases your movement speed. Yeah, and the longer the summoner spell's cooldown is, the more movement speed you get. So Flash gives you a lot more movement speed.
It sounds like you get nothing from Smite then, huh?
Like it's something you could use, like if you were going a blue Smite build, especially. I think so. I think it'd potentially be good with like.
Oh, are we gonna talk about blue Smite?
I mean, we're not gonna talk about that anymore. Most of us agree red Smite's better, but like. Would it ever be good in any build? I think is the question. Because you see it, it's the highest. It's like always in the highest win rate rune pages for Yi, on like any website. How do you explain that?
Well, I can explain it pretty easily. Usually, the highest win rate rune pages are a sample size of 50 people, and depending on when you check the patch, it could be a sample size of 500 people total. For everything. You know what I mean? Like I can explain that pretty easy.
I guess
statistics,
true.
Bro.
Statistics.
I mean, I can literally. I'll look it up right now while you guys talk about it. Go ahead.
But I mean, I don't think there's a lot more to talk about. I just want to like put it out there. And again, it's kind of like we're answering questions that might seem obvious to us three, but aren't necessarily obvious to other Yi mains. They'll see it in the High-Elo or like high win rate rune pages. They think, oh, like maybe Sudden Impact is hidden OP. But basically, I think us three agree.
I can't believe that's the most popular rune. Like it's always the most popular rune. Like I tell people not to bring it. Like 18 AD is way better than whatever the hell I give you. 7 lethality. Woo.
Yeah, I think it's pretty garbage. But for some reason, Yi main's still taking it. So basically, moral of the story is stop taking this rune, please. So I guess the last thing we already talked about Nimbus Cloak a little bit. Doesn't seem like anyone really likes it, but if you were trying a really gank heavy early game build, you could take it. I think a lot of early game junglers love it that aren't Yi, but it's not worth giving up like Domination Tree, I think, for it. But the last one that, again, you look at the win rates for rune pages, Inspiration, really high win rate rune page. I think it's the highest win rate rune page.
What website are you using?
I was using OPGG.
That's fucking Korea. They don't play Yi in Korea.
The top 1 G on OPGG is like Diamond.
He's not wrong.
No. I'm not talking about the OPGG Masters, because that's not based on actual ELO. It's just based on games. But like, I'm talking about highest win rate rune pages.
Okay, wait. So we're looking at highest win rate in op.gg. I mean, where do you even see that? Like, I see the highest pick rate. I don't see the highest win rate.
I think it was one of the highest win rate rune pages last time I checked. Maybe it's changed. Maybe I just.
Maybe you need to stop checking at the beginning of patches. But
I checked it recently, the last couple of days.
Oh, you know what? Like, I just noticed in op.gg, they're stopping taking sudden impact. Only half of them take sudden impact. Oh, wait. Only 77% bring sudden impact.
Only 77%? Is that low?
Oh, no. 29% bring sudden impact and 7% bring eyeball collection.
Oh, okay.
And eyeball collection has a higher win rate by 4%.
I'm not surprised. Okay.
All right.
So I don't know. I thought I saw somewhere that there are some rune pages out there with high win rates where Yi is taking inspiration second with magical footwear. And I just want to get your thoughts on this. Do you think this is something viable? Would you ever do this? Is it ever worth giving up domination?
You lose Ravenous Hunter, so no.
Yeah, Danny, what do you think?
I mean, I love Ravenous Hunter. It is not as good as it was before because Ravenous Hunter, I don't know, I think it used to have interaction before. Maybe had it with Conqueror, that it used to hit a little bit more.
Yeah, it did.
Maybe it did. So now it doesn't. So I always think about that, like, okay, so you don't get the extra healing, but I still like Ravenous Hunter, and I just want to scale on 1v9. Maybe I would say one game, okay, you know what? Now the Danijrm takes 3 more seconds to finish it on the first clear, so I can get another smite like 5 seconds earlier, so maybe I can clear 1 second early, my John, going the early game. Yeah, I won. No, I'm not gonna say that. I want to scale, I want to 1v9. That's it.
Yeah, I agree with both of you.
It's a long time to wait for boots as well.
Yeah, it's true, especially if you're not getting
kills early.
Exactly, yeah. No Yi mains are getting kills early, so you're gonna
I
wait
usually
for full
get
10,
killed,
11. Yeah, true. But yeah, okay.
Just
I
imagine
wanna...
if you get the cooldown lower every time you die. Cowsep be like, okay, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just int and hope you get assists, and maybe you'll get.
I go double-digit deaths is how you play. KDA does not matter on you for all you young Padawans watching.
Hey, he's right. It's not about KDA, not about damage dealt. Stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody always looks at damage dealt. It's
Dude.
like, stop doing that. Look at damage dealt to objectives. You'll feel much better.
Yeah, it tilts me when they say Yi lowest damage dealt. Hello. It's like, yeah. Anyway, I want to just put this out there that like maybe the free 300 gold boots would be like appealing in certain situations, but I think Cowsep and Danijrm, echoing my thoughts, Ravenous Hunter, even though it's not as good as it was before, it's too good to pass up for any other tree. Period. Pretty much. Yeah, in almost any game. So with that, I think we're ready to move on. So the best build. I'm surprised we're still talking about this. Not much has really changed, but we still get asked these questions all the time.
Wow.
So we're gonna
the Rune King. I haven't seen that item in a while.
Yeah, I know. So we're gonna give the rundown here for all the young Padawans that are watching this.
Okay. First of all, you're missing the Sterax Whitson build, which is like super synergistic here. Come on.
Well, it's in here. Basically, the idea is like the best build is always Skirmisher, Saber, Blood Razor into Rage Blade, and you'll get Tabi or Mercs. And you might not even get your tier 2 boots, before you get your third.
You might even sell your tier 1 boots. I mean,
you can, yeah. If you get your third item while selling it, you definitely can do that. I agree. But like, for the most part, your games are gonna look like this, and then you're gonna get your third item, and it's usually gonna be. Someone answer for me.
It's either gonna be a Wits End or a Death Stance, and then your next item's either gonna be a Wits End or a Death Stance. There you
go. Okay, that's what Cowsep says. What do you think, Danny? I saw your guy. I know what you like.
The safest build is Blue Razor, Ginso, defensive boots, and only if you really need them. Like if they had a Fed Talon or a set, I know I need my Tabis. I'm not gonna end, But if I don't need it, like okay, I don't need anti-CC, I don't need armor right now, so I can just rush my Ginso, And the safest choice is always Withstand with the Sterax. It really depends. Like sometimes they have a lot of damage and you want to just survive longer, so you want Sterax to be safe. That is rare, but it can really work very well. But sometimes you are very behind, so the best item is Withstand because you always are gonna be inting, so you are always gonna proc it.
Speak for yourself.
AD. Yeah, have fun with that.
So yeah, but it is safest choice, Withstand with Sterax. But if you can get it, if you have the gold and if you're fed, that you can rush Death Dance even faster. It's going to make the Baron a lot easier, I think. It's just, if it's as low, you won't take any damage, so it feels kind of good. But yeah, like, something I'm testing a little bit is like, if they don't have CC, but you still want to get HP, then maybe you can try the Frozen Mallet instead of the Sterax, because people keep telling me that you get almost the same stats, and it is a little bit cheaper. So I'm like, okay, if they don't have any CC champion, I can consider to change Sterax for something else,
Well, I mean, if they don't have CC, you already won, so it doesn't really matter what you build. Let's be honest here. Come on. Like, and then when it comes to like the Randuins, I sometimes I pick up Randuins after Ginzus if I'm being a feeder, which happens, and like they have like crit champs, right? Like if they have like a Caitlyn or a Draven, or let's say they double up and they get 2 crit champions. My favorite, Tryndamere top. Man, Tryndamere top's a dream, man. You just get Randuins and Tabby and you just win the
Or
game.
Yasuo and mid, yeah.
Yeah, and then they get Yasuo mid, Tryndamere top, you get the Randuins, and they have a Caitlyn, right? You wipe it, right? So if I'm feeding or they have like really high crit champs, I'll totally get a Randuins instead of Witsend and Death Dance. But I mean, I feel like those 2 items are just so good that you just kind of alternate between them.
So I'm hearing that Cowsep says you're gonna get Witsend and Death Dance as your 3rd and 4th items.
If you're doing okay.
Okay, yeah.
If you're doing average or better.
Right, and we're kind of regardless of like, you know, what the game is like, you'll get one or the other. It's just a matter of which one you get first. Witsend, as we know, if they have AP damage on the enemy team and, you know, that AP damage dealer isn't like 0 and 10, you know, as long as they're doing any kind of sizable AP damage, get Witsend 3rd item. Danny agrees Witsend 3rd item is like a pretty good consistent build. I agree with that too. I do that in most games. But if not, you can get Death Dance 3rd item. Cowsep thinks you'll just get Witsend Death Dance, so 3rd, 4th item interchangeably. Danny, and I saw your guide, and I think I tend to deviate more, like I tend to go more your build more often in my games, which is you go Witsend into Sterax in most games. I find Witsend and Death Dance usually just feels like so much damage and not
you
enough.
Don't like damage?
I mean, I love damage, but like if they're not idiots and in High-Elo, they tend to be a little bit less idiotic than average. You know, they'll try to play around you being strong at your 3 item spike, and then you know,
Witsend Sterags is there's one Korean High-Elo that I saw. I don't know if he's still up there. I doubt it, and he's the only one I saw for a while, and he had Sterags and Witsend is his.
Right, I saw that video, and I think it makes sense for Korean Elo because I think they're just better in Korea. So you need to play a little more.
They're aggressive.
Yeah, you need to build more defensively earlier, or else you'll just get blown up. That's my theory as to why that Korean player was doing that. But it sounds like the Korean player, Danny, and I tend to go towards like a Witsend and Sterax rush over Death Dance. I don't build Death Dance very often, even though I think it carries harder than Wits. But like, yeah, I find like Wits and Sterax is what I build in most games. Or Wits and like GA or Randuins. So yeah, basically that's the like consensus here. Or I should stop saying consensus because it's not like we actually all agree. But you'll go Witsend if they have AP on the enemy team, or Death Dance if they don't. But some of us like Sterax a lot as an item to like rush after Wits or whatever. I don't know. Do you think any of these other items are like viable? I know Danny was touching on Frozen Mallet, but like, what do you think about like? Oh, here's an example. Or here's a good question to ask. How much CC do they have to have for you to get QSS or Mercurial?
Point and click, 2-second CC.
So like Mouse.
So Malzahar, Warwick, Skarner.
Really against Warwick?
Yeah, I get it against Warwick because he stacks his CC on you.
Okay.
Because like he'll fear you and then he'll ult you, and by then you're dead, right? So you have to cleanse the ult. If you don't cleanse the ult, you're dead. But I mean, I never see Warwick unless I play in NA, so.
That is an NA champ for sure. What about you, Danny? What does it take for you to get QSS, or when do you feel like it's not? You know, you don't need to go that far, and you can just outplay the CC.
I almost never get Quicksilver. It's like if it's so bad to get it, like even if you complete the item, it feels bad. I feel like I lose too much spending gold on that. Like people always be like Quicksilver versus Ramos, but like. I mean, I can just get with my Conqueror and he's gonna die. So I'm not man. Like Ramos goes for me and I say, okay, you want to take me? I'm gonna take you. I don't want a Quicksilver. I don't want to do it. It's just that, I don't know. I think every champion has a way to deal with it. And I feel like a lot of people versus Ramos, like Ramos is going to Q, knock up, and then he's going to taunt. And you cannot use the E after the knock up. You cannot do it. So you have to use the E every single time before he knock ups with the Q. And if you have the E, you do so much better. But people lose the 1v1 every time because they don't activate the E after Ramos already used the taunt and you already are almost dead, you know? So, yeah, sometimes I will go Quicksilver, maybe versus Malzahar. I'm not gonna say versus Skarner because he's a player. I just promote an Skarner. Now, like the 45% GDR Skarner top, I hate it. So,
yeah.
Like versus champion like that, you know, like maybe Warwick, maybe Malzahar, but I feel like I had to feel like I really need it. Like they are actually
It
gonna
needs to be
focus me
long,
because
and you can't dodge it. Right, that's the big problem. If it's a long CC that you can't dodge, you can't attack, you can't heal, you have to get a quicksilver against it.
I mean I can
Like,
just one shot them. If I see a Malzahar, it's just like okay,
okay.
I'm gonna alpha auto attack, meditate combo,
And then he
ignite, and
point
hope it's
clicks
dead,
you, and you're like, yeah, oops, my bad, man. My
He
bad.
pressed one
Somebody
button, I
mentioned,
pressed 10, I lose.
somebody mentioned Cassiopeia in chat, but Cassiopeia is not one of those champions you want to get it against because you outplay Cassiopeia. Like she has outplay potential. Against Malzahar, you can't outplay that. He just point clicks you.
Yeah, I agree with that. I wouldn't get it against Cassio. Definitely get it against Malzahar. Any of those like point and click, you can't dodge it. CC abilities. That's because I
Yeah,
like
because
team fighting.
yeah, but yeah, Malzahar doesn't one shot you. He holds you in place so that everybody else can butt sex you. You know.
But Danny, you tend to like splitting, is what I understand, right? You tend to split more than team fight. At least you used to.
I mean, I do split push, I do team fight. It depends if I can. It really depends if I can. But no, yeah, like Quicksilver really doesn't fit on my style. Sometimes I will do it, but I just prefer to one shot the person before he can even press one key. Like I see Marsa walking on the bush, okay, I'm gonna one shot this guy before he can even react. You know, because
Can you do that though with on hit Yi? I feel like
He has a spell shield, and you got to get the 6 stacks, man. I don't know what kind of games you're playing.
he needs to press one key and you need to like one shot him from
Like, okay, I understand. First hit advantage is really powerful, right? But I mean, come on, like the Malzahar, like okay, Malzahar is not gonna come at you alone either way.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, maybe
Gonna-
Danny's just that good.
gonna be honest, if I like 3 times to Marsa Harold drop me, I'm gonna buy it. But before that, I trust in my skill to apply the Marzahar.
I can agree with that.
Okay. I mean, I respect that. I respect to that, but I would definitely get a QSS against Malzahar, especially on T5. If I'm only splitting, then I understand why QSS is not as valuable.
Well,
like, you don't need
it also depends on if you're the only threat or not. Like,
Yeah,
if he wastes his thing on you and you have a vein tumbling around, that's okay. I mean, I won't get a quicksilver if I have another carry that's doing well, because you know what? If Malzahar wants all me, whatever, right? I'll just get some more damage.
That's true. So, yeah, okay. Last just things I want to talk about regarding this build stuff is like some items that used to be really popular. As we all know, Bork used to be a staple item, and I think Titanic Hydra was there was a period of time where it was really popular for us to rush as like a third item or just like as an item when you want tankiness. And it's not like no one builds it anymore, but we definitely see these items a lot less nowadays. So like
Sterix is just better than Titanic.
Yeah, so I think that's definitely part of it. Do you think there's any other reasons why we're not seeing like, I guess, okay, Titanic is being replaced by Sterix. I pretty much agree with that too. But why do you think we're not really seeing Bork as much? Even though people were thinking it's going to be moving towards a tank meta, we'd see it more often.
It's so expensive, and there's no tanks to kill. Everybody's playing Yasuo mid and Quinn top, and the tankiest champion you see is a Vladimir.
Yeah.
Fuck that champ.
Fuck that champ. Okay, I agree with all those comments. What about you, Danny? Why do you think that basically the new Bork is like Death Dance? It's pretty much been replaced. Why do you think we don't see Bork anymore?
I mean, you have to see which items can you go. So sometimes you have to make a choice. Like, why people don't go this if this is so good? Because you could just go with Sands. You could just go Ginso. Like, you could go something better. So unless these items are bad, you're not supposed to go the other items. Like, everything is viable. You could go Luden's Echo G with Lich Bang and you could carry, but it doesn't mean it's good. So
okay.
I think Bark, it is better as the Blue Razor, so you can get a slow and a snowball elite, like versus people that just want to run away from you every single team fight. Like, if you know, like sometimes you don't need with Zen versus Nidalee. Sometimes you can get the Bork, and if she ever gets close, she's not gonna get away from you. And that feels good because if she has like a bounty, then you can get 1k gold with the Bork, and then you can rush Ginso faster. But I don't like to play around that. I like to just sit on the Drake, stat my Ginso, and just know that if she goes for me and I have with Zen, I'm gonna kill her instantly. You know, I like to know that because Borg, it has this snowball potential. Like you get Borg and then you get Ginso faster. Like you can get more kills with Borg than with Ginso. But it feels just bad because first you had a cap on the target speed. So you get Ginso and then you have to choose, what do I want? And you always want with Zen instead of Borg, you know, you always want it. Like, if
Pretty
it's
much,
good
yeah.
versus everything, people can go Tormail and you need to be sent. Or because if you had the Borg, it's gonna feel useless. Like you play versus Cho'Gath with Tormail and you had the Borg, he's gonna one shot you in the face.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, like Borg has many problems and it is very expensive if you compare to other choices. That's it.
Yeah, it's true. It's just really expensive, and it sounds like Danny would only take it like for the active if you need to chase people. Doesn't seem like anyone here really would want to take it even against tanks. And I think I agree with that. I think if you just get something like a Death Dance and you have, you know, your standard build, that's enough to deal with pretty much any tank. And Wits End against Thornmail, yeah, pretty much Bork is just outclassed by every other item. I guess that's the end of the discussion here. But what would you take, Bork over Mallet? That's the question if you want to chase people.
No.
No.
I mean, Borg
Okay.
is attack speed, Mallet is tanky. They are very different items, you know.
But you were saying like you've been experimenting with Mallet. Would you still think you would take Bork over chasing? For like, if you want to chase people, you would still take Bork over Mallet.
I mean, I will never go Mallet because I want to chase people. I just get Mallet because I just say, you know what, I need HP, I need damage, and I only have 3,000. Like, I had this exact amount of gold, so I cannot get anything I want, you know. So I just get Mallet and I end the game, you know. People ask me, why did you get Mallet this item? I mean, I had the exact amount of gold. I cannot even get a Sterak if I want to. I need 100 more gold, so I just get what I can, you know. Like, I don't get it by choice, you know.
Fair enough. So I think that's pretty much all we need to talk about regarding that best build, the on-hit build. Now, people always ask about crit, so we're going to talk about it. And there have been some changes that have made it better, I'd say, than it was before. But yeah, I don't. So, Cowsep, you've been trying some crit builds in YouTube videos, right? I think, well, both of you have been in recent like streams and YouTube videos. So, what are your thoughts on crit build right now?
Content.
Content. You would never actually use it seriously to climb.
I played it once, and I did it for YouTube.
Oh, you only played it once? I thought you played it more than that.
Nope, I played it once.
Okay. Danny, what about you?
I mean, I feel like it can be fun. Maybe the Razor can be good. I tried one game. I inted, but then I saw that, wow, it's the Caitlyn with 6 items. She doesn't go Tabis or something like that. I can almost one-shot her. I think just that was essentially like. But if she has Tabis, then my ability becomes extremely useless no matter what, you know, like.
Yeah, and they always have tabbies, right?
Yeah, if you do well, everyone has Tabis. So it's like, it's never fun to get this because I never like crit. I used to like in season 4, just get the G with AD, Trinity Force, Last Whisper, because Last Whisper I think it used to do extra damage to turrets in these days, I think.
Really?
It used to be fun because you could get the turrets in like 3 seconds. And you would run very fast. But crit is like, you do nothing to turrets, you do nothing to people with armor or tabbies, you do nothing to bruisers, you do nothing to tanks, you do nothing to Baron.
This is depressing. I mean,
So,
people
yeah.
used to love. I used to actually like. I used to love running crit too, back when it wasn't trash. I guess all of us did, but I think yeah, I definitely agree that it's not nearly as good as on hit. Even after like the change, like I think it's better than it used to be though, because you can now do this like Stormrazor or IA Rush and then get 3 cloaks and have 100% crit. I think that's actually like decently strong if you can get to that point. And like, it has to be against a very like certain comps. Like it can't be tanky at all. They have to hope they're not building Tabby. But if that's not the case, I think it's good, and you could even play it in solo queue. Like I do play it in solo queue with Halo Blades sometimes against really squishy comps. Sometimes it just helps me untilt. Sometimes it's like, oh well, they have so many counters to me anyways. I'm just gonna try to build crit to one shot their carry and then hope I can at least contribute that. But I mean that's just my opinion on it. I don't think it's totally garbage. Like you could build it and actually maybe use in solo queue to climb in certain games.
It's totally garbage.
You really think so?
One pair of tabbies and your dream's over. You're countered by a single item that everybody builds.
Dude, I know how Draven mains feel.
Yeah, it's just terrible. Tabbies are so ugh.
But we build those items like almost but we build it
Yeah,
like every
because
game.
they're overpowered. Like I don't want to build tab. I would stick with tier 1 boots if I could. But you have to build tabbies. They're so broken. They help against monsters. They help against towers. They help against everything. So you have to build them.
True. Yeah. So
I hate the change of the tabbies. Like the change they made a while ago.
they took 10 armor and added extra 2% damage reduction
So,
from
yeah,
attacks.
tabbies used to be very good versus assassins, and it used to be it wasn't really so effective versus Master G, but then they made it a lot more effective versus G, and now it doesn't feel as good versus assassin, you know. So
Yeah, I
suck.
agree. It's no fun to face that. Well, again, just like for the sake of humoring the Yeemans that are watching this chat, people who are just diehard crit fans, you cannot do anything to get them to go on it. They're gonna be crit or die trying. Like for those Yeemans, what would you recommend as like the best build path? What would you rush, and then how would you, if in theory, like what would be the most effective build?
Well, I would like to congratulate them on being stuck in shit tier elo, and for
You
the
gotta
build
respect
path.
them,
I mean, I would just rush Infinity Edge and just try to win that game real fast.
and just try to win that game real fast. Okay, what would you go second item?
Dude, nothing feels better than getting an Infinity Edge and alpha striking somebody at like 8 minutes. That feels great. And then you get your Zeal because it's like 25% crit now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you get another crit cloak, and then you start working on whatever that BF sword item is. One of those two. I don't know what they. Oh yeah, that's in favors of CDR. I don't know what Storm Razor does. I've seen like 80 carries use Storm Razor, and it seems really good. But I imagine that Yi probably just can't abuse it like an 80 carry can.
Okay, what do you think, Danny? What's
You
the best
asked
crit
what
build?
will I do if I play in High-Elo?
I mean, well, if you just had to go, like, say, someone has a gun in your hand, it's like you have to build crit this game, you have to win it, and you're on your main, and what would you do? What are you gonna build? You have to win this game.
And I had to win this game.
You have to build crit. How would you build?
I mean, you saw what I did. Well, I inted.
I was watching that game.
I mean,
unlucky,
I mean,
blame your team.
I
It
would just go ghost, and I will try to gang level 2. I will either get a double kill or a kill, or I will die and my team will die. And I don't care if that fails or not. Then I will try to farm like 2 or 3 camps. I will try to go again for the gang. And it will work or it won't work. If it doesn't work, I will just farm for 20 minutes and be like, you know what? I'm just a good luck team, But
so it sounds
yeah,
like you're
when
gonna die, basically. It sounds like that guy's gonna shoot you because it doesn't sound like you're gonna win that game. Well,
no,
okay.
like for real, I will go with Ghost and I will try to gang very often. And I will try to get that build that you showed me right there.
So you go like IE and then like the cloaks.
Yeah, I will try to go IE after Razor and the cloaks. Yeah, I will try because everyone is doing it on crit, so it looks broken.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, you can do it for YouTube content, and I think that's what I do too. I do IE into the cloaks, and then I guess I feel like I would get PD second item, but this isn't like a really super viable build. We all agree on that. Only I think it's maybe okay in certain situations. You both think it's pretty much garbage in every situation. But if you're gonna build crit, probably do the IE build with the cloaks, and then go into like Storm Razor PD.
Would you build crit on your main?
I have done it, yeah, like against really squishy comp.
Why?
Because like
Yunju's does just as much damage to a squishy.
Like here's
everybody
the thing.
kills squishies.
Sometimes they'll have like they'll have like a team full of counter C, and I'm like, wow, I am going to have no fun playing this game. But maybe they have like a Vayne, and if I build crit, I could potentially one shot her, and I would take flash in this build also. So I just like stack double strike, flash on her, W reset Q, and I could maybe just blow up Vayne instantly, and then I wouldn't actually be as useless.
And then she builds Tabby.
Yeah, but like I don't know, there's at least I could get her low. And so the idea is that like sometimes I think it's at least not as unpleasant to go crit as on hit if it's like a team full of E counters and I'm just gonna like if I'm gonna be useless either way. At least maybe this way I could potentially get a carry low or one shot them hopefully and be useful. So that's why I think crit isn't like horrible. There's certain games where it's like, oh, it's just this is gonna be so bad for you already. I might as well just try to one shot their carry, be useful that way. But that's just my opinion. Again, tell me to go to hell. But some E-mains are diehard on crit. They want to know how to build it. Anyway, moving on. So, we have this question. I'm so disappointed that we even have to discuss this. But I get asked this question all the time in my Twitch chat. I literally like tweeted at Danny like, please explain to E-mains why this is troll. I'm like, why you build it and why it's not actually something you build. Like you're not building it because you seriously think it's good.
Wait,
Right.
does Danny actually build this?
Yes.
So you've heard of this whole Doran stacking strategy, right? Where early game junglers, usually not Yi, but early game junglers like Graves, Olaf, Lee will get Warrior and then just stack
I've
Doran's
never
blades.
seen it before.
There are like Tarzan videos on it, and there's junglers in NA at least
Oh.
that are doing it all the time.
All right.
Okay, so I don't know if you knew about that. Not just junglers, but laners. I think it started with laners like Misfortune stacking Doran's blades. I don't know if you've seen that.
I mean, Ryan Trey used to do that back in the day on his Rengar.
Yeah, I think Rengars do it too, even now. So it's just a strategy that's been going around, and like Danny started doing it on Yi, and then other Yi mates started doing it on Yi, and now people in my Twitch chat are like, "Why aren't you building Doran's blade?" And I'm like, "Danny, please, man, why would you do this to me?" So let's answer this question once and for all. Do you actually think Doran's blade is good on Yi? I'm gonna ask Danny.
Cowsep already. I could see what he typed on Twitch chat, so I know his opinion.
What? That wasn't me.
No. Okay.
Explain.
I feel like, first of all, if you wonder about something, why people is playing Crit, Doran's blade, GAP, I don't care. It's precision, bro. It's precision. Remember that, like, nobody plays perfectly. Nobody cares in a certain
Nobody
degree.
cares.
So, yeah, I feel like Doran's blade is broken, but
On Yi?
it is broken in
He's
AD
getting to
champions that
that.
want to get a lead or had a recall that match. Like, you can, if you have 450 gold and you can get a dagger or a Doran's blade, then Doran's blade is usually better. Like, it is more efficient and you can use your gold in a better way, you know? And like you might say, but you want, this is for early game junglers. Well, if I get Doran's blade, I can get through pass. I can win the early game. I can survive the early game and then I can scale. And my build is going to look at some point like Blue Razor, Ginso, Tavis,
And 3 Doran's blades.
Winsent, and
Three
Doran's
Dorans.
blade. And I'm happy like that for like 5 minutes.
my
I'm happy with this build, you know, like. And if for real, you're gonna be with 3 items for a very long time. Your power spike from 3 items to 4 items is going to take, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. So with the $2 blade, I'm very happy. So I don't really mind.
So
almost
does
any
it make you happy? Does this build make you happy?
Is this a mental health thing? Like, what is this?
Like, because I've never tried it and I've never seen it. I'm just assuming it sucks, but I'm totally down to try it if you think I should, if it'll make me happy.
You should try it.
God, Cowsep too,
really
man.
depends on the
Come
game,
on, bro.
But you should try it. Like, you should
Okay.
test how many you want. Usually you want 1. Sometimes you
two.
want 2. If you are
Yeah.
trolling, you want 3.
Okay.
One time I got 4 and I was like, oh my god, let's look this.
Oh,
So-
no.
So what do we make the YouTube title for this? Like,
I mean, you can just type on YouTube, Doran's blade is OP, and you're gonna see like 100 YouTube videos about it. Like,
nice.
How have you
There
not
you
seen
go.
this yet, Cowsep? It's really everywhere.
Because I literally play on random regions over in Southeast Asia, so like we don't follow trends, okay? Like
Okay.
I play NA every once in a while, but they like honestly I just don't pay attention to what they do because it's always so ridiculous. Like,
You know
like,
what? That's 100% true.
I mean, like, think about it. Like in NA, can we talk about regions at the end of this? I'm gonna shut my mouth. We should totally talk about regions. I would love to just talk about the differences in regions at the end.
I think the viewers would be interested in talking about that too.
It sounds like fun. I just want to talk about NA because I've been playing NA for the past week and I'm just loving it.
You
So
like how
many
stupid it
ideas.
is?
So many ideas. Literally, he's like 0.3% pick rate in Korea, and in NA is like 7 times higher. It's just nuts.
2% isn't that high, but yeah, it's more. But here's the thing about Doran's blades. Back to Doran's blades. So it costs 450 gold. You sell for 180. You're losing 270 gold when you sell it. And I guess like maybe you wouldn't have to sell until really late game. And it sounds like Danny would get it more like for the HP. He likes the HP
And happiness.
and the happiness. But like, is it worth delaying that? You're like 450 gold further away from getting your Rage Blade. Is that worth it?
yes. I mean, I think like
I kind of want to load a game up now. And try it. Danny's
you don't
really
have
telling me.
any idea. I had clips me winning a fight anti Drake or a split push, and I end like with that 1 HP, and I know I won the fight because I had sustained more damage. more HP. Like one time I did a split push. I think I had to clip like Razor, Ginso, Death Dance, and 2 Doran play versus Jax, and I went to fight with like 1 HP and I got like 1k gold. So sometimes you win these fights by too little. And if you are like, you know what, let's just wait for Ginso, let's just keep the gold over here doing nothing, and then you lose a fight, and then you lose the game. It's like, I feel like it feels very well. Like, it feels very good.
So when do you
And
build Doran's Blade? When do you don't? That's the question I think a lot of Yi mains are asking. Because you don't build it every game, right?
yeah, as I told you, like when you recall, you had to make a choice. And I had just been testing. Sometimes I try to recall with like 900 gold after the first clear, and I'm like, what should I get? My talisman, my daggers, or 2 Doran Blade? And I try it. If you're gonna fight someone and you know that you're gonna fight someone, then the 2 Doran Blade, it feels good. But if you know that you're gonna fall clear again, then just get your young items, you know? So I think it really relies a lot on recalls. Like if you can get your perfect items for your Razor or your Ginso, then just get that. But if you cannot do it, then just get the Doran Blade. Especially if you know that you are gonna fight. Like the Drake, we're gonna fight for the Drake in like 1 minute. So I want extra power. I want to win the team fight, you know. I want to win the team fight. And you make sure to win it. So yeah.
Okay, so basically, like, especially if you're right about to fight, I actually agree with that. I think if you have like 450, 500-ish gold, and you're about to fight for drag, and you're gonna spend that gold on something rather than just having to sit in your bank. Yeah, I think getting a Doran's Blade before a drag fight, that makes sense to me. But I don't know. Other than that, I'm definitely still skeptical. But it sounds like you've already convinced Cowsep. Looks like he's gonna try it in his next game. So
I'm already Googling the cost efficiency.
okay, I already
It's
googled this.
134%.
Yeah, and Warrior, by the way, is I already looked at this up a little bit in advance. Warrior is 145% gold efficiency. So like it's not even like one of the most gold efficient items. Sure, it's pretty gold efficient, but like you lose 270 gold, as I said, when you sell it. So like you're delaying your item spikes, and I don't feel like
You don't lose the gold, you gain 180.
you gain 180. Okay,
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I'm definitely still skeptical, but it is pretty gold efficient, and I guess it makes sense, especially if you're like about to fight. If you're not going to be fighting anyone all game, then I think Doran's Blade is really useless. Bye. But if you are planning on fighting someone pretty soon, I guess I guess it makes sense.
I mean, I do that every game. I told you, I invade every game. I need to start buying Doran.
Find Doran Blade. Go.
I will. My next video. Oh my god, Doran's Blade.
I promise.
Dude,
right.
Come on, man. I made the slide so that we would dispel the rumor that it was good. And all I did was convince everyone that it is good. Oh man, I'm sad. Okay, whatever. Okay, one other thing I do want to talk about here, and it's not related to Doran's Blade, but just like regarding niche items. There's a Yi main on NA, again for fun region, but still, he got pretty high elo. He actually reached Grandmaster at one point. He thinks that Stone Plate is busted. You know, Gargoyle's Stone Plate, even without the active, apparently it's supposed to be really gold efficient. So I don't know if this is something you've ever like thought about, or something that's ever crossed your mind, or if just like now that I mentioned it now, does it sound like it could be viable on you? Like, what are your thoughts on items like that?
I used it a few days ago.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
because I had a stopwatch because I got tired of them stopwatching, so I could use my stopwatch. And then at that point, it's like 1,900 gold to buy a stone plate, right? I think you get like 80 MR and 80 armor in the middle of a team fight, right?
Right.
And then if you get a Sterags afterwards, right, you just load it up, right? I mean, I think it's okay. I like if I have another carry on the team, or actually not the other carry. If I'm the only damage threat, then it's kind of interesting to use because then people just focus me anyway, and then you get really tanky, and then yeah, right. And on top of that, it doesn't reduce your true damage. Right. I don't think it's like terrible. The problem is like when you're at the point when you can buy it, right? It's like 400 more gold is a wit's end, right? Or you could just get something else, right? But I think I got it as like a 5th item.
A 5th item. Okay. Well, I'm surprised you even said that you built it recently and don't think it's that bad. That's already more than I was expecting.
It's not terrible because you do get a lot of armor and MR for just entering a fight. I'm going to go search the efficiency while you get hit.
All right, Danny, what do you think? I don't know if you ever built it before, but what does it sound like to you? Trolling or
I mean, many months ago I used to try it, it used to be better before because with Conquer, or even if you use the active, then you will still get extra damage. But I don't like it very much. It's like something that you would get because of what Cowsep says, like 2,500 gold. So you're like, oh, okay, I can use my stopwatch for something. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. But at that point, that is actually like 4, 5, 6 item. So at that point, you don't want to get a very cheap item, like you want to get a very expensive item so you can scale better than everyone else. In that point of the game, if you get more tanky, like you go into the team fight, you use a stone plate, you don't do damage to people for real. Like you don't really do the damage to kill the Caitlyn with 5 items.
Yeah.
And everyone is you're just gonna die slowly. And I always noticed that, like, I would just die slowly into the team fight. So yeah, like I like to get my reset. 3 people is coming for me. I want to one shot someone and then go for the others. But when you use a stone play at some point, like, okay, now I can survive longer. Wait, why I don't do damage? Why I don't do damage?
You only use it in team fights. Never split with the stone plate.
Yeah, that
Like, if
definitely
you're gonna
doesn't
split,
make
don't get a
sense.
stone plate. But it's 120% cost efficient, which is not as good as I thought. Before you use its active, the active I kind of consider it's like whenever you go too deep and then you use the active as like an oh shit button.
Yeah, when you're not even like trying to fight anymore, you're just trying to run away.
Yeah,
that
you're
actually
about to
makes
get
sense.
CC'd or something like that.
Yeah, so I guess that was the logic there. I tried it one time. I absolutely hated it because I like was trying when I was surrounded, but I was still trying to kill someone. So it literally like made it. I would have killed that person if I hadn't used it, but I used it, and so I couldn't kill them. So that felt horrible. But I guess like if I use it correctly, and I'm only using it when I'm running away. Maybe it's not bad. But like, would you ever get over GA? GA is only what I think 400 gold more expensive. 25 to 2,900.
300 gold.
Oh, it's 2,800.
300, yeah, 2,800 for GA, 2,500 for a gargoyle.
So 300 more gold, and you get a GA. Like I feel like, why would you ever do that? Why would you ever go Stoneplay over GA?
Because GA is not that cost efficient.
I guess yeah, it's not about the cost efficiency, but like I just feel like it's such a good
It's
idea.
awkward because, as you said before, like, yeah, you will be able to kill someone, and you are like, okay, 5 people is hitting on me. This person is almost dead, 20% HP. I'm gonna use a stone play because I'm pretty sure I can kill this person, and then I can tank at the same time. You cannot do it.
Yeah.
If you use a stone play, you don't do damage anymore to that person.
Yeah, it doesn't negate
Like-
your true damage, but like it still negates a lot of your damage. So like,
Yeah,
I
it feels
personally
awkward.
don't
It
like
feels really very awkward. It doesn't provide any stat G really needs in some way. Like, yeah, it's very cost efficient, but you get armor, but you resist, you don't get damage, you don't get attack speed, you don't get. If they hack to damage, then you don't get HP. Like, I mean, yeah, you use the active and sometimes you get more HP, but. Oh, yeah, I think you always get more HP, but.
Yeah, it's
No,
40% if it's less than 3, and it's 100% bonus HP if you get
Yeah, but-
3.
Yeah, but. I feel really very awkward this item. Like, before
Yeah.
activating it, you don't get HP at the very least. So you have to sacrifice always something. And I always noticed that it looked good on the paper, but it will do more harm than good. So if you want to complete your stopwatch and you don't have to go for something else, then you can get it, but eventually I'm gonna sell it. Like in the late game, if they have CC, I would prefer to have a Quicksilver than having a Stoneblade. It will feel better. Like you just die slowly. You die slowly. Your turn. And the big problem is that if you go for a team fight, you don't run away. You go for the team fight to kill everyone, or you die. So if you don't kill people, you're not gonna use a stone play like a Sejuani or a Jarvan, survive for 10 seconds and then use your combo to run away. You're not gonna do that, dude. You are right there. You don't do damage. You follow the Caitlyn trap, and you're not moving from there. And you don't do damage to the tanks that are killing you. So
Yeah, I
Yeah,
pretty
it's just
much agree
awkward.
with all of that. Yeah, and I think okay, one last issue I want to talk about before we move on to the next slide. Sanguine Blade. This was something that was really popular as like, oh, Yi could probably abuse this. Probably as a lot of not Yi mains were thinking that when it first came out. And just like anyone who has split push capability, they were like, oh, this is gonna be broken on them. And it is pretty strong in some champs. But what do you think about Yi? I have my own thoughts on it, but what do you guys think about Sanguine Blade as an actual viable item on Yi?
I mean, you're overcapping attack speed anyway.
Yeah.
I don't even remember the last time I'd seen somebody build one. Not even on Need, just in general. I don't remember the last time I seen one.
Assassins like to go for it. Like Set, they really enjoy it.
Set?
Alright.
The new champ?
Zed.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
it became
Zed.
like an item for assassins mostly.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. It used to be broken on release, and then it got nerfed very hard, so it became useless. It was like, oh yeah, I get all of these stats when I'm farming my jungle. But what people don't know is that you think that you get all the stats, like every time you're alone or 1v1, or maybe with your team, but I don't play around my team, so I never have my team, so I don't care. I'm always 1v1, you know? And you think that it's going to take like 2 or 3 seconds for it to deactivate, you know? Like someone else is coming, 1v2, you have 3 seconds to kill one before losing the stats. No, as soon as someone appears, you lose the stats. You're losing the stats over 3 seconds, I think. So it feels bad instantly. Like you lose so much and the item becomes bad. Like you get lethality, wow. And as I said before, you have to choose attack speed. What do I want to get? Ginso, I mean, yeah, Withstand, Bark. No, dude, you want Withstand, you don't want Sanguine Blade. You don't want it. It's
Yeah,
useless,
exactly.
you want to 1v9. So yeah.
So basically, is there any situation, like it sounds like for the most part we don't think it's that good, and Cowsep doesn't even like see it. Again, a testament to maybe it's not the best. But like, would you ever build it on Yi? And do you think it actually
let's take a look at it from like I'm using the wiki, so I'm gonna TLDR this for you. So if you look at the cost efficiency of the item, right? The Sanguine Blade is decent. It's decent. It's not even high. It's just decent, right? And the reason why it's decent is because you can get up to 80% attack speed, right? That's the maximum amount is 80% attack speed. So why do you build the Sanguine Blade? You build it for attack speed, right? But Gunzu's gives you 73% attack speed.
Yep, fully stacked.
Right? So Gunzu's is literally Sanguine Blade, but better. Like, way better. And then at that point, you already have Gunzu's, right? So you're already capped on attacks. Like, conceivably, there is never a situation where you would ever build this item. Because you're going to cap on attack speed, and Gunzu's does what it does, but way better. And you don't need the lethality. When you remove lethality from the mix, right, it's even more useless.
Yeah, I agree with that. Basically, the choice you're making is you wouldn't, you would get Rage Blade no matter what, but then you take this item over something like Wits End or Death Dance. And no one here, I don't think anyone here thinks that's actually good in any situation, even if you're just perma-splitting. You would still want to take like Wits End or Death Dance.
But you're still capped on attack speed. It literally doesn't do anything.
Yeah. So basically, putting that rumor to rest, I think, basically just don't bother building it. I think the thing for me is there's just way better items. Maybe if you had a lethal temple.
Maybe.
But that rune's garbage, and it hurts my heart to say that, man. I love that rune. But it's hot garbage. And it's just not, they're just way better items on you. Wits End and Death Dance are just such good Yi items. Sanguine Blade just can't compete. That's how I feel.
Another plate.
No comment.
I'm gonna buy Doran's Blade for my happiness.
No comment.
Just remember, if you get Doran's Blade, you're gonna get everyone on the chat asking you why Doran's Blade, why Doran's Blade, why Doran's Blade.
It's okay. They'll ask me why did I go Red Smite over Blue Smite this game. They'll find something to ask about.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, I should go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna have us do like a 1-minute intermission here, and we'll come back in 1 minute. 12:08. So sit tight.
He doesn't wash his hands.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. Can your chat hear me?
Yeah.
Hello,
You know, I
chat.
got an even worse question. Like, almost every day I get the question, hey, what does Blue Smite does? And what Red Smite does? And I'm like, I know the wiki. I know the wiki,
Yeah, I'm not a wiki. You should Google that. But, I mean, they like to ask questions. I'm going to buy Doran's Blade. Like, literally, my next game, I'm going to buy Doran's Blade.
Yeah, I knew you would like it. Like, you always say that, for example, when you play in Korea, people just surrender if you don't win early games. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't touch Korea anymore. I'm not going to play there again. I'm done with that place. I'm done with that. It's not worth it. Like, as a streamer, it's just not worth it. Because like the game's end too fast, you lose all your viewers between the game, and then they're assholes. But NA's fun. I like it.
I don't know. Every server is interesting.
Every server has their problem. You know what NA's problem is? They never fucking surrender.
I don't surrender ever. I never surrender.
Oh right, yeah, you're one of them. Yeah. Jeez.
And sometimes I come back. People is always like, I had a game recently. It was yesterday. Like this Lucian, just surrender. Why don't you surrender? He spams ping me. Then I win a team fight. And he's like, I don't want to win this game. I don't even care if we win this game. Like, I don't want to win with this guy. And then we win, and he's not talking anymore. Like, it was almost a surrender, you know?
I mean, I would gladly take that loss. I would gladly take you down with me. I'd be like, fuck you, dude. And I would vote yes on every surrender there. I've become cynical over the years.
Fuck who? Wait, what? What did I come
No,
down?
because, dude, this Danny guy doesn't surrender games.
Oh,
He's an NA guy.
I mean, yeah.
You know what? Why do you think I'm playing G with Ginso? Like, I know I'm gonna get my items eventually. So, yeah, like, why would I do it? It's like when I play Nasus, I have been AFK on my lane, 25 minutes farming. I say like I have 600 stacks, and then my team surrenders, and I'm like, dude, I wanted to play the game. I was just gonna start to play the game.
I understand that feeling, but unfortunately nowadays your team can literally say, hey, I don't want to play anymore, and then they go AFK in the fountain, and you don't get a choice. Now that's
But I've won
45.
AFK games.
I'm glad that you've won 4v5 AFK games, but I'm gonna alt F4 and go play on a different server because I can. Now you're gonna be playing 3v5. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry.
Harsh. Well,
Yeah.
fair enough. I understand. Yeah, it's an NA thing, you know, we never surrender. I thought you liked that about NA. That's one of the things you were like, oh, I love NA because I never
No,
forfeit.
what I love about NA is that I always get 4 or 5 items. Like that's dream come true. What I don't like about NA is when we're 0-18 and I know we're gonna lose because they're garbage, let's be honest, and they don't hit the yes button. Like if I have a 0-10 vein, I don't care if I'm Yi or not. Like let's just give me to the next game. I don't want to play it anymore, even if I can win. I don't want that.
Yeah.
I want to play it because I want to make sure everyone on the enemy team at least dies once. It is my mission on this game. I'm gonna make sure this guy dies. I don't care how I'm gonna do it.
I want to make sure that 0-10 vein on my team gets his loss. You know, we gotta elogate him. You know, we gotta make sure that we don't help him climb.
You see the problem with that mentality?
I don't have a problem with that. I'm perfectly happy with all the people I've kept down. Okay, yeah, it's called crab mentality. Okay, we're constantly pulling each other down, and I'm okay with that as long as they know that I did it for them.
Well, that's sad. But I guess I understand after years of dealing with
That's
things
7
like
years
solo
of
queue.
Korea. Okay.
Yeah, 7 years of Korea, that'll do it to you. I can't. Honestly, I can't even blame you. But yeah, I'm not quite that jaded yet. I'm definitely one of those people that like never likes to forfeit. Even when it's like looks super unwinnable. At least because when I play on NA, it really is always winnable. Because people do the stupidest things with such huge leads.
Oh
You know?
yeah.
So if you're really serious about like you want every little LP you can get, then I personally feel like if you're playing Yi, it's always winnable. But you know, I'd get like some people just don't have the mental for it. And after 7 years of Korea, I don't know who would have the mental for it. So I don't blame you. But that's just my thoughts. So we can move on here. Next topic. So summoner spells. Everyone always wants to talk about this, and there's definitely been a shift in terms of at least us three since the last time we did this podcast. Last time we did this podcast, first episode, I was still using Flash. Cowsep was still using Flash. Danny had started using Ignite recently, I think. And yeah, like it was something you had started doing like not too far before we started that first podcast, I think. And now I think all of us use Ignite, right? Cowsep, you use Ignite mostly?
I started using Flash again the other day.
Oh, really? So do you think you use Flash?
But I don't know. I think I think they're the same.
I think they're the same. Okay.
It's like if I want to, like when I'm playing my Doran's game that I'm gonna do for my happiness, like I'm gonna be bringing Ignite. But I mean, I think in general, it's just you can, like when people ask me which one to bring, I think Flash is easier for bad people, and Ignite
Yeah.
allows you to do like more early plays, right? I mean, I think they both are just okay. You just bring one. Don't bring any of those other three, but yeah, you can bring one of those. I mean, they're both okay. I'm not hating. I like Ignite and I like Flash. I've been using Ignite more lately, but I'm kind of swapping back to Flash because I kind of miss it a little bit. You know, I got a little
Aw, he's nostalgic.
no happiness.
Yeah, I definitely I take Ignite almost every game. I have been taking Exhaust some games actually, and I can talk about that later. But I only take Flash when I like very specific matchups, or if I'm going crit, which again doesn't happen very often. I know Danny, I think you were experimenting with, was it TP recently or was it a long time ago? I actually can't remember.
The first day of preseason, I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think you
It
were
got
doing
nerfed
TP in
so
the beginning
bad.
of free season. But
So
yeah, it is
bad.
nerfed. Yeah, I
It's
don't know.
nerfed a lot.
Yeah, 360-second cooldown is pretty big. But I don't know, Danny, what do you think? What do you think is... I think you take Ignite for the most part, almost every game that I see you
I
playing.
mean, Ignite has a lot of good things. Like, it is easy to use. Just you want to kill someone, Ignite. That's it. Like, you don't have to use the brain. Like, sometimes people have to use the you have to use the flash. I mean, the brain to use the flash in a good way, because every single G player that I see below Diamond, they're like, oh, I want to run away, flash. Oh, he's like 1 meter away from me. I could chase him for 1 more second and then I get the kill. No, I'm gonna flash. And like, they just use the flash in many bad ways. And Ignite, it feels good. Even if you go to the mid lane level 1 and you ignite enemy mid laner to shout that you are better, it works.
Yeah, I do that too. Like, yeah, bitch, this lane's mine. Don't
So,
forget.
and you get vision. Like, people don't know how important this is after they nerf the red smite, so you don't get vision anymore. Ignite's the only way, besides the blue trinket, maybe, that you can get vision from someone who is trying to play around with you on the bushes. Like, you try to gank and you don't go yellow trinket anymore because it got nerfed so hard that if you change from red trinket to yellow trinket, even if you had the cooldown available,
Yeah, it
it's
doesn't
gonna
work
be
anymore.
it's gonna be awful because it doesn't make sense. It's like they reverted, like they made red trinket OP. Now you change from yellow trinket to red trinket, and the cooldown is extremely short.
Wait, I thought
So
Ignite doesn't give vision anymore, though.
No, it
Ignite
does.
gives you vision.
It does?
Mhm.
Damn, I don't
Yeah.
know what I'm thinking. I
Didn't you
thought they
notice?
nerfed that at one point. Oh, am I thinking
No,
of
that was
Red
Red
Smite?
Smite.
Oh, I'm thinking of Red Smite. Yeah. Never
So
mind.
yeah,
Okay, so you've been using Ignite this whole time without actually using it to get vision.
Pretty much,
Is
yeah.
like, how do you gank top or bot lane when they go in the bush? You ignite them before they go in the bush.
I mean,
yeah.
I've been using it, but I just didn't it didn't register to me like, oh, I am getting vision of someone in a bush where there is no ward because
Okay.
I ignited that.
Okay.
Again, we don't like to think us humans, we just like to right click and hope that we get a pentakill. But okay, so you like
And
Ignite.
Ignite, I feel like it does a very good long-term effect. Like, when you have flash, you know that you can run away, you can escape. Or maybe, oh, if I'm very far away, I can just flash Q and I get the kill. But especially, you feel like you can run away. But when I had Ignite, I'm a true man. I know I cannot run away. Someone
I'm
is
a
coming for
true
me. What I
man.
say? Okay, I'm gonna start game, so I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna stay here until the end. I'm gonna int or I'm gonna get my kills. So I get used to play without it. If I don't follow with my Q, people is gonna run away with flash. So I know that with Ignite, I had to play, or I had to improve. I had to be where I should be. I should positioning. I should have a better positioning into the fights, and I should be a true man because I cannot run.
Why do you keep
So
saying be
after
a
this,
true man?
you had to be a true man, dude. Like, you don't know how many times I see a Master G running away from a fight that he could win. Oh, Cassidy used the
That's true.
full
That's
combo
true.
of me. He used the full combo. He took half of my HP. I'm gonna run away. Why? He's free. He's free. Why would you do that?
Honestly, good point. Yeah.
Sexist.
Sexist. True. That's why I'm like, anyway, whatever. But the point is, yeah, I think all three of us. Well, okay, I'm not gonna. Again, it's not like we
I'm
actually
okay
have a
with Ignite.
consensus.
I
So,
think
yeah.
Ignite, I would say Ignite is fine, but I still think Flash is for dumbasses. Like Danny says that they use it in dumb ways, right? It's because they're dumb, and that's okay. Like, yeah, Ignite has a shorter cooldown, but Flash gives you more leeway to be dumb. Like, you can, be done with it.
But if you want to climb, you shouldn't be dumb. You should get used to
Well,
fall.
then I can think of a billion things that they could do to, to not be dumb.
Yeah, I remember Danny talking about the first podcast about Ignite as like you can use it to like train yourself to become a better player. So I think that's it seems like that's one of his selling points on why to take Ignite. I also so all three of us like Ignite, but Cowsep still thinks Flash is like about as good.
Relevant. It's relevant.
It's still relevant, and I agree. I think Flash, especially with crit build or just builds where you're trying to like do burst damage and not like DPS.
You keep
over
bringing
time.
up this crit build like you actually use it, bro.
Okay, I use it all the time, but I know there are diehard Yi fans that love crit, so I'm trying to consider them.
I'm catering to them.
But okay, against someone like Anivia also, maybe I'd take a Flash too, even with an on-hit build, just because like she cucks me with her wall, and then I don't have. Yeah, so I mean maybe I take Flash into that matchup sometimes. Maybe certain other I don't think Flash is a bad summoner, and in fact I think if it's not used in a dumb way, I think it has more potential than Ignite to carry. Ignite's just easier to use, right? And it's really good because there's a lot of healing in the game right now, and you don't have to use your brain, but I think Flash has more potential.
Well, I mean, like Ignite can snowball you some early kills using the vision. Right, the vision alone makes Ignite pretty useful already. Like I know that you wasn't aware, but it gives vision, and the vision is quite useful.
My bad.
There's some kills that I would have missed if the Ignite did not give me vision.
Yeah, I will remember that after this podcast. So okay, so we talked about Ignite and Flash, and it doesn't seem like TP Ghost really anyone takes those anymore. But I just wanted to like put it on the screen in case anyone thought it was still something viable in any kind of game, certain like situation, but. Doesn't sound like it is based off what I'm hearing here. But Exhaust, I want to talk about this. So I've started taking Exhaust in some matchups this preseason against matchups that counter Yi. So against someone like a Rek'Sai or an Elise, where I feel like I'm going to get CC'd, I'm not going to, like, I wouldn't win that matchup if they get their burst damage on me, their combo. So sometimes I'm thinking, and I'll just say it right now, I always ban Elise. But, like, if I do have to go up against Elise, I feel like Exhaust feels like it's so good against her. Because if she cocoons you and you exhaust her while she's doing her combo, then you can't lose to her after that, I feel like.
You get hit by Elise cocoons?
Well, if you don't have Flash. Okay, well, yeah, like, I do get hit by Elise cocoons, okay?
Wow.
I'll just be honest. But
maybe you should be bringing the tenacity rune. That might help you out.
Anyway, I think, especially once you get, like, the higher Elo you get, the better Elises are at hitting the cocoons. And I just find, for whatever reason, Elise is the champ that I just always ban, and I can't stand facing that champ. And Rek'Sai also can be difficult because of, again, when they CC you and just blow their load on you. I feel like something like Exhaust has a lot of viability, actually, and I found it to be really useful in, like, there are times where I fought a Rek'Sai, and they get their combo off me, and they surprise me, but I exhaust them, and then they do literally no damage to me, and then I beat them right afterwards. So I think if I had taken Ignite in those situations, I would have lost. So I don't know. What do you think? Do you think Exhaust is? Do you think you like it as much as I do, and only like again in certain situations, not every game? Like, do you think you could see yourself using it against like against like picks that are really good against Yi counters basically?
I mean, the problem, Exhaust is awful. Like, not on G, it's awful. Like, not you go Exhaust as support into bot lane, and your ADC is gonna flame you every single game. Like, you should never. Like, the problem with Exhaust, first it got nerfed. It used to reduce everything. Movement speed, attack speed, resistance. Exhaust used to be good for everything, and then it got nerfed. So it's not as good as it was before. And yeah, like, it just feels awkward because, for example, I know Exhaust is mostly for 1v1s and all of that, but just imagine that you're in a team fight and the enemy team has a misfortune that is very fed, and you want to focus the tank first because you cannot really go for her. You want to stack the gains on the tank, and if you try to click on the misfortune to use Exhaust, then you stop clicking the tank. So this is a very weird interaction because with Ignite, you attack the person that you want to kill. But with Exhaust, sometimes you want to exhaust the damage dealer and focus someone else. It feels very good. But you cannot do that. You cannot click to places at the same time. It feels really very awkward.
Really?
Like
You could just flick your mouse over, click exhaust on the assassin trying to kill you, and keep focusing the ADC. I mean, you're gonna right click whether you're like if you click. You don't need to be clicking on them constantly to be hitting them, right? You don't think?
I mean, if you want to chase them, you do. But...
I guess I don't know. I think like I personally like it, but it doesn't sound like either of you really would ever take it, even against like a matchup like Rek'Sai or Elise.
I mean, I play a lot of Rek'Sai, so I know exactly how she works, how she pads, how much HP she has on every camp. So I feel like Rek'Sai counters G, but if you know how Rek'Sai works, you can counter Rek'Sai almost every game. Like you can alpha her ult, you can kill her with ignite when she ults, you can block almost all the damage she does with meditate. Like
Yeah, the only bad part is her true damage bite for like random 600 damage. But other than that, I don't have any problems with her. You can actually dodge her knockup with Alpha Strike.
Right, but it's harder to do when they're at like actually good Rek'Sais. But
yeah, it's a lot harder to dodge it nowadays without cast time.
Yeah, but okay, I hear you. I still stand by as like I think it's something I would still continue to take the season against like again very niche situations when it's like I feel like I really need to survive burst. Like they have a lot of maybe not just E counters but a lot of assassins and maybe like a Veigar or something. And just like I just feel like I get a lot of use out of it. That's just my opinion. Doesn't sound like either of you like it. Fair enough. I don't blame you. Okay, moving on. So people always ask about counters also, and they like to. I think one thing I wanted to like discuss here is how to like beat some of these counters. And we kind of touched on this in the previous podcast, not so much detail, but like yeah, I want to go over some of these counters and how what are like the strategies you're thinking of when you get matched into a game with them in order to beat them. And not all of these are counters that like we probably look at this list and we're not scared of maybe half the people on the list really. It's like, oh, that's not so bad. But in terms of again based on win rates, these are some of like the most feared counters to Yi, and also in terms of win rate, like some of the champs with the best win rates against Yi. So I just want to like touch on this here. So I watched a Tarzan video lately, and he said that Rek'Sai is one of his favorite counters against Yi, with Rammus being a second. And I just wanted to like poll, what do you guys think are the best counters to Yi? Who do you ban?
So wait, he sees Yi in Challenger Elo?
Well, no. Like it's whenever he has to face against like Funnel and maybe like High Diamond or Master, or whenever he's like smurfing, he runs a lot of Yis. Then he likes to play Rek'Sai into that.
I think what we can do is we can look at the counters one at a time, get everybody's opinion on it, and then shift through it.
Okay. Well, wait. Let me start with this. What do you guys ban? If I can just get that right now.
Then.
You ban Lee?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you, Danny?
I mean, in a High-Elo, I'm always gonna ban Skarner, no matter what. I think Cowsep still doesn't see this Skarner top. Because
I have not seen Skarner top yet.
If you see it, you will permaban Skarner for your whole life. Trust me.
What?
There is nothing worse than Skarner top versus G. Nothing worse in the world. Like nothing. Absolutely. Not even a Kali worse. No, you cannot right click him. Like I'm gonna tell you the combo right now. He press E. He doesn't activate the stun. Then he use ultimate. He waits for the ultimate to end. He auto attacks you. Stuns you with the auto attack. Then he use E again because he has cooldown reduction. Until he auto attacks you again. Stun you. You get a stun 4 seconds. Even if you get Quicksilver, it does nothing. Tenacity does nothing. You are useless in every single fight. All the game. You're a minion.
Time to split.
No, you cannot do it because he goes like Predator or something like that. He chases you with the jungler and you don't move. You don't move in the whole fight. You don't attack or move. You cannot do anything.
I mean, I feel like if I got Tenacity runes with Tenacity boost and a QSS, I don't feel like it'd be that bad.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like
no, that's not. I had it. I had Tenacity, Mercury, Quicksilver. It did nothing. Trust me. When he can stun you every second and use ultimate at the same time, it's like it's like a cannon. It's like a cannon with Marzar.
Hey man, I need to see some bids of this because I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying it.
You don't want to see it. You don't want to see it. Okay. I was gonna say, I think Tarzan, what he said about the counter, he wasn't being very honest because he says that he never see G in High-Elo. So he was really talking about low elo when he said counters. Because when I play versus Tarzan, he doesn't pick Rek'Sai or Ramos. He will never do that. Like one time he tried to pick Sejuani and he regret completely. So much that he even deleted the bot. So yeah, I think he once tried to play Skarner. The other time he tried to play Olaf, even though G is supposed to counter Olaf, but he plays the early game with that champion in such an aggressive way that he counters G with Olaf.
I enjoy that. Olaf with Yi early. Like, it's
Yeah,
just
that
such a
feels
fun
good.
matchup. Like, you
With
don't know.
Ignite
It
too.
could go either way. It could go either way. You could lose it and, oh, too bad. Or you could win it and you could be like, yeah.
I mean,
love
I don't feel
Olaf
good if I
1v1
lose
early.
it, but I feel like I rarely lose against Olaf with Ignite.
I mean, dude, his axes do fucking damage, and he attacks really fast when he's low. It's a fun level 2 fight.
It is fun, yeah. Just gotta dodge the
like it.
axes, but like,
Yeah.
it's not. Yeah, it's fun.
So I feel like, yeah, the counter Rexa is a counter to G, but I feel like in High-Elo, G is better than Rek'Sai. Like, you know how Rek'Sai works, you can actually counter her. Like, Rek'Sai just relies on the fact that G doesn't know how to pat, G doesn't know how to buy tabbies, and G doesn't know how Rek'Sai works, so Rek'Sai can just wait in a bush, wait for G to come up, and she's gonna kill G every single time, like. So, yeah, I don't get invaded by Rek'Sai. I will never get invaded. And what I hate about Vi is the Ignite. You ignite her, she shield herself, like she used to shield somehow, and her shield is like double the damage as Ignite.
See, this is another matchup I take Exhaust up against. Usually I'll take Exhaust up against Vi, because Ignite, what is Ignite gonna do against a Vi? She's just gonna explode me. I'd rather take Exhaust against her. Just my opinion, but
I think the one that I hate the most, I mean, in the jungle, I think I hate both equally, like Jax and Udyr. Jax top I don't really care that much, but Jax jungle is just annoying because unless he's crawling and he's going Cinderhulk, you are gonna scare him. But he goes Cinderhulk, then he's crawling. And Udyr, every Udyr player is an OTP, and Udyr is very annoying. So that is another case. If Udyr is good, he's gonna go Warrior and one shot you the whole game, or Kaiju. But yeah, at least it's just annoying in High-Elo. Like, if I know they had at least main, or I don't play in NA, maybe I will consider to ban Elise. I'm trying to keep Kha'Zix open to see how it goes in preseason. It's like, and Lee Sin, I will never ban him. It is like almost the same case as Elise, but less annoying. It's just that Lee Sin is broken right now. But I don't even care that much.
yeah, I don't care about Lee Sin either.
Ramos, I don't care. Ramos, I feel like I know how to deal with Ramos.
Yeah, I don't think any of us care about Rammus, but lower elo Yis think he's one of the biggest counters to Yi.
Yeah, because they don't activate E. Like, they don't activate E. So if you don't activate E, you don't do damage to him. So yeah, like, now the other champions are just OTPs, like, when I tell you Udyr, Shaco, Warwick, Kha'Zix, mostly OTPs, like, so they are gonna be annoying no matter what. So I don't know what to say. Like, I hate them. I hate all of these champions, but yeah.
Yeah, for me, Elise is the only champ on this list I just feel like I cannot deal with. I think for multiple reasons, just like her early game pressure is maybe the strongest out of all these, and she has like ways to escape and also the stun and like, I don't know. And just she's one of the strongest junglers also, along with like Lisa and Olaf and Karthus, picks like that. So I always ban her. I think all these other champs you can play around. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we can just quickly go through these now one by one. What are the strategies you used against these particular champions? So starting with Lee Sin, you beat Lee Sin in a 1v1 like most of the time, especially like if you have Ignite. So I guess I'm wondering, Cowsep, why do you ban Lee Sin over all these other picks?
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
Please enlighten us.
So first of all, Lee Sin is like a 40% pick rate in Korea. I think he's like 30% in NA. So he's literally in every game, like every other game.
That's
game.
true.
Right?
Yeah.
This fucker's everywhere for 8 seasons. Okay, 8 seasons, maybe 9. I don't remember when he came out. I've been dealing with this champion for 9 years. I'm so sick of him. Okay. And to top it off, it's not that like, yeah, at least in early game is just the easiest shit ever. Like, of course, you outduel him super easy. You beat him super easy, right? I concede that. Yeah, I'll invade a Lee Sin. I'll use 2 Dorans on him. I'll be happy. But like, the problem is after level 6, he's never useless. He's in every game. You know you're going to be playing against him. And he's never useless. Like, people are like, oh, Lee Sin doesn't scale. Oh, but he still fucking one-shot you for no fucking reason whatsoever. And then on top of that, like, you try to team fight. Like, if you're splitting, it's not so bad. right? It's not so bad to play against Lee if you're sweating. But if you try to team fight a single time, you know who has his R up to kick you out of that fight every time. And God forbid he's ahead. If he's ahead, you're one shot on top of it. It's just, he's stupid. He just, if the kick is the only thing that makes him a pro. If he didn't have that kick that makes you stand in place for no goddamn reason and then kicks you, right? Like, it's like double CC there. Like, it's just, and I know I'm going to be playing him. So you ban what you know you're going to be playing against that you actually hate. Like, that kick is so annoying. Like Rammus, let's say Rammus counters me, okay? Which he doesn't. I'm not going to ban him because I never fucking see him. But Lee Sin, I know he's going to kick me, and I know he's going to be in next game. Guaranteed he will be in next game. So I ban him. Udyr, when was the last time you've seen an Udyr? When you see an Udyr, sure, he's going to shit on you, right? You know he will, but I never see him, so I don't ban him. Lee Sin, I'm going to see him next game, so I ban him.
I agree.
Because
I agree.
he has a kick. Fuck that kick.
All right. Well, I really can feel the distaste for Lee Sin.
Especially Korean Lee Sin.
From Cowsep. Oh yeah, Korean Lee Sin's probably even a little bit worse.
Because they think they are the best players in the world because of Faker, right? So Ezreal, Lee Sin, they're all 40+% pick rates every patch. God forbid you see anything other than Lee Sin.
Okay. Well, my counter to this whole argument is like if you see Lee Sin that often, then maybe it'd be good to just So it's okay. It's not like you think these other picks are easier to face necessarily. It's just that.
No. Those other picks are easy as fuck, except Udyr. Fuck Udyr. But yeah. I mean, he's 2%, so I don't need to ban him. So I ban Lee Sin.
Okay. All right.
If the percents were flipped, like if I saw Udyr 40%, yeah, fuck yeah, I'd ban that.
Yeah, I mean, I think
try to rush Tabby and the Lee Sin. Of course, I rush Tabby. And I don't care how much damage he does. He kicks me out of the fucking fight.
Wait, can't you alpha strike while you can definitely alpha strike when he's winding up his ult?
No, it puts you in place. It fucking snares you in place. You can't alpha that unless you Quicksilver. And good luck. I have never seen somebody alpha strike a kick. Please give me a single clip of somebody alpha striking that kick.
I'm pretty sure I've done it before. Like,
go ahead, send me it. Okay, yeah, you can talk like you've done it. Send me a fucking clip. I don't believe you. I don't care how much you say you've done it.
Well,
what about you, Danny? Have you done it?
I mean, I think you can. I haven't done it, but I did it by accident versus another champion.
Oh, okay. So against the 40% pick rate champion,
so mad.
No, for real. I got Malphite ultimate when they had a Yasuo, and I thought Yasuo would use the ultimate instantly. So I used Quicksilver, and I pressed Q, and I could do it, but Yasuo didn't press R. Press R. So
sure,
I could actually cancel the Malphite.
You could Quicksilver alpha the kick, but I mean the frequency of doing that is so fucking unreal rare that it does not matter.
I know it's useless. Why would you do that?
I guess
would never get Quicksilver.
What I'm trying to say is like you can alpha strike when you feel like he's about to kick, you know, and that can like.
No, then he'll just kick you when you come out of alpha.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just talking about like if you have to face Lee Sin, what would you do? And you can kind of like mess with him at least a little bit. You ban him. All right, that's Cowsep's approach. Danny and I don't really ban Lee Sin, but I feel for you that the kick is really annoying. I'm not going to disagree with that. It's definitely annoying.
A kick into a Zanya's. Oh, God bless.
Yeah, they always buy stopwatch too. Okay, so then regarding Kha'Zix, I think Kha'Zix is definitely not as strong of a counter to Yi as he used to be. And I think I can pretty much just answer this for us. You just build Tabby and Randuin's, and then what can you really do to you? You know? Like, unless he's super ahead of you, you could probably just counter him build-wise. So I don't know.
Right-click him.
Yeah. You'll just meditate if he's, stealthed to hold your ult, and then you just right-click him once his ult charges are gone. So it really just comes down to build. Even though I see a lot of low Yi mates saying like Kaz one of the best counters to Yi. And, I think one of the things we're trying to dispel.
He's not bad. I don't think he's bad. Like, if he gets ahead, he can be problematic because of the stealth. But I mean, if he's like equal or lower, it's just tabbies. Because everybody builds full AD anyway. It's like the curse of my life. Like, I'm gonna get a Zed Yasuo on my team every game, right? And then he's gonna get a full AD too, right? So like, in most times you're countering Kha'Zix just because of his teammates.
Yeah, you build tabbies and armor most games anyway. So I think, and this probably applies to Rammus too, like with Kha'Zix you can counter him just by building correctly. Build tabbies and Randuin's, maybe a GA too. good luck for him to kill you, you know? And I think Rammus, we all pretty much know the best way to counter him too, and it's really not, he's not a good counter at all unless he's super ahead. All you do is get Wit's End, maybe Tenacity if you want to not get taunted in team fights, but you probably don't need that either. Just Wit's End and your Rage Blade, and if you have Ignite too and Conqueror, he can't beat you. You know, and a worst case scenario, you can just meditate until his W expires, and then you can kill him easily. So there's a lot of ways to counter him there. I don't even think we need to waste too much time on that guy. What about Jax? Do you guys have strategies about countering Jax? He's one of the most famous, Yi counters, even though I don't really care about Jax.
The new alpha is just so good against Jax that I don't care about him, jungle or top. I just don't care anymore. And especially in the jungle, when he builds Cinderhawk, it's just the most stupid build ever. Like, why would you do that?
I know, I agree. But Danny, you said you think Jax jungle is like one of your, like, you hate him more than a lot of other Yi counters, right?
Yeah, like someone asked me to make a guide for a website about the counters, and I place Jax as the biggest counter in the jungle if he builds correctly, because he's gonna be annoying early game. Yes, you can dodge the Q, but to be honest, if you fight Jax early game, unless he's stupid, like he used the stun in a very bad way, or he tries to gun and use this, you cannot really fight him. You don't feel comfortable fighting Jax. Like maybe you can beat him, but if it feels very awkward because unless he's playing very bad, he's gonna beat you or he's gonna run away. Like you are waiting on the bush, he face checks, he just E, he stuns and then he goes away. And then you're like, okay, I used my Ignite, I used everything and I didn't get anything for it, like. So, yeah, like, he goes Cinderhawk, he's crawling, but I just feel like he has a very good early game, better than yours. Like, he can gank even better. He has a stun, and he has he actually has a stun. He has a good mid game, and late game, you cannot scale him. Yeah, you cannot scale him, but he's also gonna scale very well. So I just hate him because if you try to invade a Jax, it's never gonna go well. Like you try to invade and wait for him to check a bush, he's always gonna get out. He's always gonna get out. So he can invade you and you cannot invade him. So that is my biggest reason,
Okay. Yeah, I definitely don't mind Jax, and I guess like it's true what you're saying. He has all his jump and his stun. It makes him better with ganking, and it's harder to invade him. But I think in general, like when it comes down to it, it's like who's gonna be able to outscale the other. And I think without Shojin, you can't lose to a Jax pretty much. You just auto attack him, then when he starts his counter strike, you just meditate or run away, and then Alpha Strike
and then you flip a coin and hope that you dodge at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, with the new Alpha Strike though, it's a lot easier. And even if he does get the stun on you, like if you're someone who runs Ignite with the usual on hit Yi build, even if he does stun you, gets a couple extra autos off, you'll probably still beat him in a lot of cases. Like I don't think I've lost to a Jax jungle all preseason, but I don't see it that often. But like just in general, I don't feel that scared of Jax. So I guess I'm surprised, Anna, you think he's like one of the biggest counters to Yi right now, or I guess one of the picks you hate facing most. I definitely don't feel that way, but I see your point. Anyway, just for the sake of time, we should move along here. So at least I ban that champ every game, but like I don't know, it doesn't seem like either of you mind at least that much. Like what do you do to counter her? You just dodge her stun. Is that?
You're just good enough. They typically telegraph like. If you as Elise, when would you throw the cocoon? Right? See, it's unlike Lee Sin. Lee Sin fucking holds you in place for the kick, okay? You can't do anything about that. But Elise, you could be like, okay, if I was Elise, I'd probably throw the cocoon now. Or, okay, I'm Elise, and I know that this Yi is going to try to alpha strike my cocoon, so I'm going to hold my cocoon until he alpha strikes, and you're like, I know that you're going to do that, and then you just right-click her while she sits there and just takes it, right? Like, it just, and then assuming that she hits me with the cocoon, usually against Elise, I'll have tenacity anyway. So it's not even that long. The only problem with her is when she goes Zanya's. That's kind of annoying. But, I mean, other than that, I don't really struggle with her at all. Because I feel like she's more of a skill matchup. To the point where, like, if you dodge a cocoon, you come out with the spoils. It's not frustrating to play against. It's not frustrating to the point where she keeps you in place and kicks you out of a team fight. It's, oh, I might be able to beat her if I can dodge her cocoon and maybe try to walk around her or do something like that. You don't just sit there and take a R into QQ,
Oh, wait, I think your sound might have gone out. Can you... Okay, never mind. Just kidding, we're good. Okay, I guess, yeah, I mean, I see your point there. I think what usually happens with me is Elise will catch me out of vision, like, using the Fog of War, and then it's like you can't dodge her combo. Which I guess maybe, maybe it's just like I'm not playing smart enough around Fog of War. Maybe that's the case. But, yeah, I mean, I guess what you said is true. You can kind of predict when she's going to use it sometimes.
It's just a more interesting matchup. It's not a frustrating matchup to me. Elise isn't frustrating. Yeah, sure, she can beat you at some points in the game, but it's a matchup that I feel that I can have an impact in, and that is more fun to me than a matchup where I get held in place, kicked, and then QQ.
Damn, he
It's
really
much
does
more
not
interesting.
like Lee Sin. Okay, fair. And then Warwick, you were talking about you just like you buy QSS. That is one way to deal with Warwick.
Yeah,
But like,
he's kind of an interesting pick that you don't see often, so you don't have to really build around him. I think that good Warwicks can keep you like chain stunned, right? If he gets ahead at all. But I mean, if you absolutely need to beat him, a Quicksilver will do it. Like in a lot of situations, I won't buy a Quicksilver because you don't need it because you can just kill him anyway. But if he gets ahead, he'll do enough damage that a Quicksilver might be worth it.
okay, for me, like I feel like as long as I dodge one of the CCs with Alpha Strike, which again is easier with the new Alpha Strike, I think the other CC, which he probably will hit me with, is still not enough for him to win. And again, if I have Ignite, even better.
That fear duration though is really random. Like it's way bigger of a window than Jax's stun is, so it's kind of hard to actually predictably dodge it. Is he going to hold it for damage reduction, or is he going to release it right away for the fear?
That's true. Yeah, that's where the get good part comes in. I think. What about you, Danny? What do you think about Warwick? You struggle against him. What do you do against Warwick?
I mean, Warwick can be extremely annoying and he can be extremely useless. I think he can be a very funny champion when you dodge the ultimate.
Yeah, you just like ride him his ult with your
Like,
Alpha Strike.
I'm gonna be honest with you, unless maybe I'm playing in silver and you know that Tarzan and everyone is telling people in low elo, play Warwick, play Warwick, play Warwick. So if I know everyone is gonna be playing Warwick, so I'm gonna buy him most likely. But in High-Elo, only OTPs play Warwick, so yeah, like he can be annoying, but I know I can counter him. And it feels fun to counter him in some ways. Yeah, it feels fun. So yeah, I know he can be a counter. I know he can be annoying, but I can also play him. So I enjoy the experience.
Yeah,
I
don't
enjoy
mind
the
Warwick
matchup,
either.
you know.
Yeah, I agree. Udyr and Shaco are the ones that we haven't talked about yet. I mean, I don't know if anyone has any thoughts to like share on those. I can just say with Udyr, if you just avoid him early game, you'll outscale him, and then he's no problem at all. But
yeah, actually, I talked to Trick about Udyr, and he thinks Udyr beats G at all stages in the game.
well, he's got.
I mean, I didn't argue about it, but I disagree.
He just loves his one trick. You gotta respect.
I don't even think Trick's a one trick nowadays.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't even really play Udyr. Actually, he pretty much just plays, Cuckoo Raja, and stuff.
Oh yeah, and then we had people they asked about some picks here. I'm just gonna cover them real quick. Kindred. Sure. Somebody asked about Kindred. Kindred, you stack Rage Blade on. She's super easy, not a problem. Trundle. I just right click Trundle.
Yeah.
Who else did the other guy ask? Somebody. Shaco. Oh yeah, Shaco and Dr. Mundo. So Dr. Mundo, you just right click him, and especially if you bring Ignite, he's absolutely zero problem. You just right click him. Like you don't need a Blade of Ranking. You just right click him. He dies. And then Shaco, I don't remember the last time I played against a Shaco, but like, who cares? Like,
you're so lucky.
She doesn't do anything. Am I just like the stealth is annoying, but like I guess I don't run into him enough. I mean, if you run into a champion 40% of the time, you probably want to ban him anyway, right? Especially
at least in.
Yeah, that's
you're lucky, Krahman. You are very lucky.
I can imagine.
I think Shaco's more common in NA if I had to guess, and I think the only tip I can really give for him is to smite his boxes before they activate when he puts them down. You can do that, and that helps a lot. His box is the only thing that's really annoying. Like the stealth is kind of annoying, but the only thing that makes him win a fight is the boxes. But like,
And then somebody also wanted, or three people were talking about Evelyn. Evelyn's kind of a champion. You just get Wits in and you start to beat it. And then you can also get Mercs against her as well. It works well against her charm. So I find Evelyn to be a good excuse to get Mercs. So I don't mind playing against her because she gets me into buying boots that I wouldn't normally buy.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And I think she's just not played as much nowadays. I don't think she's even that good in this meta right now, because she's so weak pre-6. So definitely don't see her as often. But I would do the same as what you said, Cowsep. It pretty much deals with her. Any other last like counters you want to talk about before we move on?
Someone asked about Trundle.
I think we touched on Trundle. Calso mentioned we just.
Well, I
right-click him,
touched on Trundle, but we don't know how Danny deals with Trundle with his Doran
How do you
blades.
do with your Doran's blade technology, young boy?
I mean, I don't see Trundle in months.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I saw him.
I will just tell you, I learned a lesson a long time ago, like 1 year ago, I learned a lesson. Don't fight Trundle early game. Maybe you think you can beat him, maybe you think you can win, but you never win early game.
I wouldn't know. I have not seen a Trundle in months.
The reducing the resistance and then beating your face in with Q. Yeah, it's quite.
Yeah, with PTA.
They go
it's pretty
PTA and
strong.
you really don't do anything. Like you try to, he can attack you 3 times when you attack once. You meditate and he can still adapt. He can kill you into meditate. Like it feels very awkward. Like just don't fight Trundle
That's
early
very
game.
awkward.
Yeah, or he knocked you out of the meditate. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right, seems like we've covered like a lot of Yi counters already, so hopefully that's enough information for the Twitch chat. Okay, let's move on here. Oops. Okay, so the state of the game, just in general, like a lot of changes happened this preseason and coming to season 10. There's some big changes now that are definitely going to affect, you know, how relevant and strong Yi will be. And I like talked about this on stream before, and I made a Reddit post too. I thought a lot of these changes would be really good for Yi. And I think in theory a lot of them should be when I think about it. But I also have been facing other kind of unexpected difficulties. But anyway, I just want to like get your thoughts on this. So what do you guys think of the current meta? And
So before we touch up on this, a champion I hear about a lot that we didn't really touch up on is Nocturne. A lot of people seem to struggle with Nocturne, but I think Nocturne's one of those things where it isn't even really a skill matchup. You just right click him. Like
but
you kill him before he kills you.
You probably need tenacity.
But you kill him. Like, have you ever like gotten feared before you killed a Nocturne? Like, unless you already lost the game anyway. Like,
I mean, I think early game, yeah, it's pretty easy to get the fear
I mean, yeah, but like when the fear tether, like the fear tether always goes off at the same time, right? So you just alpha strike and you waste up the fear duration. Like, it's really not that difficult at all. Like, so I mean, when it comes to Nocturne, it's just. Because people always ask about it, I just want to get it out of the way. Like mid to late game, you just right click him. Like you ignore the fear because he's gonna die before he gets the fear off. Like every time there's a Yi, you'll hear darkness, and then you can't see anything, and then a Yi will come out victorious every time before the darkness wears off, right? So and then when it comes to early game, like you don't really ever fight Nocturne early game, but if like for some reason you can't beat that fear, you alpha strike before the fear happens. And then yeah, Nocturne is like if you're struggling against Nocturne, you need to take a step back and get good.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. I usually take, if Nocturne is with other, you know, CC champs, I definitely like to take a tenacity against him. And I might even take Exhaust again if it's one of those games where I feel like there's a lot of burst champions that are going to like CC me and then just do a bunch of damage to me. I might take Exhaust against Nocturne. But like Cowsep said, yeah, usually later game when you have enough items, you can blow him up before he does anything to you. Well, I don't know. What do you think, Danny, about Nocturne?
I mean, I just wonder why Exhaust when you can kill him before he kills you. Like.
But early game, even with Ignite, like I don't think you can.
I mean, but you still beat him. You still beat him 1v1 early game. Like you always beat him. Like you just don't beat him before the fear goes off, but you still beat him. And then mid to late game, you beat him before the fear goes off. Like the only problem is that he blankets the team fights, so you can't see anything. But other than that, Nocturne's just not a real counter, I think.
Maybe with Electrocute, but I feel like a Nocturne with Lethal Tempo, if he does the Q, anti-fear, he almost always wins because Lethal Tempo on him just feels so good in the whole fight.
Yeah, I think
like he starts the fight like on his own terms, you know.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I like Nocturne. Like I like to play a lot of Nocturne, and I like to play Nocturne versus G because I can just be like, you know what, G is going to tell Scuddle in 20 seconds. I'm gonna get Blue Trinket, and I'm gonna kill him after he used the Alpha, you know. How do you know he's gonna be there? Because I will be there.
Yeah,
I know he's gonna flip.
Yeah.
That's how you predict skill shots and have fun with that, right? Like Elise, I know she's gonna cocoon. You should try it sometime, would you?
Yeah, like Elise.
Like just imagine the second red. I'm like, I know G is going for his red. I know he's going for it, and I had ultimate at Nocturne. So.
Okay, you know what? I'll stop banning Elise a few games. I'll see how I do against her. Maybe I'm just giga bad, but I feel like that is just my that's my most feared pick. But I'll try it. I'll humor you. I'll not ban her a few games.
I think G has many ways to deal with Nocturne. Like you can queue a minion to dodge and cancel the Nocturne ultimate completely. I had done it sometimes. Like you can say Nocturne on the meter and you can queue a minion and he's gonna be
mean,
like, what? I
if
lose
you
all
had
my
low
damage.
enough ping, you could probably actually just alpha strike him when he comes at you. I don't know. I never tried it, but I don't see why not.
Yeah, maybe you can queue him when he's on the air, but that is kind of hard. It feels more reliable to queue the minion because I did it one time. I had like 10% HP and I queued the minions and then I ran away from him. And he was so sad. And yeah, you can also do what you say about the fear, but versus Nocturne, you need to wait to make sure that you can win the fight. Like if you're gonna split push and you don't win the fight, you shouldn't be split pushing. Like you need to have something to do with him. And because if you don't, you're just gonna make him snowball even harder, you know? And you need to be careful because if you are doing your wolves and you had ignite and he appears, you are dead. Like he's gonna queue fear and you are gonna be dead because you don't feel comfortable with this fight. Like versus Nocturne in the early game, let's say like level 3, level 6, level 8, you always want to be the one who starts the fight. Like you want to be waiting on the bush and Nocturne face check, so you one shot him, you know? But if Nocturne starts the fight with the fear, then you always feel so uncomfortable with the fight. But yeah, like you can reduce the fear duration with the Q, but I'm gonna say it, I don't like to play Quicksilver versus Nocturne, like never. I just like, I want to kill Nocturne before he even procs the Quicksilver. That is my goal in the whole game.
Yeah, I don't like buying it against Nocturne either if I can avoid it.
Yeah.
But okay, I mean, yeah, it's definitely like it's not the worst Yi counter. I don't think anyone here thinks it's the worst one, but it is a like decent pick into Yi, especially early game. And I think the fact that like usually you're fighting Nocturne in skirmishes because he's usually ulting onto someone. And it's like a 2v2, and while you're feared, like someone else is hitting you. And I think that's one of the worst things is that constant pressure of him ulting from anywhere. And then if you're in a 2v2 and you're feared, you're gonna get screwed over. But yeah, you can get tenacity. You can alpha strike the fear like Cowsep was saying, and then, you know, that negates a lot of it. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the best advice I can give. I sometimes would take tenacity and or exhaust against him. Anyway, let's come back to this state of the game thing. So with the new Dragon Souls and the new Elder Drake and the double Rift Herald, as well as the fact that experience has been buffed for the solo laners and nerfed for bot lane, and another thing on top of it is like the jungle changes, the timers, and Grump, blue side jungle in general being more valuable than red side. Like blue side jungle got buffed, red side jungle is nerfed. So how do you feel like these changes have affected Yi? What do you like? What do you not like? Maybe I'll just start with Cowsep here. Like, do you like the changes overall? We can start with that.
Sure.
Sure? Okay. What about you, Danny?
I hate every single change.
Really?
With all my
You
heart.
hate all the changes?
Yeah, I hate them.
How can you hate having an option? Like, dude, there was nothing more annoying than all your camps being down. You walk to your camp, you go AFK to make like something in the microwave for a minute, and then you come back and the camp's still not. How could you not? Like, okay, I can agree with like the dragons and other thing. I can see your point everywhere. But the EXP change, sure, no catch-up EXP sucks because when you're behind, you're behind. But like, come on, man. Like, do you really want to sit there and do nothing? Come on, bro.
So he likes the spawn timer change for sure.
I mean, the problem is when you use simple math, you notice how bad this meta is for farming. It's not good. You get less almost
but
always.
It's less downtime and less boredom, which is really important.
No, because how do I explain this? I know the timers. Let's just say that you finish to clear the jungle minute 325, 330, and you know where the enemy jungler started, so you can always go for the scholar, right? And then you finish the scholar, let's say minute 340, 345, and you can recall, let's say minute 420, 430, and you can go back to your jungle. So you can try to maybe, I don't know, gank, fight someone, or invade. You could do that. Now you don't have the choice. Now, even if you recall after doing this cuddle, since you take even longer to clear the jungle because now the ground has extra HP, now you take longer. When you recall after this cuddle and you go back, the crocs they already spawn, so you already lost like 5 seconds of the whole math of I get more 2 extra percent of gold as experience. No, you already lost 5 seconds. You're not getting more. And you get less reward.
See. You try way too hard. That's why you don't like the changes.
Cowsep
I get it.
No,
doesn't
but
try.
you always get less. And if you invade, you don't get rewarded. Let's just say that if you fall clear and then you invade the raptor because you know the enemy team didn't do them. The enemy team, the crocs spawn so fast that if you invade one camp, then you get like raptors level 1. You don't get anything from that. And they can invade your crocs that are like level 4. So if you invade, you get punished. Every time. If you try to fall clear and invade, you get punished. You cannot do it. So that is what I miss, that you should know, that you could fall clear and invade something from the enemy team, and then you could go back to your jungle and you could always farm a little bit more. Now you cannot do it. You don't have the choice to farm your jungle and invade. And yeah, you don't get rewarded for invading. And Master, you should invade because that is the easiest way to gank. Like you invade the crocs and then you gank from behind. So now you don't get rewarded for that. And if you always get less gold and less experience and you get less items and less levels, and it takes longer to clear the jungle because of the grump and because you have less items, it feels awkward. It feels bad. And yeah, like it is a very bad meta because before, at least you had time to do something else. Now you had to spend all your time clearing the jungle, and Olaf and Karthus can clear even faster than you. And they can do it better. So yeah, I just don't like it because no, everything is bad. Like you do the Drake and you get 25 gold. You think I'm risking my life for that Drake and getting ghosted just to get 25 gold? I'm not doing it for that.
Okay. I mean, I think it's interesting. A lot of the changes, I thought it would be better for you before it came out because, in theory, even though the experience is nerfed, jungle camp timers being shorter means farming junglers, if they just power farm, are supposed to get 12% more golden experience. That was the calculation done by, like, this, I think it was, like, Pro Guys or Skill Capped, some kind of website-related league. But you can't actually power farm, really, because like the meta nowadays is like Elise, Olaf, Lee Sin, Nidalee, Rek'Sai, and like Karthus, who can farm really well, but all those other junglers are just like heavy early ganking junglers, and they get ahead because they tax experience from lanes and they don't do much farming, and they're still out leveling you even if you're power farming, and they'll get control over objectives, which, you know, getting the soul is really powerful. Like you just can't really power farm this meta, and that's something I didn't see coming. So I kind of see what you're saying, Danny. It doesn't feel good power farming. It definitely doesn't, and yeah, I don't know if the season's going to be as good for you as I thought it would. But maybe on the topic of, like, you know, Dragon Souls, as we mentioned that. What do you guys think are the best drag souls? And do you even, like, Danny, it doesn't sound like you even prioritize drags as much anymore. Like, what are you guys' thoughts on that? Do you care about dragons?
Dragons, they are like a placebo for me. I just do it for my happiness because I think maybe they are good, but I know they suck. But I know they suck. Like every single Drake sucks. Like I could let the enemy team get 4 Drakes, the Drake console, and I will still win the game. Why? Because they all suck. And it's like when you think about it, like Santorin, he did rank 1 in NA. I saw the guide. Everything he does, almost every game, he does the heralds. He takes the first turret. He lets the other enemy jungler be like, oh yes, I got 2 Gregs, I'm gonna get Dragon Souls, I'm so happy. And then he takes his top lane with like a 2,000 gold lead, the first turret, the second turret of the top lane, and he's like, okay, now we contest the Greg. My top lane is 5-0, and your top lane is 0-5. Good luck getting the other Gregs. You know, like, Gregs get you nothing. Like, you get 2 Gregs, and you're always gonna be losing the game. So you cannot, if the enemy team contest, you never get the others. So yeah, I really hate this meta entirely. Like, even if you get these Dragon Souls, they just feel so bad that I don't really even know why they added them. Like, why would you add that? They are not broken. The only broken thing about the Dragon Souls is the filters that makes everyone get lag.
But right, the Instagram filter.
The risk reward is awful. The risk reward is awful. Like, it's something mental. Like, you know, like, oh, they got Dragon Souls, we lost. And then like, no, we didn't. Like, even if you sit Infernal Soul, I see it on my jungle. Like, every 3 seconds, you do a little bit of damage. And I'm like, really? Like, this increased my damage by maybe 1%, you know?
Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't like the Fire Drake Soul that much either. What are your thoughts on it, on the Drag Souls, Cowsep? Do you care about dragons or Drag Souls?
I like to get dragons, but I don't think they're good. Like, I wish I got more gold. Because, like,
you only take it for the gold.
See, I feel like we play different games, us. Like, I hear Danijrm speak, and me and him we're just playing different games. Like, you guys, and
Region
you too, like,
matters.
you ban champions that give you a hard time at winning. I ban champions that make me not have fun. You don't want to not have the camps up because it lowers your chances of winning. And I want to have the camps up because it's fun to always have something to do when I'm like on autopilot, right? So I'm more of a for fun player, and you guys are more like, I really want to win. And so, like, when it's like dragons, you're like, oh, they really fucking suck. And I'm like, ooh, +1, only 3 more to go, and I get a big objective. This is really fun, right? So to me, like, the dragons are fun. And you know, sure, the soul, especially the fire soul, is kind of shit when you don't build any AD, but I mean, hey, you get a soul and it's cool. And in general, you usually, the majority of the time, win those games. And to me, that's really fun. I enjoy that. Yeah, they suck. But you know what? Like, when I get a dragon, it's fun. And you know what? With the Rift Herald, I think the Rift Herald's better than the dragon as well. I've been getting a Rift Herald over dragon priority quite often. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to get a dragon because they're fun.
So the take-home message is that Cowsep wants to have fun. Just let the man have fun, you know?
Yeah, and that's why the Doran's build, we're talking about the Doran's build, and you're like, it's bad. And he's like, it makes me happy. And you know where I'm fighting on that? I'm like, oh, I want to be happy too. I might.
Hey, don't get me wrong.
That's
Like, I'm not trying to gatekeep you from having fun, you know? If you want to do that to have fun, by all means. And we're just, you know, trying to discuss what's actually, like, good for climbing. What's, you know, we're also talking about what's fun too. But it's not like that's not important.
I feel like I'm the fun advocate here, and you guys are the tryhards.
Yeah,
Well, Senshi doesn't like happiness. I asked him, and he says that he likes green damage and stopwatch players. So he doesn't like happiness.
Who?
Well,
who likes stopwatch players?
Let me clarify this. I was saying
Senshi.
we should be nice to people, like, and accept people, even if they are Trinity players or, you know, Jax Cosmic, or like whatever kind of player, even if they like to build Zonias every game, like, we should not, like, you know, be mean to those people.
I mean, if you build Zonias, I don't like you.
You know,
because it takes away the fun of the game. It's not fun for the person doing it, and it's not fun for the person trying to kill them. All it is frustration for everybody.
You know what? I can't say you're wrong. But, you know, I think this just comes down, at the end of the day, we're just talking this is wholly tangential, by the way, for the podcast, I feel like. But, yeah, there's just, like, a difference on, like, you know, like, ways of thinking or, like, you know, I don't know if you call it worldviews, perspectives. I just feel like, you know, they're just trying to play games. They're trying to abuse what's OP. They're trying to, you know, make my, you know, sad Yimane ass cry because they're going to build Zonias and GA and stopwatch. And I get why they're doing it.
No. They're not doing it to make your ass cry. They're doing it because that item does everything, and they're going to build it whether you're in the game or not. Well, they don't give a fuck if you're the same.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Yimane or not. It's just super strong. I get why they're building. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to, like, be mean to those people for choosing to do that because I get why they're doing it. Anyway, I don't know why we're talking about this. Danny is convinced that I'm just, like, too soft or too nice, and we should ban all Trinity players and Zonia's players from our Twitch chats and yada yada yada. Whatever. You do that. You do you. I'll do me. So I guess we touched on drag souls a little bit, and it sounds like no one here really cares about. Or we recognize the value of Rift Herald as, like, something that's, I think, more valuable than some early dragons maybe in some cases, and just, like, it's a good objective to get, a lot better than it was in the past, especially because the double rift. I agree with that. And I saw the video you were talking about with Santorin where he'll give up drags, especially early drags. He always contests the third and following drags, I think, but, like, the early drags is willing to give him up if he can get rift or get something top, especially because junglers usually are playing bot side for, you know, bot lane and drags, which are both, like, not, like, bot lane experience got nerfed, so they're not as strong, and drags, like, early drags are not really strong either. So it's probably a mistake for them to always play bot side every game, even though enemy junglers always do play bot side every game. So I agree with, like, trying to get rift trails early and maybe giving away some drags. But I do feel like, I agree. Okay, it doesn't sound like Cowsep gets the drags because he actually thinks they're so good. He just thinks it's fun. But
it is fun.
And yeah, it is fun. I agree. I would say even going beyond that, I think it's still good, like for winning and actually serious climbing. I don't think all the drag souls are that good. Like I think the fire drag soul, it's not that good. Cloud drake soul also, it's debatable how good that is. I think on Yi, it's like it's fun, and again, that sounds like probably Cowsep's all about cloud drake soul, but like
It's not bad. It's like 50% movement speed on ultimate
it's
and 10%.
fun, yeah.
Not bad. Yeah.
And like, you know, but I mean, how
But-
often as you do you want to just like charge into 5 people like at lightning speed? Like
if you're me all the time.
if you're Cowsep all the time, but in terms of winning, like usually you like don't need that movement speed so much. But it's fun. I would say I think Ocean Drake and Mountain Drake souls are pretty good, and I would try to prioritize that for, you know, actual serious climbing. Yeah, I mean a free Bloodthirster Mountain Drake soul and the Ocean Drake soul is like a built-in. It's like having Death Stance, you know, where you have like your healing damage as you're fighting. It's like another Death Stance effect built in. That's how I see it. So I think it's really strong, even though it got nerfed. So I personally feel like those two are the best drags to prioritize. But doesn't sound like Danny cares about drag souls at all, or drags, period. Cowsep just wants to have fun. So that's that.
That's unfortunate, Danny.
Yeah, I can get it. Like, if I were playing a game from like, if I were in the medieval times, you know, swords and dragons. Yeah, it's very fun to fight versus Greys, but they are useless anyway, you know.
Okay, so what objectives do you prioritize on the map? You know, maybe you don't think any of them are that good, but like, okay, so you like Rift Herald. Castle likes Rift Herald. What about you, Danny? What do you think of, like, how do you win games? What objectives do you go for?
First, I'm gonna say I think you get more from Scholar than Drake.
You mean in gold?
I think you get more from the Scholar.
Like,
yeah.
Okay, sure. You think so?
No, it is just sad because it is a meta in which. I mean, I do think Drake is I feel like it is free, and also I like to fool myself to think if I do this Drake, I'm gonna win, but no. But I like to do it because of that, you know. I like to fool myself. So yeah, if I can get the Drake for free, I will do it. But I think that if you want to win, you should do what I said about just doing the Herald and taking the free stuff, because on this meta you can take so much free farm. Like you can mute your team and tax the lanes. I actually tell you to do that. Like mute everyone the pings and just go to the lanes and be like, you know what, you need to push, you need to reset, so I'm gonna take the wave from you. I don't care if they go AFK, you get more farm. You get farm out the game. And as Cowsep says, if they leave the game, they get banned, so I take you with me, you know, like.
What's with you two and like, I want to take you both down with
forever.
me? Like, I'm not about that.
Forever, so I think Cowsep is gonna like that, you know, like he can actually get
I don't disagree with that. Yeah, that's not bad at all.
But yeah, like I had noticed that people is going very, how to say it, in a very stupid way about the objectives, like, oh, they are gonna get the Drakes. I should fight them. No! If they had a lead, and you know that you're gonna lose the fight, then just go and take all his top jungle, take the Herald, and try to dive the top lane to get a lead for yourself. Like, only do the Drakes. When I say free, it means that the chances of you dying are low. Like, very, very low. And trust me, in this meta, if the enemy jungler steals the Drake, and I kill the jungler, I'm happy with that trade. I'm very happy. I prefer to get 300 gold than the stupid Drake. I really prefer, and every single time the jungler use flash to steal my Drake, and like, you die right now, and you're gonna die again. I promise you.
Bad flash usage. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I definitely don't like. I thought drags were gonna be so important going into the season. Even after the nerfs, I was like, oh, you know, I still gotta prioritize drags. But I think I'm more along the lines of what you're thinking, where I don't think they're as important. But I am still more like, I still think I value drags more than you do. I think that's still clear. But I am willing to like sack drakes and like take a bunch, like counter jungle, get Rift Herald, get top plates. I think that's actually way more worth than just taking that one drag. But I still feel like letting the enemy get the drag soul is something you should avoid, because it can, depending on the drag soul, make it hard to win. That's just, again, my opinion. Yeah, so I guess the last thing I want to talk about with regards to the state of the game is...
And the Elder?
Yeah, Elder Drake. So Cowsep doesn't like this addition because he thinks, I guess the enemy team tends to get it when you have it in your games, and then you just get one shot?
No, it's not the enemy team. I just feel like it's too strong.
It
Like
is. I agree. Too strong.
it's just it isn't fun for anybody involved because I know once I get it, the game's over. Like in 99% of the time, like because you can't beat an elder dragon. So it takes away the fun of the team fight for me, right? It seems like something a bronze player would enjoy. I executed a dude. That's so fun, right? That's not fun.
Wait.
The
Oh.
fun
Okay.
is the strategy of the fights. I find that more fun than just brute forcing the fights with Elder Dragon. Like, you know what you do? You get Dragon, you wait till Dragon spawns, you get Dragon, and then you force the end. There's no fun in that. There's no strategy in it. So that's why I don't like it. And plus, you know, it does kind of fuck with our wits end and stuff like that.
Yeah, if the enemy gets it, it really hurts you because you're a champ that likes to play around being low health and sustaining through fights. What about you, Danny? Do you like Elder Drake?
It makes no sense. Like, I feel like every jungle change is awful, and Elder is another awful change because maybe in Elo you can see Elder every game because yeah, you can choose spam Tigrex and no one really cares. But in High-Elo, at least about Diamond, I only see the Elder once every 100 games.
It's pretty rare.
And I feel like if you want to make something good, you need to make it more often because if I get a Dragon Soul, I'm gonna be like, oh, I got the Dragon Soul, and then I forget about it. I had no idea how to use it. I had no idea how to abuse it. I'm gonna press R and I'm gonna forget about the movement speed. And Elder is even worse because people get the Elder and they're like, I think they forgot how it works. I think no one read the patch. So you go into Tifa and you're like, oh my god, they died. Oh wait, how? So yeah, you never see it. So why would you spend so much budget to add the Elder if no one is gonna be able to use it? And even if they use it, they have no idea how it works because they never see it. So, and as a master, yeah, I think it doesn't work that well because I think it has a delay. So when the people is already low, you want to keep them you don't want to wait, I don't know, 0.25 or 0.5. So yeah, I don't think the jungle changes are good. Not even the Elder. Everything sucks.
Yeah, I think Elder Drake's definitely too strong. I think it's deliberately made too strong because they just don't want games to like last that long. So they're like, okay, we're gonna just introduce this super OP thing. It's definitely the most powerful objective in the game, and if you stall out the game that long, then someone's just got to win this already. And especially if it's like if you survived against a Cloud Drake Soul or sorry a Dragon Soul team that long, and then you managed to get the Elder Drake. Yeah, if it's like you held out and now this is like your win condition. So I see kind of why they added it, but I agree. I think it's a little bit too strong, and it's really not. I don't think it's healthy for the game, but I understand why they added it. So that's that. I think we can move on here. So jungle pathing. I think all of us do different jungle pathings. I think what I've seen Cowsep do in his videos. I think I'll let you explain it, but yeah, what's your favorite pathing? We'll start with Cowsep.
Red into the enemy jungle.
Red straight into the enemy jungle. You like invade blue side,
Yeah.
or you invade like the side adjacent, right?
Oh, I don't care what side I'm in. I just go in from red to the opposite.
All right. If you're looking to have fun, this is your go-to solution: red, and then just start fighting. Okay. Is that like your mostly what you run, or do you do other jungle
I do that
paths?
every game.
See, I do that in low elo. I just recently started like actually smurfing sometimes this season or like this preseason, and I do that every game. That in low elo doing like the red buff to like enemy red buff invade, I feel like it works almost every time. At least in low elo, and you can kill them, and then the game's over. But yeah, it's fun. I can see that. What about you, Danny? What do you think? What do you do for your pathing?
Gonna be honest, I don't really have a pathing. Like everything sucks.
Really?
In a way.
You think everything sucks?
Everything sucks, but one pathing that I like is not even a pathing. Like I use if I on the blue side, I'm gonna war the pixel bush of the top lane, or around the top at the mid lane, and around minute 40, I'm gonna recall. I'm not gonna type anything or ping anything. I'm gonna get red trinket because now you can get red trinket even faster. That is why I say god buff for some reason. And then I'm gonna walk to my war and I'm gonna spam ping my top laner, come and invade with me. Like minute 110. I'm gonna spam him because I'm not gonna say it early because I'm getting ghosted. So I had to make sure to say it as late as possible, And I'm gonna try to invade around minute 132, the enemy red. And you can use the red trinket to make sure they don't have a war. And you can even see them before you even face check. and I'm just gonna have my 2v2, and I'm gonna have fun with that. And if they are not there, I don't really mind, because since you can use the red trinket, you can make sure no one saw you. So you can take the red. If they are not there, you can maybe take the raptors or not, and then you can go straight for your red, and you gotta lead every game like that. Like, because you can place the war 040, you know if they place a war. Like, you can even know before checking, so you can take a different route to invade.
So you said you
So-
wore their red buff or you wore their wrap?
The
Like, what
pixel
do you-
bush.
You wore the pixel, okay.
Yeah, so you are the pixel bush, and yeah, like you can invade, you can fight, or you can just steal the camps, and then you can protect your jungle. Something I like to do is like just pressing Q once on my mid lane, or pressing the Q on the enemy mid lane, and it's like I get prio for free. But yeah, like this pattern seems to work very well, because when people start blue, they're like, oh, should I? They didn't see you, so they don't know that they should invade. But even if they want to invade, it's already too late, because you can defend your red.
So you like
And-
invading red as like that's like your almost default like path.
Yeah, it's like you start on the blue side, but like I don't know, like this meta every pattern sucks. Like I don't really care about my pattern. I care more about the enemy team pattern. You know, like
Mm.
I know exactly what the enemy team is gonna do, and I play around it. Like, let's just say I don't invade and I play on the blue side, and I know Lee Sin starts blue and I start red. I know that if I fall clear, Lee Sin is gonna do blue, Grom, Wolves, red, and then he's gonna invade my blue. Why? Because he knows that if I clear all my jungle, I'm gonna be low HP on my blue, and he's gonna kill me or take my blue. Like, I know it's gonna happen. So maybe I'm gonna skip the wolves and do my blue a little bit faster, and just try to be ready for it, you know? Like, that is why I don't get invade so often, because I can predict the enemy invade. But besides that, I think everything sucks, and there is not really a pattern that you're gonna like. The only pattern that advice that I could give you is like, if you had to make the choice, like let's just say you recall and you had to make the choice, Grump and Wolves are always gonna be better than Grox and Raptors.
Yep, I agree.
So yeah, like just that there is no pattern to everything's like the jungle camps spawn so fast that people can get away so easily with just clearing the Grump, the Wolves, ganking and taxing, that it just
Yeah.
feels so bad. It feels so bad.
I mean, Cowsep likes the short and jungle
I mean,
timings.
it sounds like you're starting to feel like I felt for the past 3 seasons. Like I actually hear a little bit of old me inside of you. It feels so bad.
I was in alpha.
Hey man, that thing grew my channel. I'm okay with that.
The suffering was worth it.
It was hella worth it.
Okay, well, so it doesn't sound like okay, Cowsep, I don't know if I call that a pathing, but he does red and invades. All right, sure, it's fun. It probably even works in a lot of games, even in some High-Elo games, it probably works.
I mean, that's
Uh,
why I bitch about my team so much, is because either they help me and we get some kills, or they don't help me and I die and I'm behind. So that's a team problem right there.
Yeah,
I mean,
not
I don't
your
like
fault.
I don't like to do the full clear. As I mentioned, I like how we now have the option to full clear. I don't actually like the full clear, right? So I have the option to, and otherwise I just invade all game because I enjoy that. And that's a problem with banning Lee Sin, is he's actually really fun to invade early. I just don't want to deal with him now.
Yeah, and then Danny likes to, instead of like screw just doing a normal clear, he just wants to level 1 invade like with his top laner rather than going for a clear. You know, I respect that, but I still do like the traditional clear in a lot of games. I will say that I do like starting blue side more, not just because like you can get level 3 off it, and they're more valuable camps in general for like the gold experience you get and the time it takes to take them. But also I think it's a healthier clear if you start from blue buff and full clear red side. I tested this in like practice tool. It's a little bit faster and you are more healthy by the end of the clear if you're gonna full clear starting from red side or starting from blue side. Starting from blue is better, but you know, it doesn't sound like anyone really likes full clearing. I don't like full clearing either. It's just like usually that's what I have to do at the beginning of the game. At least that's what I find. You know, but that's just me. Do you feel like both of you like to be really aggro early game, like right off the bat? You never like to play like full clear farming style first levels.
Oh
any
yeah.
So you're aggro early every single game.
Yeah, every single game I will go aggro early.
Danny, you too?
I mean,
Do you ever
it's
just
something
farm?
weird because let's just say that if you play 10 hours in a row, sometimes you start to be like, you know what? I want to win fast. I want to win fast. I want to know if I'm gonna lose or win this game level 1. Let's go. It's like when you're in a war, you're like 1v1, baby, and let's see who wins. Let's not have a full war.
I mean, yeah, if you
So
stream
what?
10 hours, I mean, but that's not like a good example. That's more of a
No,
rare
but yeah,
case.
like you can go two ways. You can go like, I want to finish this game level 1 and I don't care. I want to invade. I don't care if we lose. Or you can go like, you know what? I'm so lazy. I don't care. I don't trust in my team. Especially, I don't trust in my team. If I get someone who starts to say on the chat, Danny, I'm your fan, and they pick Timo, I'm not gonna be ganking anyone. I'm not gonna be invading. I'm not crossing anyone in this team. I'm gonna invade and they're gonna let me die. So I just fall clear. Like, if you don't trust in your teammates, then just fall clear. And well, obviously,
Yeah.
if I play in low elo, I will never trust in my team. I would just go for the free kills, But
Yeah, I agree. I just don't want to count on my teammates, so I'd rather farm early game and not risk getting put behind. Because in this meta, if you get behind in jungle, you are so giga screwed. It's not even funny. So I just don't want to risk that. I just prefer to farm, and I will full clear most games, like to start out, and then maybe it varies afterwards. Usually I play around drag, but just wanted to get your opinions on that. So it looks like you both like to play aggro early game, but I want to ask this: do your priorities change as the game goes on? Like, are you playing aggro the whole game, or is there a point where you like start to farm more, or just stop farming altogether and you're just pressuring constantly? Like, what do you think is actually? And I know Castle likes to have fun, but like, just humor me for the sake of the podcast. What do you think is actually good for climbing consistently? Do you think you should be farming until like for the whole game, or should you stop farming and pressuring? Like,
You get Gunzus and then you split push.
you get Ginzas and split push. So you're just farming and avoiding like fights. But yeah,
No.
still...
You invade. Okay, if you absolutely must farm, you invade at level 1. You get your kill or you get killed. And see, here's the thing. It's like by invading at level 1, and if you die, you assume, oh, I messed up. But at the very least, you already know you got top and mids flash because God forbid, they're gonna come in after you, right? And then you can gank them later, right? So it's not all bad if you die. So you do that level 1 invade, and then you assess from there, what are you getting? Like, did you get a mid flash? Did you get a top flash? And if you got that, then you can gank that. If you didn't get shit and you just died for absolutely no reason, you go back to your jungle with your tail between your leg, you do blue, Gromp, Wolf, and then you do the bottom side, and you just do that until you get Gunzus. But you try to put those plays on the map with those early invades, and then you get Gunzus, and then you split all game.
I think it's interesting you both like those early invades. Yeah, I don't do that very often, but maybe I should. Maybe I should.
I mean, he's great early, and it's a lot of fun, and it really gets, especially for new players, it teaches you matchups that you don't understand. Like, the number one problem with Yi players is they don't know their matchups. They don't know, like, oh, can I 1v1 this Kassadin when they should just be right-clicking him, right? They try to run away, like Danny said. Who knows, right? So you learn matchups by getting shit on early. And at the same time, you waste people's flashes if you do die. So it's kind of like you mess up, but you also get a benefit. So, not bad.
I guess so. I guess for me, it's like I used to invade a lot at early game, like back in maybe early season 9 or something. But I feel like everyone expects it now, and it's so hard for me to pull off. I mean, maybe if I tried it again.
Even if they expect it, you still kick their ass. Like, you ping for your team to come help you, and you say, if you don't come, I'm feeding, and then they usually come. Usually.
I did something like that yesterday.
That's something you did yesterday?
I asked my team, come, like, help me, and my top laner said, no, we lose that, I don't care. And it just kept going. I was like, my stream, I don't care if I have to 1v2, I'm going for it. And I just face checked the red, and no one is there, and then the Camille top comes to stop me, and I'm like, ignoring the Camille, I just finished the red, I get level 2, like, when I'm 30% HP, and then I just, you're gonna die, Camille, right? Like, I activate my ignite and I kill her, like, and then I spam sexy Latin handsome twist away.
Turns out we're not so different after all, huh, Danny?
Well, I really feel like I'm the outlier in most of these debates, which is fine. We should have different perspectives here, but I'm just surprised you both really like doing this aggro stuff, and you don't really care about farming. It seems you just want to play aggro, and only farm if it's like the only thing you can farm your own jungle as like a last resort is what I'm hearing. You guys like to just play aggressive, and if you have nothing else to do, you'll farm your own jungle.
Well,
The
someone
little
wants to
thing.
know. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. About invade with Master G, especially level 1, you know your skill. Like, you die and you can do what you say, like, yeah, you can go to the jungle, farm, and then wait for Keystone. You can do that if you die. But if you win the fight, let's just say versus Olaf, you invade him and you kill him, Olaf is gonna be a minion the whole game.
Yeah,
So it's
that's
like,
true.
you invade, you win the fight, you carry. You invade, you die, okay, I just gonna AFK farm like any other G. So, yeah, the risk reward is very good for the early invade. Like, yeah.
Okay. I mean, actually, that's a good point.
Yeah, and somebody wanted to know about late invades. I think late invades are really, 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 really good, but your team never wants to do it. So if your team does it, like, you always get a kill every time in solo queue because people are just stupid. Like, they go AFK. Hey, I'm guilty. Like, I'll walk out and get a bush and I'll go AFK and I'll come back and I'm dead, right? Like, late invades always, they're just so good. Like, you get them, like, usually you want to get them right, like 125, right, when it's spawning, or 130, like Danijrm said. He went against that Camille or whatever and he smited and got level 2 or something. I don't know, right? You do that, and if you get the level 2, you win the fight and you get 3 kills and you're having a good time. You don't get it, well, whatever, you burnt some flashes. Hey, you'll go for some ganks later.
This is so funny. It's like totally different from how I
And this works very well in low elo, because the problem with high elo is that you're gonna get ghosted.
Yeah, they
because someone in your team someone is gonna be screaming on your team. Someone is gonna be screaming, or someone knows you, so they are like, "Hey, did you know Danijrm is a psycho? He's gonna invade like always. Just wait, just wait 5 people on the bush." And it's like, yeah, like, it's not fun to invade in high elo every time, but in low elo, there is nothing better. Like, you can't even do it alone. You don't know how many times people is just waiting alone right there, like, oh my god, G's chasing me. G, I'm just gonna run away. I'm gonna fight him, and you're always gonna win with Conquer and Ignite, you know.
Yeah, low elo is different. I think you can pretty much do all that mindless stuff. It's never rewarded. They're never expecting the invades. You're always gonna win, and yeah, it's different low elo. But anyway, I think that's enough on jungle pathing. It doesn't even sound like either of you really have much of jungle pathing. You just go balls to the wall and just try to kill
he
people.
hates the current jungle, and I like to have fun, so.
You know what? I respect that, though. For me, I definitely, like I said, I tend to do like a full clear early on, or maybe an invade, like if I think my team's down for it. I try to switch it up, but everyone's here has their own ideas, which is fine. Okay, moving on. So we've covered, that was the basics. So we talked about all this stuff that's like common questions that are asked, or like, yeah, just like things that, you feel like you're obligated to cover in a podcast like this or a seminar. So now these are more like niche, or not super niche, or just like other commonly asked questions by Yi-mains that don't necessarily fit into like a certain category. A lot of these, I think pretty much all of them I got from, messaging people on Discord, on Reddit, and they're just commonly, asked questions by Yi-mains. So I thought we would all discuss these. So first one, when should I split or group? And I know that there's probably going to be different opinions between us three on this, but what do you guys think? What circumstances do you feel like you should split push, and what circumstances do you feel like, actually, I don't want to split push, I'd rather group?
I mean, the question, you have to make yourself a question. Can I do it or can I not? So you ask yourself, can I split push? Yes or no?
Well, what do you mean by can I split push? Like, what do you think about by can I? Like, what does that mean?
I mean, if they had an Akali, I cannot do it. I mean, if she's on this, I cannot do it.
That's also one of my bans, but she's just not as common as Lee Sin. I ban according to how common they are. Remember that.
Right.
But yeah, like, you just need to think, if I go to split push, I'm gonna win the 1v1. Like, you see the enemy top laner or whoever sees on the side lane, I'm gonna win the 1v1. And they had champions that could engage on me or engage on my team every single time. So if I see that someone is split pushing, but they have like the Kled, the Pantheon, the Vi, like they had so many ways to catch me. Like I can see my team farming on the mid lane, and I see everyone is disappear. And they had a Blitzcrank with Mobius, they had a Bite, they had a Kled, they had a Pantheon, and like, dude, if I stay here, I'm just gonna die. My team doesn't even have the damage to do the Baron. My team is not even gonna take a turret, so I cannot split push, like, you can only split push when you know that you can win 1v1, 2v1, and the enemy team doesn't have the biggest hard engage of the whole world, like, so yeah, that is the question. Like, can you do it? Can you not? If you cannot do it, if they had a Krinamer that is very fed and you didn't max meditate, you didn't get Randuins yet, then you cannot do it. But then you think, wait, I just got Randuins and I just max meditate. Maybe I could beat Krinamer 1v1. Then just go for it. Like, that is the thing. Can you do it? Can you not? You do it. Like,
so you default to do it if it's possible.
Yeah, sure, it's fun. Like, you can just autopilot, get free experience and gold from the lane, and then just outplay everyone when they come for you.
Okay.
It's fun.
It's fun. Oh, we come back to
It makes me happy.
the ultimate reason for everything for Yi mains. It's fun. Okay, Cowsep, what do you think?
What was the question?
Like, do you prefer split pushing or grouping, and like, would you ever do the not favorite option over the other?
I mean, to me, it isn't really a matter of can I do it. It's like, if my team sucks, I want their gold and their EXP, so I split.
Okay.
Right?
I agree with that.
Yeah, so, and typically when I have to fight for a lane to split, I don't split because I just don't want somebody to go AFK. But,
that's always the problem. Someone's always
Yeah.
splitting on my team. That's the reason I don't find myself split pushing often. Someone always split pushes. So it's like, even if I be the better split pusher, I feel like they're just not gonna let me. So I don't even bother trying.
You always got a random dude splitting, a random fucking Shen because he has his ultimate. Fuck that guy. But yeah, it's more of a matter of like, I don't know. I'll pretty much default to splitting. Like, if I'm behind, I split because I need the gold. If I'm ahead, I split because I beat everybody. The only time I don't split is if I can't get my team to let me split for some reason, in which case I usually sit in the jungle or I go looking for trouble in theirs. I just like 1v1s. I like skill matchups. I like to enjoy the thrill of the fight, and splitting lets me have the most fun out of the game. But sometimes you just.
Okay, fair enough. My playstyle again is different from both of yours. I always, or not always, but I usually end up grouping, and because I feel like that's how I find myself being able to maximize use potential is like actually getting resets and cleaning up a fight. But I definitely like will split push if I think for me it's like I'll split push if I feel like I have to. I feel like I can carry harder by grouping, but if I feel like I'm the only one if I'm like the only strong one on the team, and the enemy team, especially if they have a lot of annoying things, like they have lots of CC, maybe they have stealth and vulnerability, just like things that are just so hard to deal with, and in a team fight it's just not going to go well for me. I definitely think split pushing is better, and just hope your teammates can not all get killed, too quickly while you pressure. But yeah, that's my opinion on it. Looks like you both just split push, unless you like absolutely have to group. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fair enough.
Well, I mean, okay, it's an important distinction to remember that if your team is going to get engaged on by Malphite, you can't split, because what's going to happen is they're going to all die, and then the game's lost, right? So
Yeah.
you have to make sure that if your team, that's why I love wave clear, right? And they've really kind of fucked that with Baron and stuff. But like, if your team can kind of hold off, it's always worth it to split. But if your team's going to get engaged on, then you have to go back and you have to team fight.
But here's the counter argument to that. If the team has Malphite, Yasuo, and just like a bunch of other, like their team fight is amazing, why would you want to group with them still when you're just going to get one shot with everyone else?
It's not about the team fight being amazing. It's about whether or not they're going to get engaged on. If they're going to get engaged on, like let's say they have a really solid Kled Malphite engage, right? And you don't have the wave clear for it. You can't split. You can't. You can't. Like, yeah, sure, you don't want to fight that, but you don't have a choice, because the moment they engage, your team's dead and the game's over. Like, it's over. The only way you're going to be relevant is if you can somehow prevent that from going south.
I hear you. Yeah.
There is a way, like to deal with Malphite, that I always say something about tempo. if you start to split push and it takes you 1 minute to start to take turrets, and the enemy team is already grouped, ready to siege, then you cannot do it. But if before the enemy team groups, you are already in a position like the enemy team rocks to start to take turrets, almost every single time the enemy Malphite is gonna be like, oh my god, I had to defend instead of grouping, and he's gonna go alone for you.
Yeah,
So
I can
and he's
stop
just
him
gonna
on
die.
Malphite.
this works especially very very good in low elo. Like
Yeah.
if you actually split push at the right time, you can attract the people and make sure they never group. Because someone's always gonna be stupid enough to be like, I had to stop TG alone.
Yeah,
I
or
can
the
take him.
Fiora's like, I'm the duelist.
Yeah, that's true. I think Loyola works really well. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's that's part of it. It's just like pulling one person away from the team fight, and even if it's someone who I can't beat, if I'm just gonna group up with my teammates, get Malphite, Yasuo ulted, and explode, you know, I personally would prefer to I would ask my teammates to just try and stay back and avoid getting engaged on whatever in whatever way they can, and I'm gonna split and pull maybe another Fed member or someone I can kill so I can actually split push effectively, and then just try and create pressure that way. That's when I would split push, but I tend to group in other situations. But yeah, I think that's all we need to say on this topic. Let's move on. So how do you play from behind? This is something that I think Yi mains often face more than the opposite, which is being ahead. I think well, I guess I should qualify this statement because you both like to play super aggro early, so maybe half the time you actually are ahead when you start out the game. But in general, Yi is considered to be a late game champion that isn't as strong early game. So especially in low elo, in lower elo, they're not sure how to get a lead early. So they're usually playing from behind against champs that are stronger early game. So how do you play from behind? What are you thinking if you're behind? How can you get back into the game?
That's a Danijrm question, not a Cowsep question.
Okay.
Cowsep's answer
wait,
is to
do
ult
you
up
mean
4.
I'm always behind?
Huh?
Sorry, what?
Like, I'm the expert at playing from behind. That is what you mean. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
there's some
I
subtle
mean, you're the
flame there.
one that doesn't. You don't surrender, and when I'm behind, I'm just like, if I don't have a late game champ on my team, I'm just ready to surrender at that point.
Okay. I was just joking. But, I mean, from behind, there are two ways that I can play from behind. If my team says stop inting, trust me, I'm gonna be invading. I'm gonna be doing whatever I want. But yeah, it's like, let's just say I'm behind, and I know I lose fights. Like, this is the first thing you need to be aware. You need to be looking. Do I win versus the enemy jungler? No. Do I win versus this person? No. They had a rumble with Krieg Gears. He's very fed, right? Yeah. But if I get the right fight or the right items, I can beat him and get a bounty, right? Yes. Okay, let's wait for that. Like, I already got my target to get back into the game, And then you have to start trading. Like, if you always lose, and you see, like, you have to be very mature. Like, you see the enemy team Olaf with the support, because when you are behind, you get invaded by 3 people. Like, every time you're gonna get invaded by 2 people together. So you see them. They want to take your raptors. What do? Bye-bye. And then you go to his jungle and you try to take his raptors. Almost always, they're gonna be there. So they invade you, but you invade them. So they take the Greg, but you take the Herald. So you start to trade. Every single time you can do it, like you can see your team being like, Master G, come to the Greg, let's team fight, let's protect the Greg. And you'll be like, bye-bye, I'm going top lane. And you take 4 waves. And maybe even a kill. Maybe the robot comes to stop you and you get the kill, So every single time they do something, you're like, okay, guys, you guys just spent 2 minutes to ward the Greg to get 25 gold. And I got 4 waves. I'm a little bit ahead than before, Like, I feel better than I was 2 minutes ago. So you keep doing this, and then you tell, you know what? I feel like now I can win this fight. So then you get the fight that you need. You get the 1v1 that you have been waiting on the game. Like, one game, I was like, for 5 minutes waiting to split push. I was split pushing, and then I saw the Akali coming for me. Akali came for me again, and every time I just ran. And I went to the other lane. I was bot lane, then I went top lane. I was top lane, then I went bot lane. And then I don't know why the other person tried to stop me, the rumble. And then I just killed him, and I came back into the game. Like you just wait for the chance, you know, like you just keep trading and just something I always forget because I have my pride. So if someone invades me and they have 5 kills, I just try to 1v1 them. Why? Because it's my jungle. You're not going to invade. If you want to take my raptors, you have to take me with them. And I also
Everyone's got
die.
an ego.
So yeah, like the best thing that you can do is remember every single second you are dead, that is a few seconds that you are not getting farm experience. So by just staying alive, like running away and trying to farm something else, you are scaling. But if you are dead and you are dead and you are dead, then you are not farming. So yeah, like it's better something to run away instead of dying to a fight that you already lost.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of that advice. I try to do kind of like the same idea of trading, where if I'm behind early, I just try to, throw away the ego and, try and be mature and just like, if they're going to try and bully me because I'm already behind and I'm a Yi with not even a Blood Razor, yeah, like there's no way I should be fighting that. I'm just going to put myself even further behind. Just give them anything they want. If I'm behind and they want to take it from me, I can't stop them. All I can do is to just try and stay alive and try and farm something else. Just like run away from the enemy team constantly and just take whatever they aren't taking. Because there's always something to take now with the jungle timers being shorter and like you have 2 Rift Heralds and it's not a bad objective card to drag. Like there's always something you can take. So I definitely try to do that kind of thing too. Cowsep, is there anything you do besides Alto 4 when you're behind? Like no kind of strategy?
I mean, when I'm behind, it's just I don't like wasting my time on those games anymore. You know, I've been playing for 10 years. It's just I'm ready for next.
Damn, I felt that. I felt that one real hard. Well, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Again, I understand. Alright, so next question is common mistakes about low elo Yi mains. We've kind of been touching on this here and there throughout the podcast so far, but I get this question asked all the time. They wanted me to focus on it as a particular section in this podcast. What do you see low elo Yi mains in particular make like very easily correctable mistakes that they could do to make like significant progress in their climb? Anything that comes to mind right off the bat? I could say, I'll just start off with one. I think one thing that I see Yi mains not do correctly is not recalling properly. Like, they'll have a lot of gold, and maybe they even have enough for their power spike, like a Blood Razor or Rage Blade, but they'll still stay on the map. And honestly, I'm guilty of this sometimes too, but I feel like you should always recall when you have that power spike, and just buy it as soon as possible. So that's one I can start with. Anyone else have any other ideas for like low elo mistakes you see Yi mains making?
I'm just thinking because I feel like almost I could say normal things. I could say using EOT turrets.
Oh yeah, well I mean,
yeah,
whatever about that.
But how do I explain it? Like when you play G, it's all about the mentality. So if I try to say what they do wrong, it's like I will be calling them not very smart people, with every single thing that I
I
say.
don't think they'll take it personally. I think a lot of these low elo players, they just want to know what is some mistake that a lot of players like me make that I can keep in mind to avoid. Like, I don't think they'll take it personally.
Yeah, but okay. Let's just say with G you have to use the brain. Like I always tell people I have
Really?
to play with a wrist
Wow.
another wrist. My hands are very bad. I should go to the medic. I don't play with mechanics. I just play with my brain. So people in low elo, they try to use the brain in the wrong places. They never use it on the right place. So you can see my OPGG and you can see my builds. You can see what do I do. And you can try to go for that. Like you could try to play the way I play. But instead you see like something you can see like, I don't know, in 50 games, people have been going Berserker Grips. It's the most popular rune in bronze. So I'm gonna go with it because it looks cute. No! Why would you use why like and this might sound offensive, but if you can check someone OPGG and runes and everything in 5 seconds, and you still ask them, what runes are you using? Or something like that, you're lazy. You're not trying to use your brain. You're like as Cowsep says, that is too much work. Like, let's be honest, like that is like what I did when I was starting to play, I was doing my research. I was trying to look what is the best thing that I could do. I was trying to do that. I never asked someone a question. I tried to understand why and how. But people is just like asking, and they don't try to use the brain. They don't try to use it.
It's because it's
Like,
easier
they're
for them to
being
just have
lazy.
you explain it to them than for them to actually go look it up and figure it out themselves. You know, they just want an easy answer a lot of the time.
Yeah, like when I try to tell them, if you want to improve as G and you want to climb, you have to use the brain. But then they ask me, how do I use my brain? Dude, you really
How
don't
do I
want to
use
think,
my
right?
brain?
You really don't want to think. Like, I don't and it is like, yeah, people need to make the effort and just got the right things. Like, you need to see, like, this is good, and you need to try to play it the right way, because I see a lot of people, they also be like, Danny, but someone told me this is the best build for low elo. This is the best way to play in low elo. And I'm like, dude, if you want to climb to challenger, if you want to climb to diamond, you need to play like a diamond player. You don't need to play G like a diamond player. You don't need to play G like a challenger, because people always ask on this subreddit, hey, how do you guys climb with G to diamond? No, you need to be diamond to climb to diamond. You don't need to be like playing G like a diamond player. No, that is not the way. You need to just understand macro decision making
Yeah,
and
it's a
maybe
lot
get
of
the
macro.
right builds. So yeah, like if I play in bronze, I could play crit because it's fun. But I know that once every 20 games, people is going to be, I don't know why, I'm gonna see a Janna with Frozen Heart and Sonia's and Tormail, and I'm gonna be like, wait, TDC has Tormail, Janna has Tormail, everyone has Tormail and Sonia's. I'm not gonna have fun, and I lose because my thing is useless, and I had crit. So I know that if I play in low elo bronze and I play my own hit with my proper builds, I'm gonna win every single game, even though I'm not gonna have as much fun. If I play crit, I'm gonna lose sometimes because people sometimes is gonna use the brain a little bit and get tabbies. So yes, it might be fun to play for fun in low elo as a smart thing, but if you try to play, if you try to copy and understand what people do in high elo and try to do that in low elo, you are gonna climb. Why? Because if you play like a diamond in bronze, you get out of bronze. If you play in bronze just trying to abuse whatever is broken in bronze, then you're gonna stay in bronze forever. Just saying.
Okay, fair enough. All right, I'm wondering like if is that what people want to hear when I got this or when they're asking this
That is why I
question?
didn't want to reply. It was like,
Probably not what they want to hear, but I mean, there's a lot of validity to like if you're not just basically copying what the high elo players are doing, then you're already like putting yourself in a like why would you if you really want to climb you should just start with doing those kind of things. I think it's like pretty obvious like way to improve your play. And then just like focusing on macro, yeah, it doesn't matter what jungler you play a lot of the time. Like if you have good macro, you can win with like any jungler. It doesn't matter whether it's Z or anything else. But yeah, like I see your point. But I think when it comes to like things that specifically Yi players are not doing correctly in low elo, things that they can improve on, that's like actually specific to Yi. Like I think someone mentioned in the chat here is like spamming your Q, or not holding your Q, and just like basically using it incorrectly. I think, yeah, a lot of low elo Yi mains are like notorious for using their Q to just like charge in or like using it too early and then not dodging anything. So I think that's one thing that I see a lot of low elo Yi mains not do correctly. If I had to just give some kind of answer to this question, and I also think vision, like no one wards in low elo, and that's I think it's pretty important for Yi if you're trying to avoid getting destroyed early game and you want to scale. I think vision's pretty important. No one bothers to ward anything low elo. So those are my answers to this question. Anyone else have any other like insight they want to give here before I move on?
I think people try too hard.
You think people try too hard?
Like I know
Poor
it sounds like
Cowsep.
that whole. I know it sounds like that for fun thing, but no, legitimately, I think the reason a lot of people are behind, this is kind of contradictory to Danijrm saying not everybody is like awesome at processing information and copying builds, right? And so what happens is people get so caught up on using the right build and to copying the exact thing that they don't use their brain, which is what Danny said, right? They don't use their brain, but they're copying things and they're omitting their brains, right? Everything is copy, right? Like you can copy a challenger level player, and of course, like he said, a diamond player is diamond, not a player that copies a diamond player, right? But they try so damn hard. Like I just hear them, I do this, and I'm still not winning. It's because you're not thinking. You're copying, not thinking. And I don't like that. That's what I think they do wrong. They don't think. They just copy. That's
Wait,
it.
they don't think, or they are
They
thinking
don't
too
think.
hard?
They don't think because no, it's they think too hard about. I know it sounds very contradictory. They
Yeah, I'm
think
like
too
getting
hard.
lost.
Like, okay, think about it this way. They come into my chat and they're like, Cowsep, what's the difference? We talked about this way. What's the difference between alacrity and tenacity? When do I bring which? And it's like you're thinking too hard about which one you need to bring, and you're not thinking enough about the situation. You know what I'm saying? Like you see a Leona, oh boy, she has CC. Maybe I should bring CC. Like it's I don't know why I need to tell people to bring tenacity into something they're obviously not thinking. And then they are thinking. They're thinking too fucking hard. Like, oh, this is really fucking important. No, it's not. Coup de grace and last stand. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. You're overthinking it. Just changing your rune is not going to make you diamond. You know what's going to make you diamond is if you use your brain in an effective way. Stop overthinking stupid shit. Overthink the good shit.
I agree.
Yeah, I think there's some
Okay.
validity to that. I think there's like there's a tendency to like obsess over these certain things, thinking that like it matters so much, but
The
like
difference between these two runes is not going to get you to diamond, dumb. Sorry. Yeah, continue.
but yeah, no, I think that's a valid point. You know, I can't. It's valid. That's all I'll say. But all right, I think we spent.
Shouldn't like. I don't think we should even have to cover the difference between alacrity and tenacity. Use your fucking brain. Sorry, I just wanted to say.
I mean, there are questions that I agree with you because I play Conqueror only for a year, only Conqueror, let's say for a month, and someone asked me, Danny, what is better, Conqueror or El Tempo? You have seen my stream the whole day, right? Yes. Why are you even asking me that? Why would you ask me? Why would you stop thinking about the Halo Blaze is better, the Harbor is better, the El Tempo is better, and why even ask me? So you only see me playing Conqueror. What? I don't get it.
Let me say this. I think it seems so obvious to people like us who like we play League regularly. We like a lot of our, you know, we're just like engaging with League all the time. We're like watching each other's streams and stuff. But some of these other players, like maybe they don't have good internet. They can't even look up your OBGG or watch your stream often, or maybe they just don't play League often and they just want to like hear from the expert to improve faster. I'm just trying to think about from their perspective.
Okay, I can understand that, but when people think that changing your coup de grace or your last stand is going to be the difference between being silver and diamond, it drives me.
That's true.
Like,
yeah,
it doesn't have to be, but maybe they could experiment a little bit and kind of see which one's good for them. I mean, it is a game after all.
Oh, God. I think most people forget it's just a game. It's easy to forget. But yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's move on. Question 4. So, my teammates always feed / don't listen. How can I carry them? What can you do about teammates that are just like
I just want to get this out of the way here. A lot of people seem to think that if they just climb Elo, that problem's going to go away. No, that problem never goes away. You're literally, every Elo is the same. It's always the same. It's never going to change. So for this one, you're going to figure this out. And, you know, we might give you some opinions here. But the thing is, you're never going to be able to carry them all. You're going to lose some games. And the thing is no matter what your Elo is, you're going to be dealing with this shit all the time. So it never gets better. It never gets better. Don't expect it to be better. It'll never.
All the more reason for us to talk about this question. How do you solo carry?
Yeah, that's great. That's great. This is actually a good question that would actually, you know, you don't overthink this. It's a legitimate problem. It's in every game. It's something you have to tackle. This is a great.
This is funny. But anyways, so yeah, what's the best way to solo carry? Like, what's your thought process going in? Like, you know, when you're okay, actually, I think smurfing's a bad example, but just like, say you're playing in still like a high-elo game, so it's like, you know, it's not like you can just completely destroy the enemy team. You're like way better than them, but like you know your teammates, or you like after a few minutes in the game, you know they're all bad, or they're all just like gonna be completely useless, or even worse, they just don't want to listen to you at all. So they're literally like you cannot work with them. What's like your thought process thinking like how can I win this game?
That's a you question again,
yeah,
Danny.
I'll start with Danny. I have a feeling this is more his question.
Okay. Like this question, first what Cowsep said is right, and at some point it gets worse, because if you get rank 1 in a region, all your team is going to become diamond every game, and the enemy team is going to be challenger. So at some point, when you're diamond, your team is challenger, but when you're challenger, your team is diamond. So the game gets worse. So never think that because you get challenged, the game is gonna get worse. It's gonna get better. It always gets worse.
I mean, it gets worse in every way because your queue time's a little longer, the games are harder, so you can't autopilot. You know, it's a lot harder to have fun. I mean, High-Elo is not exactly that great. I just want people.
If you make a question and you say something like, my teammates, they feed, they don't listen to me, they flame me because I play Ignite. First, if they flame you, why your team is not muted?
That's a good question, actually. Why aren't you muting?
I had someone tell me, oh, Danny, how do I avoid to get banned? I get banned 3 times. Okay, do this. Press escape, deactivate chat. There you go. You're never going to get banned again.
Yeah.
Wow. It was so hard to do it. You know, it was so hard to do it. And
it's actually true. It's not even a joke.
Like, if your teammates feed, they don't listen to you, they don't let you carry, I don't care. Like, you should never be thinking about your team. You are playing jungle, you are playing chess. Your team is like the less important pieces. They are like, they are nothing. They are not people to you. If they talk, it's like, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't even understand you. So if your team is inting, you mute everyone, you play your game, you see what you can get. If you can tag, you do it. If they go AFK, you get extra points. Like, as I always say, Cowsep say that in Korea, because his team is gonna go AFK, he gives the blue. And I be like, dude, if you tell me that you're gonna go AFK because I take the blue, I smite it in your face.
I'll take the blue every time. Yeah, I hate that, right? So I have to mute them.
So yeah, like, if people threat me with going AFK, I don't care. Like, yesterday, I had a Senna IDC with 2 kills early game. Like, she had 2 kills and she still doesn't recall once. And after the gank, and he has like 40 CS, and like, you know what? You don't have mana. The wave is towards you. You don't have TP. If you stay here trying to freeze or trying to farm everything, you're gonna die. Like, you're gonna get gank eventually because you are not using your lead, you know? So I take the 2 waves with her, and after I do it, because she spam pings me, she used the flash, and then she recalls. And I'm like, I don't care, because if I didn't do this, you will be dead within 30 seconds, because people always do that. So if your mid laner is inting, and you know that he's gonna die, just go mid lane, take 2 waves, and then they are forced to recall. They either recall or they're running down. But they were gonna die anyway. At least you take the farm. So, yeah, like,
go ahead.
What I just mean is that you can always do something better. You can always do something different. You can always focus on something else. Like, just focus on yourself and trust me that maybe it's gonna be that you had a game that you're losing very hard and you're gonna lose every single time that game, so maybe you want to surrender. But if you improve, then you're gonna win 1 of every 10 games like that. Then it's 2 of every 10 game. Like, I could go right now to gold. My team could be inting like 0-20, and I still will win because I know what to do. I had the practice, and you just need to do that. Like, you need to play to your game and see what you can do better. So when your whole question starts with, my teammates, they do this. My teammates do this. How do I stop my bot lane from inting? It's like, I don't care about your bot lane inting. I see my bot lane. I don't see them as people, so I don't expect anything from them. And how I see enemy bot lane is, you know what? They might try to dive. They might try to do a very crazy play. People is not very smart, so maybe I can get 3 kills. Maybe I can get 2 kills. Maybe I can get a bounty. Like, if my team is stupid, the enemy team is also stupid. They just were more lucky this time. And I can abuse that. So think about it. Like, remember, if your team is bad, the enemy team is also bad. And Master G is the best champion to abuse mistakes. You don't carry games by outplaying people. You carry games by just abusing the enemy team mistakes. And that is something Cowsep said a long time ago.
Wait, what did he say?
Like, you don't win games by making plays. You win games by abusing the enemy team mistakes.
Yeah, I think as Yi, that's especially true, you know? You're just punishing mistakes, pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, a lot of this just comes down to, like, don't blame your teammates, focus on yourself. You can't do anything about your teammates.
I think that when it comes to this kind of situation, something that people seem to think is that every game is winnable. Like, I know that like Danny probably, he never surrenders. But I think that in some of those situations, he probably doesn't actually think that he'll win the game. Maybe there's a chance that he'll win the game, right? Maybe there's a chance, but he doesn't actually think he'll win the game, right? And I think that people need to just accept that you're gonna lose. It's unfortunate, but League of Legends is a game that you're going to lose a lot of. Like you're gonna lose, and people get too emotionally invested into those losses, right? So like what happens is you're like, oh, my fucking team is holding me back, and you're getting invested into those losses. You just need to accept those losses and not be emotional, because if you go into the next game emotional, you're gonna lose that too, right? Like the more emotional you are, the less that you can think. Now there's situations like, see, I'm not that all holy, never surrender, winnable kind of guy. So I'm going to give it to you straight. If you lack lane priority in your bot and your mid lane, right, and half your jungle's getting taken by this random LeBlanc that keeps coming in to find shit, right, you're going to lose. I'm sorry, you're going to lose, okay? And that's okay. You don't get angry. You just think about it next time.
You sound like my therapist.
No, you just, like, people get angry. Yeah, you just take the loss. Like, it's really, you don't, like, sure, you can sit there and never surrender if you think that's fun. I don't, but if you think that's fun, sure. But what you need to think is, instead of getting so emotionally attached to the game that this game is just absolutely pissing you off, that your teammate's not listening, think, okay, my mid lane sucked. How can I fix that next game? And you know what you can do? Let me just throw an example out there. How about, instead of being so reliant on your jungle, your bottom side of the jungle, from getting invaded by the enemy LeBlanc, how about you start invading their jungle? You have a good time with that. You flip the map up. You start in a different location because you know you're going to get invaded by the enemy mid laner, or they have a high roaming Talon, right? Instead of saying, "Damn, my teammate never follows." By the way, I say this all the time. But instead of saying that, "My teammate never follows the fucking Talon," realize that they have this talent. If you actually want to improve, realize they have this talent and what he's going to do. And if you fuck up and he's invading your jungle and he's pissing on you because he has lane priority, don't say, "Man, my fucking team sucks." Take the loss, think about what you did wrong, move on to the next game. And the next time when your teammate sucks and that Talon's running around in your jungle, guess what? You're not going to be there. You're going to be somewhere else. And voila, you just took that inting teammate that doesn't follow the Talon, and you just wasted Talon's time, and now your inting teammate is actually not doing so bad anymore because Talon didn't get anything out of it because you took the loss.
Very inspirational.
Yeah.
I'm crying. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but it's actually a lot of the things that are said here, I think, is very, like, important to consider, is like just, being mentally, like, focusing on yourself and not just like blaming and whining and doing all. It's like, it's not helping you, and you can't do anything about your teammates. They're always going to suck. Like, you got to do something about what you can, like, control, and that's yourself. And so you can always be better. Anyway, I think we spent enough time talking about that. And I realize we're pretty over time, so I'll try not to hold y'all too much longer. So, okay, this question could be complicated, and I know that neither of you even really like team fighting that much. It seems like both of you tend to be more split push focused, but I was asked this question multiple times, and I wanted to bring it up with you guys. Do you guys have a certain thought process, like, when it comes to team fights? In, like, yeah, what are you thinking about when you're trying to win the team fight? Like, things like, are you focusing frontline or backline? When do you switch? What's your priority? When do you know to commit? And I have my own opinions on this, but I'll open it up to you guys. How do you play team fights? What's your thought process? Start with Danny.
Okay. I mean, I think a lot, actually. Like, the first thing you need to think is, who do you care about? I don't know. First thing you need to think, who has a stopwatch?
True, yes. That
I don't even look at that. I just fucking accept it.
Cowsep just cannot be bothered.
Like, you need to look at it and you need to be like, oh, Caitlyn has a stopwatch. So I was gonna go for her and then I was gonna die. Oh, okay, I didn't die. You see, I just look and I avoided one death by looking at it.
Please do this in your games, ye mains. It will really save you so much suffering. It's not hard to do.
You need to see a lot of things. You need to see the stopwatch, who is fed, who has a bounty. Whoever has a bounty is very tasty. And
yes,
you need to see the builds. Like people could have Tabby, so you need to know, okay, he has Tabby, he's kind of hard to kill. Oh, the enemy top laner just got Bramble Best, and I don't have with Sand, so I'm gonna die if I go for him, you know. I'm just gonna keep attacking myself.
It's a lot of pre-planning. You're saying you should do a lot of pre-planning before you even start a team fight. Like looking at
Yeah,
what
you
the
need
enemy
to
has and playing around that.
see. You need to be aware who is a threat to you, who you like. I need to see who do I want to focus first, who I shouldn't focus, and how long it's gonna take me to kill someone. Because the most common mistake in High-Elo is just that you don't really know when do you win and when do you lose. You don't really know. You just go for the fight randomly and hope for the best. So
Yeah.
for example, if they had a Jarvan, I want to know if the Jarvan is full AD or full tanky. Like, if Jarvan is full AD or he's going Cinderhulk with a Stone Plate, it is a very different champion. So if you think Jarvan is tanky because you never check and you don't focus him because you think it's gonna take forever, but he one-shots your whole team because no one is attacking Jarvan, then you are trolling.
Yep. Checking items saves lives. So.
Yeah, like for real. Like sometimes I get engaged by the Jarvan and I think they are going for AD and I trying to focus the Jarvan instead of running away, and then I notice, wait, why I couldn't kill Jarvan? Oh, he's going full tank. I should have run because I was never gonna kill him if he has the thing coming to help him, you know.
Right. Okay.
So
yeah. So you do a lot of this pre-planning. I agree with that. It's really important. So then when the team fight actually when the team fight's about to start, when do you choose when to commit? Like how do you know like okay, now I can press R, now I can actually try to, wipe them now, or like should I still be waiting? When do you know when it's right to go in?
I mean, you need to see, as I said before, the items and everything, but you also need to remember the summoners. Yeah, they make a very big difference. You need to see your team, especially your team. Like sometimes you maybe forget about it, but if you have a Vel'Koz, then you should be waiting for your team to do damage from far away. Because if you try to engage, then the Vel'Koz is gonna do nothing. He's not gonna be a champion into the team fight. And you just try to use your team. Like you need to hope, like in some way. You know what? I got a Malphite. I got an Alistar. I got a Blitzcrank. Maybe they will use something at some point. So you keep waiting for it, just walking around, waiting the enemy team, and then they do it. They actually use something, you know? But yeah, I mean, the things that I see in the team fight as soon as it starts is that what do I care about? Like the enemy Thanos wants to one-shot me the whole game. So I'm gonna be ready to alpha his ult or his jump, or I'm gonna be ready to use Meditate or Stopwatch. I know the enemy ADC is fed to the enemy Jeans, and she doesn't have flash. So I'm just thinking, okay, as soon as she gets close, I'm gonna Q to her and I'm gonna kill her, you know? And yeah, you need to see what your team can use to help you and what is a threat on the enemy team and what do you want to focus. And if you see that you want to kill the enemy DC, but you cannot get close, but the enemy tank is very stupid and he's very close to you, like, haha, I can tank anything, ha 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 ha. Then you can start games on him, and you know what is gonna happen. The tank is tanking you, the enemy team is gonna come to focus you, the DC is gonna get on the range of your Q, and then you kill the DC.
Yeah.
So you can just go around there looking for the future, like, I mean, is I get Yasuo Malphite ultimate 3 times in a row in a team fight, I know it's gonna happen in the 14th fight, you know? I know I should be keeping look for it. So I'm either gonna dodge the Malphite ultimate or I'm gonna use Quicksilver to Yasuo ultimate. But I'm gonna be ready for it. That is the way you play the team fight. You know what the enemy team is gonna do and what your team could do. And that's it.
Yeah, there's more things I would want to talk about actually on this topic, but I want to respect Cowsep's time. I know it's getting pretty late here, there in Korea, or I guess you could say early, depending on how you look at it.
I woke up at like 9 p.m. So.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I just want to like put it out there that like if you need to go to bed or if you need to go do something, just like say the word. But even regardless, like this has been going on pretty long.
I can hit the team. I don't mind talking about some of these things because I don't really get a chance to talk about them on stream. But,
sure, yeah. Briefly, like what's your priorities in team fights? Do you focus frontline or backline?
I'm much easier than Danijrm here, so I think beginners would love to hear my advice. This is why I'm king at guides.
Right.
So your number one priority is stack that Gunzus. So you're in a Baron fight, right? You're gonna fight for Baron, and you have like Witsen or Death Stance. You just fucking walk up and you hit Baron. Like your team doesn't want you to, but you do it anyway, right? You gotta stack that Gunzus, right? And then your team thinks you're doing Baron, but no, you're just stacking Gunzus, and if you stop hitting it, you lose HP, right? So that's one priority. Or Dragon, you do it in Dragon, right? You just stack that Gunzus. Because if you pre-stack Gunzus, you win the fight every time. So number one is stack Gunzus. And if you don't have a Baron or a Crab or something to hit, right? You hit the fucking tank. Okay? Don't think about it. Don't be like, man, do they have this really high priority target to kill? The only time you ever do that is if everybody's so fucking useless that high priority target's the only dude in the game, okay? If they're all pretty evenly fed, you just hit the tank. You know, whoever comes up to you, you just hit E, you stack Gunzus, and you kill the guy. Like, you kill the guy unless he has like stopwatch, or you know, make sure he doesn't have stopwatch before you kill him. If he has stopwatch, just stack Gunzus and move on. Okay. So you stack Gunzus on Baron, you stack it on Dragon, you stack it on the tank. I don't care. And if the tank doesn't have stopwatch, you just kill him. You just kill him, and then you move on to the next guy. Like you don't think about the Kaisa in the back. Fuck Kaisa, you'll kill her later. You kill the next guy. You kill whoever's beside you, because that time that you're running over to that guy, you run over to a Kaisa 3 seconds away. That's 1,000 damage you're not doing, right? Fuck that guy. You go for that tank. You kill the second tank, and then you kill the third tank, and then you go for the Kaisa. After she kills your whole team. I won't even tell you how many times I've been the last guy alive. And you know what? Who fucking cares? You know why? Because the whole entire enemy team's dead. I have 10% HP, and I just go and do Baron after. Everybody wins. So stack Gunzus, kill the tank, hit the Baron. Even if your team doesn't want, sometimes every once in a while you end up just soloing Baron during the team fight. That happens sometimes. That's a bonus. Just stack Gunzus.
Stack Gunzus is the mantra for Cowsep's team fight guide. Okay,
Don't walk too much. Hit what's near you.
Hit what's near you, stack Gunzus. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Danny had a more I think detailed.
Yeah, once Danny started talking about Vel'Koz and not being a champion, and I'm like, this information is very I zoned out. It was a bit not generic enough for me, you know. I would like to replace Vel'Koz with a different champion, you know, and yeah, it was too much. The stack Gunzus.
I mean, I appreciate Danny's explanation, but I definitely also see you know, if you just want something very basic to think of going into a team fight, you know, just thinking, okay, I want to stack Gunzus, that might be more helpful.
Well, don't forget that part where I said that people overthink shit. Sure, Danny's advice is great, right? He's a great player. It works for him, and it's good, and it'll work for them. But a player that wants to learn is not going to use his advice efficiently. They're going to fucking overthink it.
Hey, remember something. The question. What is the question?
What's your thought process during team fights?
Stack Gunzus.
There is no process. There is just
telling people how to think. I was just saying how I think.
Oh, you're telling how you. Oh, you're not helping people. You're just kind of. Okay.
I also do the same. When I go to pilot, I'm just dude, I'm just gonna hit the Greg and just wait for my penta, you know.
That's how you should be thinking.
Well, I still think it's helpful what Danny said. Just explain that thought process. I think is yeah, I think it's still helpful. You know.
Just a friendly reminder. Yeah. If they had a Twitch that is kind of strong, at least a little bit strong, and you don't focus that Twitch as soon as he appears, you're gonna regret.
Okay, well, listen, see, that's one of those overthinking moments here where they should learn that Twitch is gonna kick their ass, okay? And they're gonna lose some games, and they're gonna blame their team that Twitch got fed, but eventually they're gonna notice Twitch is doing shit, right? So I think that's a learning experience, okay? But they're gonna stack Gunzus before they go after the Twitch with my advice, which is already a big plus.
True.
What are they gonna do if there's no Vel'Koz? They're gonna get confused because it's not a champion.
Poor egg salad, man. Well, I'll say that you know, everything that has been said so far is, yeah, it's all makes sense, and I agree with a lot of it.
Do you stack Gunzus? Do you want to stack Gunzus?
No, yeah, of course I do.
Okay, are you gonna sit there and smack Baron while your team dies? Would you do that? Come on.
No.
No?
No.
Oh yeah, you're the
Well, my
you're one of
team
the
dies?
fight
No,
stars.
I want to
Yeah.
turn with my team, probably.
Dude, you gotta stack Gunzus.
Yeah, but you only need a couple autos, and then you can actually go fight with it.
Well, you know, if you did Baron, you need no autos. I'm just saying.
You know, that's valid. I think when it comes to team fighting, my top priority is to just get a reset. I'm not like I'm thinking about stacking.
Oh yeah, that's
Gunsus.
important too. Yeah, I agree with that. You got me there. I forgot
think,
about that.
yeah, like I'll stack Gunsus if I'm hitting people. Like I don't, even if I don't stack it before the fight starts, I can do a meditate reset and I'll have Gunsus stack pretty fast. But for me, it's like if I get a reset, I've pretty much won the fight already. Just one reset.
Yeah, you just need one reset. One reset's all you need. Yeah, okay. So stack Gunzus and then get a reset. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's your guide. If you want the not 5-head Danny version explanation, you just want the 2 mantra. What do I think of? Yeah, stack your Gunsus, get a reset.
Yeah, and that's why you gotta kill the tank if it's beside you, because if you run over to the carry or whatever, you risk not getting a reset, right?
Yeah.
So
that's why
kill
you
that
almost
tank.
always start fights frontline. Sometimes you'll transition, but like usually you can just stack your Gunsus on the frontline guy and kill them, and then
get the reset and then go kill everybody else.
And
Yeah,
then you can kill everyone else.
That's perfect case scenario, because no tank is a tank to Yi, except maybe Rammus, in which case you just ignore him.
Yeah, just ignore him.
I mean, you just ignore him. Like, you hit E when he taunts you and you pray that you do some damage, and if you, like, when the taunt ends, if he has, like, 60% health left, fuck that, I'm going somewhere.
Yeah, agree. Okay, nice. So we finally got to this question, the one that I think this is one of the most commonly asked. Like, people wanted us to talk about this, so we're going to talk about it briefly. I honestly think this shit sucks, and I want them to remove it. But I feel like we have to talk about it.
That's what happens when we have no friends, Senshi.
Hey, speak for yourself, man.
Okay.
You know, but yeah, not saying I'm super popular either. I mean, we're Yi mains. We're inherently hated by a large portion of the community. Anyway, not to get on a tangent, but let's talk about funnel. So why is this shit still around? I thought they nerfed it. I thought they did Monster Hunter. I thought they changed jungle timers so that you know, it wouldn't make sense to farm mid lane anymore.
I could TLDR it for you. I know what happened. It's terrible.
Tell us,
the
Cowsep.
champion. It does too much for nothing.
Exactly.
You can literally have 0 items and he's the most useful. Like, literally, you get a Taric on your game and it's just a win. It doesn't matter if you're playing Yi or not. The fucking champion, man.
Yeah, I mean,
like replace Taric with Lulu. It's still possible, but it's nowhere near as potent.
Yeah, there's a reason that it's almost always Taric. And remember Taric Sona bot lane, just another testament to like how strong he can be even without like any gold income, like anything, you know?
I think it's retarded. And the stun.
I think, yeah, the champ is just kind of, I think the champ's just too strong in general, and
he's just boring as fuck. Like, if he was more fun, he'd be nerfed to the ground.
Yeah, that's another, yeah, the not fun champs tend to be OP because they're not being played enough to be nerfed. But anyway, so talking about this, Taric mid has a 66% win rate in Diamond Plus. That's what that win rate there is on the left on the slideshow. If you are curious, like, Yi builds pretty normally, I think. In the past, the funnel Yi would build like Blue Smite Warrior and Crit, and they'd go Shojin, but that's not a thing anymore. So I think nowadays, modern day funnel, it's like just basically normal Yi build, and Taric runs the runes you see on the screen, with like Ultimate Hunter and doing Zeke's Knights, Vow Rush. But like, I don't know. I hate funneling. I think Danny doesn't like funneling either. I don't know, Cowsep, do you like funneling? It's fun, so maybe you do like it.
I enjoy playing Taric for the funnel, but I don't enjoy that the strategy exists. Like, me and Monstrishi, we've done some funnel. I think, like, if we used voice, it would just be unstoppable. Like, even without voice, on EOS, we had, like, 80% win rate up in the diamond, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that's without voice, right? And we're just kind of trolling, and sometimes I play Taric, right? So, like, it's fun to play when you have somebody on voice. I admit it's kind of fun. But the problem is Yi is going to be balanced around it, I think. And we have this problem where the number one problem with funnel is people coming into my chat and being like, Cowsep, look at this Yi main. He's High-Elo. And it's like, it's always some dude fucking dual queuing with the Taric. And it's like, I don't care. Like, I tell them, I literally tell them, I don't care. And they're like, oh, you hurt my feelings. It's like, well, you know, fuck funnel.
Yeah. Hey, you said it, not me. I agree. You know, I think, because the problem is a lot of those Yi mains they probably don't belong in that elo. They probably got inflated like 4 or 5 divisions from funneling. I think it's just too strong. I don't think it's healthy for the game, and it's not like maybe it's fun to do, but no one else is having fun. I don't know. I think it needs to be removed, and I think it's just like it's unhealthy for the game. That's my opinion. Dan, do you have any comments on it? On how you feel about it?
I mean, first I want to say the Taric of Cowsep sucks. Like, Cowsep is very bad Taric.
Let's get this out of the way first. Taric, Cowsep, your Taric sucks. Harsh, dude, harsh.
And, I mean, I think a lot of things about it. Like, I wish this would be something that we could actually play without being judged. Because I feel like we deserve to be able to. Like, people can play Koma with Lulu and no one flames them, you know? People can play Jarvan with Oriana. People can play at least with Renekton. People can actually abuse synergies, but we are stuck in a war where we get Irelia top, set mid, we cannot split push, and we don't have someone to beat us.
Tabbies?
And we deserve to get someone. We are Master G, right? Like, we should beat the win condition. Like, we shouldn't be stuck, not being able to split push, not having... Like, I get my Lulu support, my random Lulu support, shielding my 0-5 Misfortune. It kills me. So, yes, I really wish we should be able to. Like, we had every single right in the world to get a Lulu top or a Morgana mid. Like, someone who says, you know what, we had a Master G, we should make him our win condition, you know? And it should be okay.
I think that's okay. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's okay. It's a problem is when it's abused dual queue. Like when they're like actively playing on voice and they're playing like you play every game, where I'm like, oh, I got to do this at 4:30 with the jungle pathing of the crab, and this Rek'Sai's going to come up to this bush, and I need to do this. Okay, hit R, hit R, hit R, hit R. Yeah, that kind of shit. That's really annoying. But if you're like solo queue with the Taric, that's okay. Like I don't mind seeing a Taric in a game with the Yi, right? As long as they're not freaking dual. Dual queue is so unfair in its own. Like dual queue, don't even get me started on dual queue. I think dual queue, like why the fuck is flex queue a thing if dual queue? Like what? What? Put dual queue in flex queue. And then if there's a Taric that wants to play with Master Yi, okay, that's cool. I'd love to see Danijrm play with a random Taric, right? The problem is if Danijrm's playing with me on Taric, that's broken because my Taric's great.
Kappa. But no, I think we...
Best
like, if
world.
everyone can play duo, as I said before, if duo exists, then we should have the right to play duo as well. The problem with the duo, it is just that we be like, oh, they nerf Master G because of the funneling, so we should hate on every single person who play funnel. And I don't think that is a very good mentality. I know it has some influence, but the way I see it, like 1 year ago, they nerfed the jungle, they removed the Scuttle, like they did the Scuttle patch, you know, and they ruined the jungle. Like the jungle just became worse because you had to fight for every single Scuttle. And if your mid lane didn't have priority, or your mid laners just didn't like you would lose every single Scuttle. So G sucks because of this. So what Taric G did, it was that people was able to contest every single Scuttle. Why? You will go mid and you will go push, and you will always have your mid laner around you. So they just fixed that. It was something actually good that, yes, it got abused very bad, and I don't really had a lot of fun even doing it. What I don't like is, especially, if I get a random playing Taric.
It's always a random. Locks in.
No, if I get a random, I did this. Like, my someone first picked Taric on my team, and I told him, if you think I'm gonna play around you, you are very wrong. I'm gonna mute you, and I'm gonna leave you alone. And then he does. Because I'm like, dude, like, if I'm gonna play with this, I'm gonna play with someone to have fun, to be flaming into each other, you know, like, haha, let's do this, like, this synergy. And I don't want to have some random pinging me every 5 seconds, come mid lane and help me farm. Come mid lane, because that is the way it is.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Taric needs G to be around him all the time, so I get annoyed. I prefer to just play duo synergy with a Lulu top and leave the Lulu alone all the game, and then just have fun with the synergy, you know? And funneling, it is broken. Yeah, it is broken, and it is just something that appears because jungle sucks.
Maybe kinda.
Like, jungle sucks and supports are broken. These are the two problems. But G gets, like, a little bit of a nerf at the same time, but I don't really mind that much. Like people overreact about the nerf. Like we also got a few buffs that people don't appreciate: the meditate buff, TQ cast time, and TQ mana cost. Like I really hate the fact that if I go and I try to help my team push, I mean tags, with 1Q I cannot steal the whole wave anymore.
Yep.
I really miss that, especially
Plus 4
with crit.
gold.
You know? Like, but I feel like Riot, they messed the jungle, but they had been kind of nice about the G funnel thing because they only did a few
they're too
nerfs.
nice to it.
They only did a few nerfs to G, and they also did a few buffs, but they didn't really mess with G that much. They could have done it. Like, I feel like there are two sides to this story because I know funnel, like, if you tell me that you are better than me because you got challenger funneling, I'm going to be like, fuck you. But if you also go to Reddit and say to someone, like, imagine that you are silver and you say, I will be master 2 inside this funnel. He's so bad. And like, dude, if you are silver, you will never get master by funneling. Like, you're just being delusional. Like, funnel, yes, you get a little bit higher elo. You are diamond, maybe you can get master. You are this, it's gonna increase your elo a little bit, but it's not gonna make a bronze player become challenger. That is just the duo from NA doing like selling accounts every few months. Like they just boost like five accounts from bronze to challenger. They just do it every single. It's the same people. It's not a lot of people getting to challenger by funneling because it is so easy. It is people that actually do that every single day of their life because it is the easiest way to climb.
It doesn't actually make you a better player, basically.
Yeah, it doesn't really make you a better player, but we should have the right to do it. We should have like. Don't you think it's stupid that your best champion is Master G? You play G every day, like me, like Cowsep and Wuju Senshi. And one day you can say, oh my god, a new strat with G. I could go G Lulu and Taric and win every single game. With my main. It is a strat made for me. I wait like 8 years waiting for this. I practiced G 8 years to be the best G Taric in the world. But if you play G Taric, all of a sudden, you're 8 years playing G, it doesn't matter. You're just a funneler who is actually bronze.
Okay, but who actually funnels that people that used to be a Yi main though?
Or that used to actually be a good Yi main.
Yeah, like who is actually a good, like literally the only guy that we talk about who does like a type of funnel strategy is Silency, right? Like, but let's be honest, dude, he's always had a fucking Lulu. Nobody has suddenly went from being a Yi main to a Taric Yi main. Nobody's had that problem.
Because we cannot do it. We are not allowed. It's like God.
I mean, if I want to do it, I'll fucking do it. I don't have no fucking friends, dude.
You have
like,
me.
Jesus.
You have me.
No, but for real, like, let's say I have like two accounts in Grandmaster in AA, one account in Master, another one in Diamond 2, and I get my account, my Smurf, to Diamond 2 with like 90% win rate using G Lulu or G Taric or even playing alone. And people tell me you only. And when I play my Grandmaster account, everyone says that I only climb because I use G Taric, even though I never play G Taric on that account.
That would piss me off because you don't funnel. That's so sad.
But you're playing on that Grandmaster account without Taric, so. Right, you're not even playing Taric on that account, right?
No, but like they say that if you playing one account funnel, you do it on every account.
Well, dude, it's a great thing that you love to mute people because now you don't have to deal with that, do you?
I'm just saying, like, if you play funnel, it's gonna make people say that you funnel on every single game of your life. It is annoying. Like, that is what I mean. Like, as soon as you funnel, as soon as you make a YouTube video funneling, people is gonna call you a funneler forever. That is what I mean. G mains, we are not allowed to do it. Like,
well,
we should be able to, but we cannot do it.
Because it makes us look bad. People think like, oh, the only reason you're at your elo is because you probably funnel, you know? So I think that's one reason of many why it should be removed. But I think, you're talking about like, oh, we should be able to use strats that are, because Yi is our main, and whenever a new strat comes out that involves our main, we should be able to use it. And I agree with that for the most part. I think funnel is different from other like strategies and synergies though, in that it's just too strong. There's not enough counterplay when it gets to like that. Like the only counterplay is destroying early game really hard. And until like you get to high enough elo, players can't do that. So I think it's just not enough counterplay. It's too strong, and there's no interactive, like there's no laning really early game. It just so many things about it I think are different from other strategies that just make it stupid, broken, lame, should be removed. I hate it. End of discussion. At least in my opinion. But, you know, when it comes to other use strategies, yeah, I mean, sure, we should be able to use it without being judged. I agree. I just don't think this one is one of them. But yeah, I guess we don't have anything else to say about that. How would you fix funnel? A lot of people ask about, like, what do you think should be done about it?
Rework Tarek.
that
will literally fix everything.
That's definitely one thought
Like,
I had.
because I feel like the Lulu duo is a definite advantage for a player, but it's not funnel.
I don't think it's broken. So that's the difference.
Yeah, it's not broken. It's an obvious advantage, and fuck him for having a friend. But like, that's okay. Like the Tarek thing, if you just remove Tarek, everything's normal. Like that champion's the problem, nothing else.
Hey, Cowsep, we can get this out of the way now. I think Dan and I are both happy just for fun to, like, if you want to play Yi, we could play Tarek. Or you could play Tarek for us.
Oh,
We're down to
I
duo
believe
kiss
me-
sometime.
I believe me and Danny have done that.
Really?
Didn't we do that before, Danny? I played Tarek, right? And I sucked ass.
Yeah, we did it. Like we did it.
Yeah.
Cowsep and me. He said that I suck. He even tweeted. No, he went to his store just to flame
we
me.
switched, right? You played Kale too, didn't you? Like you played like Kale funnel with me. Like you were Kale, and I don't remember how we did it. but
No,
we did
I
like
played
3 games.
Tariq. You played Tariq. And then I told you about Lulu, but you were like, nah. I think.
Nah.
I could have sworn we played a Kale game too. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm just putting it out
Maybe.
there. I'm down to do it too.
You said
But
Kale was like your second main or some shit, so I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
Let's...
just for fun.
It was kind of fun. It was very fun. Like, you can say that was fun. That was really very fun to play Tariq.
Yeah, I would do it for fun with a
I
friend,
enjoyed
but
it.
like, I don't want to abuse it to climb. That's
I mean, I'm. What's your elo right now, Wuju?
right now. I'm in master promos, but it was
Master
preseason.
promos. All right, yo. If you want to get through those master promos, I'll play Tarek for you.
Wait, no, dude. Please no.
Hey, I have some experience.
Oh,
What elo
God.
is Cowsep?
Okay,
Is there a
maybe
comment?
one game.
On NA, I think we are almost D2. I think we're D380, so I could do a queue with them.
D380
Okay.
with 200.
D380.
Yeah,
LP.
Diamond 4 and Diamond
Huh?
2. Diamond 3. Yeah.
Wait, can he
so
do
we
it with
can-
me at D3?
Yeah. I think D3 can do a queue. Well, I mean, whatever. Dude, I'll just hit D2 tonight. How's that?
Okay. All right, fine.
I
If
think-
you
yeah.
hit D2 tonight, I'll do a funnel game with you.
Okay.
Oh shit. Everyone's gonna hate me
Mhm.
even more. All right.
Yeah. Wait, do I have you on my friends list?
No, I don't think you do. You said I tried to add you before, and you said you like I didn't. I don't know. It didn't work or something. You just add me.
Maybe
then
maybe
I
you
can
just
accept.
didn't meet my criteria for a friend. Probably why I don't have many friends.
Ouch. He's too picky. Okay, what about you, Danny? What would you do to fix funnel?
I will fix the
You would-
jungle.
Oh.
You
Oh yeah, you hate the jungle, huh?
fix the
No,
jungle.
no, it is the truth. Funnel became a team because jungle sucks. Like, why do you think a strat that revolves about ignoring your jungle camps and farming the mid lane? Why did it appear? Like, the only reason it exists is because farming the jungle sucks.
Yeah, like a lot of
Yeah.
people say, "Oh, jungle's so OP," but the thing is we don't enjoy playing jungle, even if it's strong, right? We have the most influence on the map. It's not fucking fun. I enjoyed it much more back in the day. And as I mentioned, the respawn timers were a good start in the right direction for me, but it wasn't the end all for me because they lowered the camp timers. The problem is the camps take too fucking long to kill. If they were faster, I'd be okay with it.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I guess a lot of it does
What's
have to
your
do with jungle
username?
changes. It's just Wuju Senshi. Yeah, I guess a lot of it does have to do with how jungle's been nerfed over the years. That is probably why funnel has appeared, and also like there are a lot of factors involved. We were talking about Tarek just being just too strong. I was thinking like if I had to fix funnel, maybe I would like nerf like shared experience in solo lanes. You know, if there's 2 people there, nerf like shared experience in gold.
They already did that.
Oh, did they? Like not Monster Hunter though, but like I don't know.
No, like
man.
they literally this jungle patch they made solo lanes more EXP and shared less.
Oh,
All right,
yeah.
yeah, yo, I did have an error for adding you. It turns out I was not lying before. Okay, I got it. I had
Okay.
to I had to cancel some friend requests.
I see. Okay, cool. So it's good. So I think that's all we need to talk about funnel. Does anyone else want to like leave any last thoughts on this? I think we have one more slide.
We're totally gonna be playing a funnel game. So
I hate it, but I will make an exception for this time.
I'll play
For
Tarek.
content.
Don't worry about it. I actually enjoy Tarek, so
Yeah,
Be careful, he's gonna injure. Trust me.
it's okay. It's preseason. I'll probably fail my promos. Let's be honest with this Tarek strategy.
I mean,
but-
yeah, are you streaming after this podcast? We can play a game.
I'm not streaming, but I'm down to just play.
No, we could stream that game.
If you want to stream it, we could stream.
No, you stream it, and I'll play on Tarek over Boys after the podcast. This will be like the bonus to the podcast.
Okay, I'll let the chat decide. Do they actually want to see me do that? And if they do, I'll do it.
Next level.
This feels like selling out to me. Just so you know.
Yeah.
This feels
Look
like.
at that. They're into it. Look at that.
Oh my god.
Danny knows about my Tarek.
All right, getting inted by Cowsep right after this. All right, question 7. Is this the last? Yeah, this is the last question of like the official podcast before we can do like a little bit of just like Twitch chat questions. But yeah, should you be reworked?
Yeah. So I actually want to touch on this since I have some experience with. I actually got to talk to Riot. Yeah, I got to talk to Riot a little bit about it. If he gets reworked, you guys ain't gonna like it, so you should just go ahead and say no. Like the last iteration of Master Yi that we saw, they wanted to remove slow immunity from Highlander.
In like exchange for what? Like there must be a trade-off.
Ramped up moving speed. You start at 0 and you ramp up over time.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Well, like you're gonna get fucked by attack speed slows. You're gonna get fucked by slows, right? Like nobody's gonna like that, right? And they wanted to do some things with putting the auto reset on E, though I don't think that's necessarily a terrible change, but I think the meditate reset's perfectly fine, and why change what people... I don't think anybody's ever said, damn, it's stupid. Like in a Yi main. No Yi main hates using meditate as an auto reset, right? Like, I don't hate it. And in fact, I think it adds a lot of interest. One thing that I brought up and complacent with that is that the meditate reset can work, like if you use it appropriately, you can block damage on the same frame, right? If you hold on to it, right? Instead of just using it right away, there's a lot of cool things you can do with the meditate reset that just non-master Yi mains don't understand. And yeah, and it's like, I think he's really good right now with the cast time removal on the Q, and I'm actually surprised they removed it on the W. I mean, I was begging for Q for like 3 years. So I did want it on the W. I asked for it on the W, but I didn't actually expect that to happen. And I think he's probably in the best balanced shape he's been. It sucks that we lost E damage, but I mean, fuck, who cares?
It's not that bad, yeah. Yeah, I agree. For the most part, I like how Yi is right now. What about you, Danny?
Never, ever, 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 never rework G. Rework is the worst thing you can do to champion.
They would lose the identity of, like, if we pull an Aatrox.
Pull an
See you later, Aatrox. He's a new champion.
Like, rewards are awful. Like, rewards... I used to main K too, and then they reward her. So if she ultimates, now she cannot attack. And I'm like,
yeah,
why would you do that?
it's sad.
But she's a hyper carry, dude.
No, like, trust me, like, you guys... I see people be like, I'm gonna be honest because this actually pissed me off. I'm silver and I cannot climb. Could you please reward G so I can actually climb? And I'm like every single person who asks for a reward is because they are frustrated with themselves. I swear to God. Because if you actually main G and you play him for years, you will never want a reward because it's gonna take away all your practice or your love for the champion. And when a champion gets reward, something else is gonna happen. It's gonna become common. Like everyone is gonna be playing him. It's gonna get a higher ban rate, and it's not gonna be fun anymore. It's not gonna be your champion anymore. So why would you do that?
They did that to Trendemir. I'm so sad when they changed Trendemir. He used to be an AP spinning mastermind.
Oh yeah.
It was so much fun, right? The hybrid Trendemir, and then they just removed it. Now it's just AD. Riot is very anti-fun because they have to do esports. No, seriously, they used to be fun. Like Sion would do like AP or Fizz damage. Mashi would do AP or Fizz. Tristana would do AP or Fizz. Trendemir would do AP or Fizz. Now you have to do these builds. Like you have to do this because we're esports now. They're scared to experiment because they can fuck with the whole esports infrastructure. And I get it. I'm not angry about it. But if he got reworked, he would just become another Aatrox. But if you like Aatrox, and well, you know, that'd be good for you. But you're not a Yi main.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, probably like a lot of that anti-fun like phenomenon, that shifting has been a result of like of like the game trying to be like more serious and like an official esport and like fully balanced and I don't know, just like a lot of stuff like that. It is a little anti-fun. I agree with that. I personally don't feel like he needs to be reworked. Although the one thing I think appreciate, like he is an old champ and there are a lot of old champs nowadays that are trying to be brought back into like line with other more, modern champs. And I do think he could use a little bit of that. I don't want to rework, but like I'd want just like more opportunities for skill expression. Like maybe
Like
give his
what?
give his alpha strike a little more like the ability to like choose how you use it. And like I don't like that.
So you don't think that Alpha Strike has enough skill expression right now, though? I mean, I think Alpha Strike is an incredibly skilled.
There
You
is a
can
lot
use
of
it
depth
so
to
many
it.
ways already.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity for skill expression with Alpha Strike. But like one thing I miss like is being able to just like when I'm in a team fight and just like switch to someone really quick with a one-hit Alpha Strike. I feel like that allowed Yi to kind of like dart around quickly in team fights, and I miss being able to do that. Nowadays, you always have to wait like a full second before you come out. I wish you could like choose when you come out of Alpha, and I don't think it would
So
hurt
like
the
a
champ.
Warwick Q drag kind of thing.
Yeah, that kind of thing. I don't think that would. I don't
Well,
think it's
I
gonna.
actually think
hurt
they
anything.
kind of changed it for the enemy, not for Master Yi.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think when I was like thinking about that, one of the clear goals of the Yi rework, the mini rework that we had, was to create a better skill expression for enemies playing against them because people find it frustrating to play against Master Yi. So the Alpha Strike being the same amount of time makes him a little bit less stompy on players and they can kind of predict it.
Yeah,
But
that's
let's be
true.
honest, people suck, so it doesn't matter. It didn't happen.
Yeah, I guess I don't know what I would want. I just would appreciate more opportunities for skill expression without like changing the champion to like, not be a good low elo pick like he is now. There should be champs like that that are easy to play, have a low skill floor. But I would have liked a little bit of a higher skill ceiling. Just my opinion though. Okay. So I think that's basically we've come this far finally to the end of the podcast where now we've answered all the questions that I had planned in our agenda. Now we can finally get to answer some questions in Twitch chat. And I know people have been asking like a lot throughout this whole time. I don't know how we're gonna like. I don't think I'll even be able to scroll up far enough to see all of them. So you're probably gonna have to ask some
I mean,
questions
I reached out on most of those anyway. So.
Okay, yeah, Cowsep was covering some of them, but yeah, I think we'll just get started with the first ones we see. Okay. So Pesci asks, if one likes to do a linear full clear on first clear, from which buff do you start based on lane matchups, future objectives, gankable lanes, or whatever?
Jesus Christ, that is one loaded question, bro.
So basically, like,
Remember that overthinking thing?
You might be here a little bit, but yeah, in general, like, which buff do you like to start at if you had to choose one or the other? I personally like blue.
Buff.
Red buff.
Red. Mm-hmm. Well, I bet Danny likes red buff too. Danny, do you like red?
I just feel like if I start red, I don't have to meet the enemy jungler, and I like that.
That's what we do. We start red and we go meet the enemy jungler.
Yeah, they like to play aggro. I like starting blue because I usually do like those full clears early on more often, and then I realize starting blue is like a little bit faster, a little bit healthier of a clear if you're doing a full clear. But like I understand why Cowsep and Danny like getting red first, so they can just be aggressive.
I do wanna take a point about the full clear. Sometimes you want to start on the red buff just because the enemy knows that you're gonna start on the blue buff, and you can waste their time or make yourself less. Think of the matchups. If you think you're gonna get invaded, start on the opposite side. Yeah. Like if you're against a New Gear in Italy, right? You could totally start on the other side.
Yeah, that's valid. Okay, there's a lot of questions coming in now. You guys also can feel free to just like pick a question out that you want to answer.
Okay, when do you eat with your jungle camps? You use it when you don't think anybody's gonna come and kill you.
Pretty much.
There you go. Like if somebody's gonna come, you save your E just in case. Why don't you E the dragon? Because I might turn on the dude, and if I have E, I do no damage, right? So it's a really nice balancing act. On jungle camps, you never need to E. You can use it to go faster if there's nobody coming. If somebody might come, don't use your E. On the big objectives, use your E if you need to burst it down. But if you think you're going to turn instead of killing the entire camp, don't use your E on objectives either. There you go.
Dan, why don't you pick out a question? Are you actually looking at Twitch chat now, or?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. Like, there are two ways to think about it. Like, the first thing is what Cowsep says, and I always know where the enemy jungler is. I'm always tracking, so... Like, I think I saw the bot from Stylish, and I used my meditate common to wolves, and then I was like, wait, I shouldn't do that. I'm pretty sure this set is hunting me. And then I go to the raptors, and said it's on the bush when you know that there are extra bushes because of the ocean drake. He was on the bush, very close to the raptors, and he's like, no, Pantheon is very close. I better not kill him. And I didn't have meditate. So he decided to go for Soraka, but I could have died right there because I didn't have my meditate. So yeah, like you should be paying attention. Like someone can kill me, the enemy mid laner has a LeBlanc, a Talon, a Zed, he's not on the map. Maybe I should keep my meditate. Maybe I should do it. And maybe same with the E. Like the E is like a meditate, you can use them mostly meditate for the practice. If you feel like you are safe. I even max meditate if I feel like I'm on risk, like someone is going to invade me, so I max a second point on meditate. But at least on the first clear is something that I already know. Like, if I attack the small raptor after my Q and I don't use my E, it's gonna survive with 1 HP. So I make sure to always use my E, so it actually dies. Same with the wolves. If you are level 3 and you had the Q on level 2, like if you use the Q on the wolves, then you need to use the E on the small wolves, or they're gonna survive with 1 HP. So these are little things that you understand after you play a little bit. You can tell, like, if you actually had to attack the camp at 1 HP because he didn't use E, then maybe you should use it, you know? Maybe. You can save a few seconds.
So long story short, yes, you can use like W auto cancels and E on camps. You can, but just like don't do it if you might fight someone soon, and just keep an eye on the map. You know, if everyone is visible on the map, you're not worried about getting invaded. Sure, like use it on the camps. It'll speed up your clear a little bit. No problem.
Well, don't use the meditate cancel on the camps. I have no idea why the hell Danny does that. But
well, me and
do
Danny
that.
like doing that, but
I don't know why you would do that, other than like practicing. But I mean, we're all good enough at it now. We don't need to. What you want to do is you want to use your meditate to put yourself at higher HP, and then when you go out, the enemy thinks you still have meditate up, so you look more threatening than you really are.
That's true. Yeah, sometimes you want to do that.
Compared to being a lame dog that used it on fucking killing the Grom.
I guess like if I'm not planning on fighting everyone, I'd rather just use the meditate reset to just farm a little bit faster and back a little bit faster. But like you're right, you know, sometimes it's better just to channel in and get the HP from it, especially early game. It's really useful. Okay, let's move on to the next question. Yeah. So when you were talking about the counters, you didn't say anything for Vi. Oh, I just said, you know, I would take Exhaust against her instead of Ignite, and you know, I'm not exactly sure what else.
I think Vi is an interesting matchup because she reminds me of Elise, where it feels like a matchup that I have control over. Like, really? I don't like matchups where I have no control, you know, where they like hold you in place, kick you, and then hit a Q skill shot with absolutely no effort. You don't have control over that. But when it comes to like Elise or Vi, like in the fight, you can kind of predict the Q, or, you know, you get a feel for like playing around her, right? So it makes her kind of a fun and interesting fight. You just get used to fighting her if you see her enough, right? So I think Vi, like, you don't have to really counter her. You just kind of get used to playing her and you play around her.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's how Cowsep feels. I definitely think Vi is annoying to play against. What do you think, Danny? How do you counter Vi? Or do you not care about her?
I mean, you can counter her. She can counter you in some ways. You need to first just make sure to see she has Conqueror or Aftershock, because if she has Aftershock and you dodge the dash early game, then you win the fight every single time. No, you actually have to dodge that. You should never get hit.
You always have to dodge that.
Yeah. If you get hit, you're dead. You're dead. Trust me, you're dead.
It's true.
Like, okay, in brief, the buy matchup is you have to dodge everything, and you can do it, and you win. If you don't, then you are dead.
That is kind of it, yeah. It's just like with Elise, it's like if you get hit by the cocoon, you lose. If you don't, you win. So, yeah. But I guess like it comes down to like you have to probably play around Fog of War when it comes to Elise, Vi, and champs like that. Like if you get hit by that first skill shot, then you lose. So you just need to be careful about face checking, I guess.
Skill matchup.
Skill matchup. Yep. Okay, what else should we answer here? Is it better to do red, blue, Gromp, gank, recall, and get the crab on the red side because of lane XP when ganking, or just do a full clear and gank? So basically,
that's too much for me. I'm out on that one. Somebody else.
So the idea is like you do buff, Gromp, that gives you level 3. A lot of early game junglers like Lee Sin do that so they can gank faster. I feel like as Yi, you know, I don't think you're usually trying to gank early. I mean, I think farming for especially your first clear is definitely what I prefer. I don't know if, I think you guys, both of you, like to play more aggressive early. But what would you do? Would you rather full clear, like farm early game, or would you do this like buff Gromp recall or like gank recall and then go for crab opposite side?
I mean, I know these patterns are good. Like these are very good patterns. Just that they were not made for G.
Yeah, that's what I
So
agree.
the little thing that I say, and I will say it again: jungle sucks. Everything sucks. Every pattern sucks. So if you try to do what the pattern Lee does, then it sucks because you're G. Like trust me, that if you try to do the same pattern Elise does, Rek'Sai does, Lee Sin does, a Master G, then your pattern already is bad. But also, if you fall clear, it's also bad. So don't think too much about it. Every single pattern that you try to do is gonna be bad. So
Well, I personally feel like the full clear is a little bit better because I mean, at least you're getting something out of it, and you're not trying to gank as a level 3 Yi. Like that's one of the more sad things I've seen on Summoner's Rift is a level 3 Yi trying to gank. But yeah, I think I would default towards farming in that case. I would not do that buff Gromp crab gank stuff that other early
I
game champions
think
do.
more than the pattern, something that is very important, that if you manage to see it, you're gonna climb a lot. It is more important to make a pattern like if you can counter gank, like if you start on the blue side and you see the Cartus start in blue, so you know he's gonna do blue, Gram, Bulls, Raptor, Red, Crocs, and then he's gonna be walking around the Crybush of the top lane with like half HP. And then you do a pattern of like 4 camps and you wait for him right there. This works against a lot of junglers. They always walk around there on the same minute. And then you kill the Cartus and then you get this color. Then that is a good pattern. You deny the enemy team gang, you get a kill, Fierce Blood, and you get this color for free. Like the pattern works. Like you did a counter gang. So you can change your pattern based on this. Also, you can see your top lane. Maybe you had Lucian versus Arn, and you know Lucian is gonna bully the Arn. The enemy Arn is gonna be like under the turret, minute 3, with like 20 minions, and he's gonna be very low HP. So Lucian, he wants to deny the enemy minions from the Arn. He wants to die, but he cannot do that alone. He's gonna get ganked. So you are there, you do the dive, you tank, then you alpha. You guys get a Fierce Blood, and you deny like 10 minions to the enemy top laner. So you can always make your patterns taking a look at the map, looking at where should I be, what should I dive, where should I counter gank. Or you could choose autopilot and full clear. But yeah, what I say is that patting on this meta sucks. You shouldn't really care too much about it, just care about what you can do on the map and play around that.
Yeah. All right, Kelsey, did you have a question that you wanted to answer, or should I pick out this next one?
I mean, I can. So I see like Silver White Blue wants to know about the R change to 10-4, right, instead of 7-7 with some buffs. I mean, obviously that's something we wanted for a long time, but I don't think it's really required anymore. So neutral to that. Somebody wants to know if Danny's going to do a level 1 in Brazil. You going to do that, Danny? Level 1 the challenger in Brazil?
Level 1. I mean, you cannot buy RP until you are like level 15, so I got very lazy. And also, I'm gonna do pro play again, like around January, February. So since the season is gonna restart again, then I don't really have time for Brazil 130 ping. So yes, not right now, maybe in a few months.
Maybe later.
And yes, about the ultimate change, I had no idea.
All right.
I hit my questions. I'm a beast. Oh, do you consider yourselves toxic?
That's what I wanted to ask.
Yeah. I'm toxic as fuck, yeah.
Oh jeez, I would definitely say I'm not toxic. I'll just say it straight up. I don't think I'm toxic. I think I'm probably on the non-toxic end of most League players. I think.
That's lucky.
I'm not toxic. I'm just honest.
I guess that's one way you can look at it.
I'm an asshole. Like I would literally, if somebody was shit enough at the game, I would soft end them to bring them down with. Like the thing that keeps me in line is like, let's put it this way. Before I moved to Korea in 2012, I was banned like 8 times on NA. I was banned like 8 times until 2012. I wasn't banned a single time in Korea. God bless the report system. But I am an asshole and I don't like people. And so like if people like I got banned in like Heroes of New Earth, right? It's like the Dota clone because you can destroy your items. So like my team called me useless. So I destroyed all my items and left the game, and I got perma-banned, right? I'm that kind of person that if you shit talk, I don't care. I just leave or I just quit. Or you'll see me playing on League if my team sucks ass or whatever. Like, I would literally leave and log into another account because fuck that. Yeah, I'm pretty toxic.
Hey, he's honest. You got to give him that. He's Cowsep's honest too.
I don't like people, so.
Straight up. And Danny's honest too. So I guess that just makes me a liar, right?
I mean,
not
I win
toxic.
Cowsep. I don't like people as well. Like,
I mean,
I really don't like people. Like, people, you get into a game, people be like, we had to play a team game. Don't pick G. We need a tank. You had to do this. You need to gang. I want to lose.
Fuck
And then,
them,
like, I don't care about your opinion. Just shut up and get carried. Like,
just shut up and get carried.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait, I need that as like that needs to be like my sub my subset or something. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Okay. What else do we got here? When do you finish your tier 2 boots? Dude,
Never.
I don't know. I mean, it definitely varies a lot. I think a lot of time we won't, like, I feel like I can speak for all of us here that we'll, like, not care about the tier 2 boots if we can get towards, like, if we can get our 3rd item, we'll even sell our tier 1 boots. Like, it's often worth it. So, tier 2 boots finish time, I think it varies a lot. I think that's all there is to that one. Does anyone else like?
Well, it's just that you don't really need to move speed because there's a soft movement cap after 415 movement speed, and your Highlander gets you there. So boots don't give you quite as much movement speed as it gives other champions because you're hitting that cap. There you
go. Yeah, that's true. Okay, let's see. What do you think of the silence mode back when it was actually still good? Well, I said before I used to like running crit. I would do basically the silence mode. I would copy that, and I thought it was fun, and I thought it wasn't even it wasn't horrible solo queue strategy even. It's definitely better when you do it with like a Lulu duo, but like I did it in solo queue and I was like able to do decently with it in like mid diamond, but it's definitely not the same anymore. Anyone else have any thoughts on the silence build? Did you like it back then? It probably sucks now.
I don't know. Anything about that, it feels cringe. Like, I never liked the build. I never cared about it. Anti-person, I think it's cringe. Like, I get like 5 people on my chat with new accounts. Hey, did you know about Silence? Did you know about him? Oh, did you know he's so good? And like I just had to ban them because like.
How do you think I feel when they bring your name up all the time? Jesus Christ! You hear about Danijrm? He's so good.
No, but at least. Like, I don't tell people to tell about me, but I'm pretty sure he's like telling his people, hey, can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? Like, it is. Oh, I'm pretty sure he's on many of these accounts. Like, it is so annoying, dude.
All right, fair enough. What do you? Okay, let's go to the next question. What do you think of Yi in competitive play?
Oh, that's a Danijrm question.
I mean, I had a 100% ban rate, Master Yi. In competitive play, I can tell you that. Even
you
screens,
are playing in the wildcard region, though.
No, but just imagine, like, remember what I told you? We had it right. Like, do you know I see the bots of the NA streamers? When I get fed, I can see everyone. Just focus the G. Just focus the G. Next team fight, just focus the G. And it's like so annoying, dude. Like all my thing is like, fuck G, surrender, we all hate G, report G, and then everything is like, focus G. You know what a difference this is? So, in competitive, I could be like, you know what? They want to counter me with Sejuani. We get Morgana mid. Good luck with that. Oh, they want to counter me with Rengar. We get Lulu. Good luck with that. Oh, they want to, like, in competitive, Master G can do the ultimate funnel. Like, I could get my whole team to buy Relic Shield, and I could go to the lanes and get free minions without even attacking once. Like, it is beautiful.
You know, come to think of it, you've never actually played Mastery in competitive, have you? Because it's always banned.
No, but in screens we got 100% win rate.
Oh, okay, I see what's going on there.
So then, is Master Yi actually viable in competitive play if you're good enough at him? You know, maybe we just don't see him in competitive play because no one actually is like a good enough Yi main to play him in competitive. What do you guys think? Is it troll to pick Yi in competitive?
I don't know. Like the only Yi mains we've seen in competitive build Frozen Mallet every time. Like they're trying
Wait,
to
what
like
E-mains are you talking about?
no, not Yi mains. Like people that play Yi in competitive for whatever reason, they always build Frozen Mallet because
Really?
they're trying to make up for the lack of CC. Yeah, like every time you see a Yi main, they always build Frozen Mallet because they think that they're suddenly going to have CC, right? So it's not like anybody that's actually good at Yi has played Yi, right? It's like, so who knows? I don't think so. I think that he's just kind of easy to coordinately shut down. But I mean, maybe Danny can chime in here. I think that Danny's experience, though, is primarily in Latin America for the competitive scene, right? So I don't know, like in that regard, if it would really translate into more competitive regions like EU or Korea or China. Fucking either. Though to be fair, you know, I'm calling Korea wild card nowadays. Like fucking falling behind. But I think that like for wild card regions, that Yi would obviously do a lot better, right? But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's not a viable competitive pick. I think it's just too easy for coordinated teams to play around him if they're not like if they're any
But
good.
you got to remember, he can have a team like Danijrm said. He could just have his whole team pick up fucking relic shields and play Morgana mid, right? So like, yeah, they can play to kill him, but he can play to get boosted, right?
That's not a bad point. I guess like there's coordination on both sides, like helping, you know, each side. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is viable in competitive play. It's just not played very often, but I don't know. Maybe it is viable. I personally find it hard to believe, but yeah. I mean, Danny does 100% win rate with Yi and scrims. Maybe
Like the
that
argument
speaks
is
for itself.
always very weird because people always say in competitive everyone is gonna focus, and you're underestimating the hate the people feel for me in solo queue. like you're implying that I never got focus one in solo queue in my life, especially in High-Elo. Like people never say just focus G and we win. Just focus G and we win. But
Well,
it's honest.
The difference is that they're coordinated. Like a coordinated team focusing Yi, it's so hard to not just get destroyed, I feel like.
Hate can unite people. Trust me.
Hate can unite people. Yikes.
I can believe that.
That's true, but anyway, whatever. Anyway, I guess we'll move on to the next question. Here's a real question. A real question. Wow, we got a real question here. Is lane Yi good, like mid Yi? I know Danny plays it sometimes. I even play it sometimes, but probably
Why
more
would you?
rarely.
Why would you want to lane Yi when you can get anybody else in that? Like, I'm not saying lane Yi's bad. I'm just saying he doesn't bring anything. Like, I mean, okay, you're gonna get a fucking Zed mid anyway. So if I'm gonna get a Zed mid, okay, sure, I'll play Yi mid, right? But I would prefer to have something else. But if I'm gonna get a Zed mid anyway, sure, dude, I'd play Yi mid. Why not, right? But I think there's just way better.
Yeah, I think there are way better options, but like maybe if you're like me and you can't play anything even half decently besides Yi, maybe you will just play lane Yi. And it's honestly not bad in some matchups. And you know, if you don't have Yi in the jungle anymore and you get a jungle that actually ganks and can like have CC and bring all those things jungle is supposed to bring to the table, basically be like another support, helps the rest of the team, and you can carry, you can split push a lane. It takes away some of the problems of Jungle Yi and introduces some new things that Jungle Yi would have wanted. But I still think Jungle Yi is obviously stronger, and you shouldn't be queuing up for mid Yi or top Yi if you seriously want to climb. But it's not bad. It's doable. Probably depends on the matchup mostly.
Yeah, like I will remind people, Master Yi is viable with anything, even with Onion Kappa. No, not with Onion. But G is viable anywhere. You can play JDC, G support, you can play it anywhere, dude. It's just not fun. Like, G was made to be a jungler, farming, like, alone, away from people, and then split pushing away from people. Like, G was made for this. When you place yourself in a lane, I don't care if you can win 1v1. I don't care if you can get more gold. As soon as one game, the enemy jungler says, I want to camp the Master G, and your jungler says, fuck Master G, he's trolling because he picked G mid, you're not gonna have fun. You're gonna go to the lane, the Ramos is gonna flash down you, the Annie is gonna ult you, and you're gonna die. And then you cannot even survive under the turret. And that is the way the lane works. You have to align. like every time you go for the farm, you expose yourself. You cannot just queue and it's that shot away. And that is something you need to be able to do, like in the past. Every single mid laner in the meta can one-shot the wave. Almost every single one. And if they cannot do it, then they suck. Like Cassidy in the early game, he sucks. But yeah, like it is viable. You can win the game with G mid, G ADC, G top. You can actually win the game. You can actually stamp, but it is not fun. As soon as someone decides to camp, it is gonna be the most unfun game of your life.
Yeah, just like Cowsep was saying, why not just play something better? So yeah. Buff Master E says, Cowsep, can you show us your beautiful bald head?
No.
No. Alright, well,
I can
that's
show you mine.
answered. What? Your beautiful bald head? Has that been a wig this whole time? Okay, well, do you have any... You tried your best. Alright, let's see. Are there any other questions here we should answer? What about after Blood Razor and Rage Blade? What do you mean by after Blood Razor and Rage Blade?
We answered that earlier in the pod.
Oh, like what do you build after it? Yeah, that's
Maybe.
earlier in the pod.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I'll give it like an extra minute here. And if we don't have like a lot of extra questions coming in, we can probably just wrap this up. It's definitely like this is literally twice as long as it was.
Are you on League? I'm like trying to invite you.
Oh, you're trying to invite me now? I don't think I even have League client open right now, but
You should open it. My Terry's ready. Can you send me the runes, by the way?
Yeah, I can. Oh, wait, let me finish this podcast first, and then once it's done, we can.
We are preparing. We are preparing while we wait for questions.
Let's see. I want to see that funnel game right now. Everyone wants to see the funnel game. Who would
He's
you
gonna
rank?
end you. Remember.
Huh?
Dude, I've already accepted it.
I'm dedicating. I'm dedicating this game to Danijrm. Making up for the loss.
You're gonna tell Cowsep.
Huh?
You're gonna tell Cowsep, I need to finish Blu-ray, so no, let's fight now. No, we need to wait till level 6. No, let's fight now. No, we have exiles in 30 seconds. No, let's fight now. No, 5 people is coming. We should back away and then fight. No, let's fight now. To be fight. YouTube.
With a nerf presence of mind. No.
Yeah, you don't take presence of mind more. You take ultimate hunter. I'll guide you through all the runes. I can just use.
No, I don't need guidance. I'm not stupid. I'm not overthinking it. Okay. I basically Guardian, Fauna Life, Bone Plating, Revitalize, Ultimate Hunter, and then Jesus Christ, the rest of these suck. So I guess goes 4 up. Boom. Done.
I think you go cheap shot, but whatever. Here, let's answer like 3 more questions, and I think we can call that good.
Okay.
Is that a Make-A-Wish kid in a cow costume? Okay, that doesn't count as a question.
Hey.
Did we talk about eyeball collection changes? We did, Megabyte. I want to see the funnel game right now. It'll be coming very soon. Old Gwinsus or new Gwinsus?
Which one?
There's like
probably means the AoE one, huh?
Yeah,
like
the oldest.
But the thing is like if you remove the new Gunzus and you put in the old one, then you don't have Devour passive, so it sucks.
Yeah.
But
I think I like the new Gunzus.
Devour and the old Gunzus was great. Fuck stacking. I hate stacking.
True. Dead Man's Plate. I think that's any good. I think Dead Man's Plate is underrated, but I think randoms just outclasses it most of the time.
It's fun.
It's fun though. Let's see. Do you think any Yeaskin has smoother auto attacks? Huh. I don't know what Yeaskins have the smoothest auto attacks. I think Chosen Master Yi.
I do. I hate Chosen. I think that Eternal Master Yi has a better double strike. Assassin has the best auto attack, and
I agree with Assassin.
Yeah, dude, I'm out of bottle caps. I need to make my Yi cosplay.
Wait, what are you doing?
I'm working on my Yi cosplay, dude.
Okay.
But you're gonna play Taric.
Yeah, what you're playing? You're saying I have to play Taric now?
No, I'm gonna play Taric. I'm just channeling my inner Yi to prepare. How many eyes do I have? 7?
Yeah, you're supposed to have 7. Why are you doing this right now?
I don't know, dude. I'm just waiting for the questions, bro.
Danny can coach you too, maybe, for your game. Oh, I mean, it's okay. I don't know. Do you want to? If you want to, you can, but I'm fine to just play it, like, without... If you want to, like, coach us while we're doing the funneling, you can, but it's totally fine if you don't want to. What funnel game? We'd agreed we were gonna do a funnel game after this, just for the
Yeah,
lulz.
Danny, if you wanna coach this funnel, I'm down. I'll share my screen with you.
I mean, I can do it. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like, dude, hey, you should do this. No!
But that's not
Man,
fun. I
I
want to do
mean,
what's fun.
I will share my screen and Danny can be the coach here. Oh shit, there goes
Yeah, you
one
can
of
you can coach Cowsep. He probably needs it.
mine. Okay, yeah, sure. This is a three-way, the best G mains in the world working together to get him through his master promos here.
Wait, so is I say
Dude, it would probably
running
be easier
down?
if I
You're
just
running
soloed
down?
it.
I'll listen to you if you want me to run it down.
No, please no. Please no. I don't want to be
Okay.
associated with running it down.
I'm gonna ask Cowsep to go smite and steal the Wuju Senshi red.
Nice.
You know.
Well, I mean, that'll help me sustain in the lane, right?
Okay. We probably, Danny, your coaching is really appreciated, but we're probably okay with that.
I'm okay. Yo, Danny, if you want to coach, I'm down. This is a 100% legitimate offer to you right now.
I'm down.
Okay, we're down. All right, let's go. This is
damn
the
it.
bonus podcast. Thank you for your questions,
Alright.
guys. We're gonna be loading up some League of Legos now. All right,
Yeah, that's
Would
it for
you
the
get it set
questions,
up?
man.
I'm gonna share my screen with Mr. Danijrm here.
Yeah, I'll just close up here real quick. Thanks everyone for watching. I know it was a lot longer than it was intended to be. You can catch Cowsep at facebook.com/Cowsep and Twitter/Cowsep or Twitter @Cowsep. My Twitch is right here, and my Twitter is the same as my Twitch. And Danijrm's also Twitch on Twitter, just Danijrm. You can catch us all there, and hopefully we'll do another thing like this sometime soon. But yeah, with all that, you can leave any last questions you didn't get answered. You can just message me in Discord. I'll be happy to answer them. But otherwise, thanks everyone for coming on. Thanks for watching.